skin. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. Tell me the walls are closing in. Into the fire and born again. Taste the pain and dream
선수들을 한번 들어보시겠어요? LCK 컵을 앞두고 저희가 몇 가지 퀴즈를 준비해봤습니다. 선수분들이 누구보다 잘 알고 계실 LCK 선수들에 관련한 문제인데요. LCK 선수들 7분이 계십니다.
출신 연도를 맞추는 건가요?
LCK 데뷔 년도죠?
LCK 기준입니다.
무조건 우리 상혁이 형 먼저. 선수들 사이에서 상혁이 형이 무조건 먼저고.
네, 이때 사진은 좀 어떻게 마음에 드시나요?
옛날 생각이 납니다.
2013년 니달리 하신 그게 데뷔 아닌가요?
이름이랑 좀 많이 비슷해 보이시나요?
도끼가 많이 들어있는 것 같습니다.
일단 여기까지 맞출 수 있을 것 같아요.
여기 남은 선수들 중에 제가 데뷔를 더 빨리 했을 것 같고
그 다음은 솔직히 이제 다 신인 선수라서 잘 모르겠습니다. 여기 있는 선수들 신인 선수라서
이제 3명 중에 쇼메이커, 그다음 나. 후기 선수인데
유카엘 선수가 먼저 데뷔를 했었던 걸로 기억을 하고
초비 선수.
얘가 좀 얘만 맞추면 되는데 18년도 서머엔 있었는데 스프링 때 있었습니까 이 친구?
유칼 선수. 유칼 선수랑 이제 아마추어 때 친했었는데 KT에서 잘 됐어가지고 기뻤던 기억이 있습니다. 이거 말해도 될지 모르겠는데 사실 KT 팬이었습니다. 친한 선수가 팀 들어간 게 처음이어가지고 잠깐 KT를 응원했던 기억이 있습니다. 그래서 되게 많은 도움을 받았던 기억이 있습니다. 저도 아마추어 때.
초비 선수 이제 지훈이가 저랑 같이 LCK 들어갔으니까 같거나 얘가 더 빨리 했을 것 같아요.
저의 이 LCK 미드 데뷔전 상대가 조비 선수이긴 하거든요. 아마 그리핀이 1군에 먼저 올라왔던 걸로 알고 있어서 조비 선수 다음에
제가 19 스프링.
모건 선수는 중국에 좀 오래 있었어가지고 LCK 데뷔를 한화에서 하셨던 걸로 기억하거든요.
그다음에 모건 선수, 그다음에 이제 지우 선수. 이렇게 순서인 것 같아요. 제가 생각했을 때.
이렇게 붙여주셨는데요. 좀 고민되는 부분이 있었나요?
저는 이제 마지막인 거 당연히 알고 있고
사실
처음 2명 빼고 다 고민됐습니다.
이렇게 최종 제출하시나요?
사실 바꿔도 이제 모르기 때문에 이대로 내겠습니다.
정답을 틀리셨네요. 맞춰주셨습니다.
오.
정답입니다.
아 정말 맞아요? 아 다행이다. 감사합니다. LCK를 좀 좋아하는 사람들이라면 분명히 풀 수 있는 문제다.
무조건 100% 확신합니다.
오답입니다.
진짜요? 진짜로?
많이 틀리셨거든요. 오답입니다.
오답이라고요? 이게 이게요? 틀리면 이 둘밖에 없는 것 같은데.
네, 맞습니다. 그 둘이 틀렸네요.
아.
소비 선수랑 쇼메이커 위치가 바뀌었어요.
지훈이 형한테 사과 영상.
지훈이 형 미안하다. 미안하다.
뭐 제가 그 당시에 같은 팀을 했던 건 아니었기 때문에 뭐 딱히 뭐 그런 건 없습니다.
난이도 올린 밴드를 한번
나이도 더 올리나요?
이번에도 7명의 선수가 준비가 되었는데요.
네.
이 선수분들은 전부 다 LCK에서 펜타키를 달성한 적이 있는 선수들입니다. 펜타키를 기록한 순서대로 붙여주시면 되는 문제예요.
이게 또 어렵네.
일단 전부 다 아는 선수인지 물어보고 싶어요.
다 알진 못하고
누구를 모르겠어요.
이 선수분
아 로코도폰이 맞나요? 또 흠나컷 머리카락 이야기 흠나같이 돼 있어서
로코도코 선수가 먼저일 것 같고요. 너무 옛날 사람이라 가지고.
그다음에 종인이 형으로 할 것 같고 그다음에 상혁이 형
네 번째가 이제 여기 계신 익수님.
익수 선수는 제가 기억납니다. 그때 아칼리 아무도 안 할 때 타바칼리로 펜타킬 하신 거 기억나고.
아칼리로 펜타킬한 게 기억에 남기 때문에 일단 뽑아보겠습니다. 순서는 잘 모르겠지만.
저희 눈치 너무 보지 마요.
어디가 제일 헷갈리세요?
이 사람이요. 대혁이 형, 이 룰러 선수가
룰러 선수 기억나는 장면 있을까요?
펜타킬 못한 이즈리얼이
룰러 선수가 펜타키를 했다는 사실에 혹시 의심이 가시는 건 아니죠?
했었나요? 제가 좀 열심히 뺏으려고 했던 것 같은데
열심히 시청을 안 했다고 생각을 하고 열심히 시청했으면 좋겠습니다.
그다음이 저 표식 선수 다음이 불독 선수이지 않을까 싶습니다.
혹시 혹시 본인의 첫 펜타킬 기억하시나요?
아니요, 기억이 안 나요.
첫 쿼드라 킬이나 이런 것도 생각이 좀 나시나요?
첫 쿼드라 킬이
펜타킬은 기억을 못 하시다가 첫 쿼드라킬 하니까 갑자기
좀 충격이 컸어요. 어떻게 이걸 뺐지? 약간
Coming in for Ruler, make that a quadra kill. Everything but beyond. Can they hand it over to him? They're certainly trying to do so. One more hit. Nope. Scumbag helper. Welcome back to LCK.
저희 어머니가 주대 있게 살라고 하셨는데 왜 이렇게 흔들리는 걸까요? 얘들아 미안해.
정답입니다. 오답입니다. 오답입니다. 맞추셨습니다. 정답입니다.
몇 년 됐어요, 이 사람?
18년도에
18년도.
정답입니다.
아, 감사합니다. 저 제가 LCK 참 많이 봤거든요, 옛날부터.
정답입니다. 룰러 선수와 같은 팀 할 때 펜타킬 좀 챙겨주는 그런 분위기였나요?
쿼드라킬을 하고 펜타라고 외치면 아 이건 줘야지라는 생각이 드는데 한타 시작하기도 전에
맞아요. 뭘 1킬 먹을 때보다 펜타인데? 뭐 이러는 거예요. 미친 사람인 줄 알았어요.
앞으로 이제 같이 계속 할 텐데 어떻게 펜타를 계속 안 양보해 주실 생각이신가요?
무조건 뺏어야죠. 제가 한번 펜타를 하겠습니다. 수많은 헤이러들이 있지만 끝까지 가면은 먹을 수 있다고 생각을 해서 억가들로부터 열심히 제가 혼자서 잘 성장해서 잘 먹어보겠습니다.
You say you're not afraid to die, but take off the armor around your chest. What's left inside? Lying, licking your blade. Do you really bleed if it washes away? Take a ride, rough as you can. Tell you a secret, right as your dogs are closing in. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. 하나생명 화이팅! KT 화이팅! KT 올라가자 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2025 LCK Cup. The very first time that we've had this tournament, and also the very first time that Humble Life Esports are going to be facing off against KT in said tournament. It's going to be a very exciting day. We also have Gen G taking on B&K, but that'll be a different matchup. this one might actually be close.
Will it be a matchup? That remains to be seen. This one, on paper, you look at Humble Life coming into the season, and you're like, should be no problem. KT, they are KT, so even if they do win, you can kind of get the cop out. But that first series we saw from Humble Life, they did get pummeled. That was by Gen G, which domestic Gen G is built a little different. This is something we have known over the last couple of years. But I don't know. They really have to make a big bounce back. Otherwise, even going to 3 games against KT would be a big hit, not only for them, but also for the team, because they really need their wins. They are, Group Elder is really running away with this.
Yeah, Group Baron are really suffering at this point in time. As you can see, 2-6. T1 being able to steal one back yesterday in their second series of the day. But that's not really going to do it as far as getting the wins required to get those 3 buys into the playoffs and saving one member of their team as well. So very important to pick up victories here. And do you know what? You know how I talk about my waters quite often? Talk about what the vibes are feeling like. I'm really feeling like KT is just going to win today. I think it's either going to be an HLE stomp and they just destroy them, and the rumors of KT being an alright team were just completely overblown, and there's B2D Cuz camaraderie that we're seeing reignited, just not really a thing. Or it's going to be close, and if it's close, I see KT doing it every single time.
We'll see. That can, we can't even make up our minds as to what that means, because good signs for KT can also be bad signs for KT, as we do have that between Zeka and BDD. And very early on in Zeka's career, this was obviously going to be extremely BDD favorite, but Zeka has really leveled up. Then again, I thought that about his Corki, and then I witnessed his latest Corki performance. And
hey, that's not Zeka's fault. That's Corki's fault, okay? We've discovered this.
It doesn't have to be one of the two. It can be both. I think Zeka definitely needs to step it up a little bit, because BDD is still a top-tier player. But Humble Life had a really rough game 1, but again, first series that they played, and it was against Gen G, so we're not really going to draw any conclusions. If they're struggling here, though, things are definitely not off to the start that we expected for this team.
That's absolutely right. Still 2 Titans making their way out into LoL Park here as we welcome both KT and HLE. Side selection falling with KT in this particular series. And I think most of us, was it all of us, that actually predicted an HLE win in this particular match?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's very close to that. If I could flip-flop, if I could pull a Raz, I would do it. I would do it 100%.
Is that a good or a bad sign for KT?
I have absolutely no idea. We'll have to ask Emily about that one. Make sure that you jump onto X and ask her about it. Maybe one thing that could help decide the outcome of this match is how many flags we put in the chat. If you're a KT fan, I want to see HLE flags all over the chat. You can utilize your subscription in order to do so, and I think that that might help push things in the right level of not excited for KT. Because that's what we need to remain being. I think making a prediction that KT are going to win, that doesn't constitute excitement. It's thinking that they're good. That's what constitutes excitement.
I feel like more and more of these predictions just comes down into what curse you believe in on the day between the kind of, lore that has been built around Beryl, around KT. I'm starting to lose track. That said, KT themselves also struggled, which we have in the past kind of been okay with, given that this is a team that's known for their inconsistencies. But BNK are definitely looking to be one of the weaker rosters. Did go to 3 games when they played against one another. And on paper, I think KT should be better than that, particularly that Cuz BDD core. Something that they're heavily going to rely on. But I think Perfect also looked pretty solid. Definitely won him in spring form, not in summer, as he tapered afterwards. And also got to play as Renekton, which we know he is very, very good at. And for Humble Life, I need to see really anyone, or everyone rather, kind of step it up. I don't think anyone looked in their best form, but particularly Zayer's having a rough. I think Zeka also not the performance that we've come to expect from him, particularly after last summer.
Yeah, for me, it wasn't even necessarily any individual performances. The way it looked in that series against Gen G was that Gen G were a team, and HLE were just a bunch of players milling about. There wasn't that level of coordination that we came to expect from the HLE of last year especially, right? Being able to topple Gen.G in that summer final. We need to see some cohesion, and like there's not very much changed, right? Like
it's one player.
Zayas has an excuse. Zayas has an excuse. The rest of the team definitely do not.
There is a really funny timeline where it actually turns out that Doran was in fact not the problem,
100%.
but the solution. Well, it's too early to say though. Home Alive, we're not going to be overreacting to a single series. The expectation is that today or they will both adjust, because I do think that we have been shown the right way of drafting, and both Gen.G and DK have done this. DK obviously pushed it to a much more funny extent, but it is flexing and is leaning into your champion pools. And it's not even necessarily, I think, necessitated by Fearless, but it's something that as the LCK Cup goes on is only going to get more important, because the deeper your champion pool, the more tools you have available, the better you'll be able to do in these longer series. And right now it's still best of 3, but we're going to be getting to the best of 5s before you know it. And realistically, both of these two teams are going to be involved at least with the play-ins.
Yep. Kind of fun as well that the coaching staff on both of these sides were probably the two best junglers in Korea in 2014. Very, very cool stuff. Dandy versus Score. We'll see who's going to be able to topple one another in this draft, though, as we're diving into it. Yone going to be the very first ban. Skarner is, mandatory. That one has to be taken away forever. I believe it got through once in the LEC last night. I was watching their best of one Fearless format, which was very, very cool. And I
like that, Atlas.
I did see one of the Skarners, which was weird, because it probably shouldn't be ever allowed through ever in any region times infinity. Vi probably looking like it could be the ban here, or Ashe could be taken away given the fact that there is an Archer already banned, and often they do go hand in hand. So there it goes. Could be a Vi first pick here for Cuz, and I think that is a fair bit of power to be given over to KT.
There's Vi. There's also the angle where you do end up going for Nidalee, because is one of the guys that can play it. We've seen Canyon and Lucid still put really high prio on it, and a lot of bans towards it. But I think the Vi is a lot more versatile. We have seen something that truly delighted us, which was the Zilean into Vi, which made that champion look quite bad. Not going to see that here. And also, it's Delight. You know, I would really like to see Delight play something more aggressive. And for Zeka, Zilean isn't necessarily the type of champion that you'd associate with him either, so that kind of takes away the two options. And neither of these teams does for leaning into anything too crazy. This is a comfort pick for Perfect. Outside of his Renekton, I think the pick that we see him generally look the most comfortable on, and with the Vi, already have a nice built-in strong 2v2 there.
I wouldn't mind like an 80 carry or a support locked in here. Hold on to BDD's pick. There's a Rumble already on the map, so there's a Fib. Okay, that's just going to be a Galio lock-in. Theoretically flexible, but probably going into BDD's hands. Zeka, this feels better than Corki, ladies and gentlemen. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, about 1 million times. Corki is, as of right now, I want to say 0 and 8. I know it was 0 and 7 last time we checked. I'm pretty sure he lost after that as well. And we have also seen Zeka play the Sylas into the Galio. Not going to be the Sylas, though. Instead going to be the Azir, which I think leaves both of us feeling less enthused than the Sylas. I feel like
I'm less enthused, but it's still not bad, right? I think that beginning of 2022, we're like, don't play Azir. After he won Worlds on it, we're probably feeling a little bit better, but it's still like, we still think of him as the Akali Sylas guy.
Yeah, it's more so, it's not even having to do with Zeka's mastery of the champion. It's that Sylas, particularly with Xin Zhao, is so insane in early skirmishes, right? The amount of burst and lockdown they have available can really easily snowball a fight. Guess they didn't want to run the risk of trying to run something that melee heavy into the Galio, which obviously can really do a lot of heavy lifting, particularly because we've mostly been seeing the tank build, and expect that will be the case here as well, because we already have the Rumble, so there's no need. As the 80 carry pool should get further pinched here from either side, but Humble Life have the luxury of being able to pick one first, so they can ban more and then just pick up what I assume most likely will be like an Ezreal, something with some self-peel, so the Vi isn't quite as scary. This is Viper, so if he ends up picking a mage, I'm not going to be upset.
Yeah, I would be a little bit upset just because Azir is, I think, enough
it is,
of the magic damage.
Jason, you can get away with it, but I agree with you.
I think the Jinx ban makes a lot of sense. I would like to see a Caitlyn ban on the side of KT. I know that Viper didn't pick up a victory on it last time around, but with this composition, I feel like KT really need to fight for range superiority. and be able to play around the Galio circle and things like that. Forcing Viper onto something that isn't able to position itself super safely makes a lot of sense. Ezreal, another thing that does come to mind there, so I guess you can't really ban everything out. We'll see what they do decide to go with. The Caitlyn will be the decision that they make in the end.
So Ezreal is most likely here. Yeah, no, I'm going towards like Swain, you know, like the really fun.
Oh yeah,
or
Vladimir.
Because right now KT is a full melee composition, so both those two champions I think would be great. Most likely, you can keep the opportunity open here. I don't.
KT fans rejoicing.
This is Delight, and Delight is an exceptional Rakan, but we are not the biggest fans of the Rakan.
But we also,
line.
we have no issue. We have no issue with the Rakan. It's what comes after the Rakan that I have a real problem with.
Well, I also think the Rakan has been. It's been.
Yesterday we saw it picked into Talia Poppy, so I think that's a very different story. This, I think he's kind of okay. No?
Well, I don't think he's going to get punished too much. Leona obviously isn't the best matchup, but it's gotten better since the sustain of Rakan has gotten pretty solid. Do they go Ezreal Leona?
Nah, it's Aphelios because it's Doc Dom.
Do they go Ezreal Leona? I do think it's most likely.
Tristana!
Ooh.
I mean, I guess when you hit level 18, you have really high range.
Well, there is no trying the match range, right? I think it's just how much space do you want to have in the fight. Ezreal definitely makes the most sense in that regard. But this also should be...
okay.
Ooh, I like that. That makes a lot of sense. Stockton Kai'Sa going with all the dive that's there. Slots one to the composition. And that does also confirm.
Oh, it's 100. It was already going to be Xayah, but when Kai'Sa gets locked in, oh my goodness. The Xayah floodgates then open. Very serious space here on Viper. If you guys didn't know, so far, snap decision-making for me as far as my least favorite picks in the LCK. Xayah one of them, Corki the other one. Right now, those are the ones that fill me with the most irk.
He did get completely... Corki, like, not touched in this draft.
Yeah, thank goodness.
Which is awesome.
We're learning.
We love to see it. The Xayah, I'm pretty sure Guma did win that game, but it wasn't...
I mean, the Xayah did have a W next to it.
It was against DRX.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a clean game either. For Humble Life, this still fills me with a little bit of apprehension. I think these draft, it's serviceable. I think the draft is fairly solid. But I'm really, particularly when compared to Gen G and DK, who right now are looking like a front runners for strongest teams, I think they're leaning a lot more into these creative angles, playing towards their strength. This still feels very cookie cutter to me. It's a solid team fight composition. I'm not going to complain about it, but I think KT have an angle here. Playing dive into Xayah always is going to be like, how well can you execute it? They have enough tools for sure. Get on top of this backline.
Yep, and I do like Galio at the moment in the current meta. They do have a fair bit of damage coming out from the Rumble. Maybe a little bit too much on the Magic side, but we'll just have to see how things do go. Cuz getting first pick priority, though, I think is absolutely fantastic. He has been brilliant over the last year, and I think that is probably going to be able to flourish here on KT this season as well. Let's dive into game number 1. All right, here we go. It's Violet versus Jace. Very excited about this one. If you guys haven't seen, it's so cool that they put characters from a Netflix series into a video game. How dope is that?
Yeah. Really, really appreciate that personally.
Yep. G-Sun just said no spoilers, but I'm pretty sure they're on the front cover or the poster.
Well, it's also... For me personally, as we've talked about,
is season 1 a spoil? Can you spoil season 1?
No, well, you can't spoil season 1. But if you have been active on the internet, I am still going to watch. But I do know everything that happens in season 2 because people had a lot of opinions about it, as they do on the internet.
You also just didn't watch it, which is silly.
Oh, I watched episode 1.
And then you tried to put me into the boat. I remember
distracted.
This. You said that only one person had watched Arcane.
I was not putting you in the boat on purpose. I was just misremembering, Atlas.
Oh my goodness. I obviously do my required reading, okay?
It's not reading, though. It's watching. It's not the same thing.
I mean, it is. Just, get with the times. No one reads anything.
Well, I've read the lore comics for League. I've done on the actual reading.
Your name is Chronicler. That is very true.
Yeah.
If anyone's
great,
still
by
going
the
to be
way.
reading it, it'd be you.
Would highly recommend. They're quite fun.
I read a lot of like the League of Legends universe.
Well, I
webpage as well.
have
I'm
heard
all over that.
I have heard your lore readings, Atlas. I haven't had any of those yet, right? Lore readings, the Nautilus lore. I don't know.
No, not for 2025. But we're starting slow here at the LCK Cup. As we do have a lane swap, we can talk about the game, I guess, just a little bit. Got somewhat distracted. There are more of them for one team in the top side and the bottom side. We call that a lane swap. It is not fun if you're a top laner, especially if you're a top laner that's in the bottom lane, because that's not where you belong. You don't like that. It's not a good time. And Perfect only has 2 CS, which is subpar, to say the least. Doing better than Zeus, though, who is still sitting at infinitely less. Oh, this wave is
yeah,
also
cuz on the way.
stacking up.
I was about to say, dive is not going to be covered here, and this is going to be really hard to live through. He will ding 2 for sure. I just don't think that that's going to make a big difference. We'll see if he's able to outplay this.
Yeah, Vault Breaker comes in. Oh my goodness, the damage! That's going to be First Blood going over to Wei, and he flashes out of it as well. A clean dive, and those are more difficult these days.
You can see their way as well. With the old turret, particularly if you're Leona, you can definitely tank another turret shot there. Not going to be the case, has to invest. Do note Zeus holding on to his TP this time around. And the problem here is that Jace's early wave clear just doesn't really contest. And I also think that the Kai'Sa-Leona combination is a lot more threatening. Looks like Perfect. Not quite sure.
Might need a name change. Is it going to be Perfect, or is it going to be pretty good? Or is it going to be not okay at all? There's the bounce house, and that is going to be another pretty beautiful dive here, this time on the other side.
Oh, perfectly done. So Peanut charges up his 3rd Q on the wave, meaning that the auto is always going to go off. There's just no way for Perfect to live there. Like, even if you flash, as soon as the auto is wound up, it's always going to hit, as that could have been a bit iffy if it hit. And as a result, no way to live. For Zeus, it's a lot more straightforward. Jace is just not going to live here if they do it well. And here the same. Wei starts it up with the Q, has Aftershock, has his W. The Q auto guarantees that Cuz can follow up. So I don't really think that there's a lot of opportunity outplayers. Here we see again, Peanut just ensuring nice CC layering. And the kill going over to the light is a bit unfortunate.
It's double support kills as well. You love to see it.
Well, yeah, for support or combat, it is
more just like balance in all things, you know?
I respect it. Yeah, so you don't want to throw off the symmetry because you already have the lane swap, which is perfectly symmetrical.
Exactly.
But KT were first, so they do get the feet.
They do get socks. Very true. Still, I try and change up which footwear it is every single time.
You know, that took me way too long to like, I was like, why is he talking about, does the icon look like socks? I'm so good. It's because it's feet, yeah.
Maybe we should just call them sandals of strength from now on.
I'd be okay. It alliterates as well. Everyone knows
like
that.
As soon as there's
make everything better.
Exactly, exactly. I think that everyone understands.
So we're just calling them sandals now?
Yeah, sandals.
Is this one of those things we're actually going to explain, or people are just going to have to get with the program?
They're just going to have to get with the program. That's how it goes here in the LCK. There's no cheat codes.
So if you are in chat, next time we mention sandals, someone doesn't get it, be nice. Explain it to them.
No, don't do that. Just go along with it. Just say, they're sandals, man. Don't be mean, but just, there needs to be no explanation. We just call them the sandals. And so far, 1 sandal over to KT. They're looking for 2. And as we learned from Life of Brian, you do need 2 sandals.
Yeah, I was about to ask. So, oh yeah, of course, because when you get the pair is when you win.
Yeah, exactly. You need both sandals, otherwise you can have very sore feet.
So what is the deal with the objectives? Because you need 3 of those. How does that make 1 sandal?
Well, it's just bits of sandal.
It's
being occupied by the grubs and the dragons.
You take down 3 grubs and you get a bit of sandal.
There, you get a bit. You have to put them all together. There's like a third of a sandal, and it's actually in smaller pieces. It takes a bit of working.
That actually makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah.
So, looking at the game state right now, we have the objectives early being traded. As I do feel, as you were signaling earlier, like we have to talk about the game a little bit before the action truly erupts. But right now, bot side looking good for Hanwha. To no surprise, Zeka obviously in the 1v1 going to feel safe. And I think that's also one of the reasons why he'd want to go for the Azir, even though actually killing the Galio is never going to happen, is we do have a rotation coming through.
Yeah, Cuz just taking one of these away. That is going to be Peanut locking down the Dragon at least, but BDD has found his way to Justice Punch forward. just going to be some Winds of War, and Peanut will be able to get onto his Gromp. You can see Perfect just going to be clearing out the wave there, and Wei is getting amongst it. All right, sometimes you just got to utilize that Hex Flash. If it's available, press that button. You'll love to see it. Perfect is also going to be able to stop Delight's back here, which is quite nice.
Are they looking for a dive?
Yeah, potentially.
Don't think they're able to get it away. Viper isn't 6 yet, but with... there you go. Actually hits it here. And with Flash and Cleanse and ult available, there's definitely no angle there. They got the Flash of Peanut, though, which is nice. This Xin Zhao has been pretty mediocre. I think we've seen Owner have the one good game, but we've seen both the brands picked into it, which I don't think it ended up winning, but it did look really good. I feel like that, I remember that being kind of a team diff scenario situation.
I feel like Xin Zhao, when it works incredibly well. Leaves you with that feeling of like, I just really hope that my team doesn't have to go against that silly Xin Zhao champion again. And sometimes, you know, it just kind of looks like it goes poof. And it doesn't really do too much.
By its nature, if he can't go in and stat check people, he doesn't offer nearly as much. What he does offer, though, we haven't talked about this that much, something that I do really like about Xin Zhao is the space that he's able to create in team fights. And both him and Zeka are going to have to do a lot of this when we get to the fights. Because we talk about Zvaya, we talk about the fact that Viper has his ultimate, which is supposed to keep him safe, together with Thumbs and the, and the Blade Caller. But
they only have one form of CC. So there's not very many opportunities to lock him down after he uses his Featherstorm to dodge the cease and desist, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, Mercs are good here, but it doesn't help Viper, but for the rest of the team, definitely going to get a lot of value out of those. But as you're saying, there are a lot of ways to kill Viper here, but both Zeka and Peanut have ultimates that can create a ton of space. My only issue is that depending on the usage of their cooldowns in the fight, KT still have a way to get on top. Like, as long as they get some form of CC up, Viper or a Doctum can join very easily. BDD obviously has his ultimate available as well, so a lot of these fights are going to look like what we just saw. KT's going to be playing forward, and Humble Life needs to first absorb the punch and then counter punch. And they're going to create a really fun dynamic when we get to the actual 5v5s, because thus far, it's mostly been a lot of trading.
Yeah, right now, one objective for one objective. We do have that first blood pushing KT a little bit further ahead in that regard, but just general laning has gone towards HLE. You can see Viper with a big lead of about 2 waves. Same can be said for Zeka here in this mid lane. And obviously, you know, the Azir versus Galio, you're going to have a better time farming minions just in general. But here on this bottom side, I feel like Viper has just been better at being in the right place at the right time, catching waves where he can. Doctum less in that position based on the aggressive positioning of KT towards this bottom side. So whether they can turn that one around, though, now that level 6 has been gained, that Killer Instinct could certainly help with a follow-up for Cuz or something like that. But he's just going to go back home. Here up towards the top side of the map, very, very even between both Zeus and Perfect. Zeus going for, I believe this should be the Black Cleaver into the Fimbulwinter. So still the tank Jace, but makes you feel less horrible about the situation. You know?
I don't mind the like off-tank bruiser style. I do think that in fights consistently, it feels like it adds a lot more. I think we saw Doran pilot that one as well with the cleaver.
Yep.
And he actually was a threat. And Black Cleaver to me is just an item where, as long as you have a good amount of 80 threats, which in this case is both Peanut and Viper and Zaze himself, you're just going to be able to get so much value out of it. Like, the armor reduction is crazy. Obviously, Jace applies it really well with the autos from his W in range form, so going to be feeling awesome about this because I'm looking for
keep
something.
them interesting? That's the question. As all right, there's the Vault Breaker. Cease and desist comes down. Does flash out of the equalizer here, and it's a decent hammer. But I think Zeus is still going to go down. Another Vault Breaker comes in, and Delight will be allowed to live. But the Jace not so lucky.
Zeus is struggles continue, but a really nice gank there first and foremost from Cuz. We see, even with the timing, not taking that much equalizer damage, KT still are quite strong enough, although he might have to pay.
Yep, Zeka is going to push him back towards Peanut. And he may not even need When Becomes Lightning here is perfect. Okay, he's running pretty quick. Great step. As Peanut's just going to flash for it, and that will be able to pick up the kill.
All right, I got hyped. I thought he was going to live.
Hey,
he
still got he forced a flash, so yeah, I guess
no, you trade 1 for 1 and you get the flash.
Yeah.
That's a big win.
probably doing all right.
And
It
a
does mean
dragon?
that we have equilibrium of top laners as well, continuing despite the assist. It's still 2 deaths for both of them. It's a great thing here is, yeah, cuz onto this dragon here, you can see that is going to be another sandal, or at least another bit of sandal that they can put together. And 1 2/3, they're very, very close to having a decent walking experience. And Mountain Soul in this game as well. I think that benefits both of these teams very, very well. They've got these pseudo tanks, right? And the Xin Zhao, the Galio, things like this. You get a Mountain Soul, you're feeling like a real tank at that point.
Take another look at this play. The crucial thing here is the Q actually connecting.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I don't think that they quite have the damage to get through. And then the combination of the buffs plus the double flash being invested means that they do take down Zeus as a perfect.
Oh, dearie me. No equalizer up and available, and that is 4 bad guys underneath that turret. Could also be a turret going down here as well, but that is not going to be enough to get feats of strength over towards HLE. It'll be 6 grubs towards KT as well, but the money will be in HLE's hands, and I think that that is definitely something worth celebrating. As big minion wave towards the top side of the map, not going to win the race, but they should be able to equalize the turrets, and we're all about equilibrium here in the LCK, as we've been saying. And there it goes. There, it's going to make sure that that turret does go down. And Zeka going to go towards a bit of a back here. Zeus also using his skin, very, very cute. Solar Flare coming forward. Zenith Blade will connect, but way a little bit further off than where he really wanted to be. They're not going to pursue any further.
Good sidestep from Wei there. Yeah, the sandals do go to KT, but we have had more discourse, and especially post-hotfix, about whether or not it's actually that big a deal. And it really isn't. It's good. It's a nice boost.
Yep.
But outside of the Swifties specifically, it's generally advised to wait until you have at least like your 3rd item to upgrade them, and the base level boost that you get. As we can see now, for example, that Perfect has just isn't that big a deal. Zeka does have his flash and his ult.
He is dead, ladies and gentlemen. Season Assist coming down. That is a pretty good ultimate,
yeah,
to be perfectly honest. And he holds onto the flash, so never mind, he's not dead at all. That was a Galio waiting in the brush. A very different scenario than when he was with the Rumble last time around.
It's also tank Galio, so there are builds to Galio where that definitely they could have killed them in the CC chain.
Because he will still probably build Riftmaker, right? Or is that just like Faker doing some cooking? Because he built Riftmaker into Lichbane, I think, that game.
Yeah, well, the Lichbane I think is a Faker special, but I do like the... He really likes Lichbane, but I do like the Riftmaker to add a good amount of damage. We'll see what BDD does end up building. But yeah, there, Zeka not going to go down that easily. Nope. Also, the Andres keeps a good amount of health. And particularly when you're playing against like the flat damage of both the Vi and the Galio, not going to be that easily thrown off. But the gold lead is here in favor of Hanwha Life, but a lot of that is on Rakan.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter that much. And the other leads are nice, but they're not enough in of itself. What I really need to see, though, is how these team fights are going to play out. Because if everything goes neutral and we just play a front-to-back team fight, I think Hanwha Life's comp is just real crazy, right? With this, you see that they have the amount of damage that's available. So it's up to KT to prove that they can actually find engages.
Ooh, flash out here as Wind becomes lightning. Not really becoming too much of anything.
Oh
my god, that Solar Flare was absolutely gorgeous. I don't think the Crescent Guard going to be enough for Peanut to keep him alive, and that is indeed the case. This time, correctly called out someone going to die. And Peanut now on the floor for 20 seconds. We'll see whether KT can get anything out of it.
Herald spawning in 25. Timing just a little disjointed there, but they might be able to get a catch on Zeus as well. He went Hullbreaker, which we haven't talked about yet. I don't know. Oh, he's going to TP out. Yeah, he's fine.
Yep, should be able to do it. Oh, just barely. Not able to knock that little bauble out of the air. And so does have to use his teleport, but will be able to escape. And KT coming alive in that moment, but not being able to get that kill towards that bottom side does put a dampener on the snowball. Still going to try and get a little bit more here, as you can see. Rift Herald has spawned, but HLE, with good wave management, will be able to take down this outer turret in the mid lane. And all right, there's a Justice Punch. Wei coming on forward. Might be able to get a stun down as, oh dear, that is a little bit over-enthusiastic, but Cuz is going to join it. The quickness coming on through there, but they're unable to trade back for another support. As Doctom looking to clear out vision. Zeka wanting to find Perfect with a flash. He's going to keep him alive. BDD trying to be the hero here as Doctom on the wrong side of this fight. Cuz going in, flashing out. Even Rivtail's getting aggressive. But perfect, he's going down exceptionally low, and HLE just playing it cool, calm, and collected. They'll be able to take a second kill in the fight.
And KT, I think their hesitation really costing them there. They don't want to commit, because now if they overcommit, they're going to get completely blown up. But with those big teamfight ultimates, the Season Assist and the Kaisel not used, there's never going to be a way that this works out. If we take another look at when things looked a little bit better for them, really nice Freeman ultimate here from Wei, sets up. This is what you see though, and even though it doesn't matter this much at this point, that ability from Peanut to spread the space, create a lot of opportunity for the rest of his team. And here Delight uses the W to initially get out, means he has the E to get back to Zaya, and then the way that Humble Life player on that choke point is really nice. But we're not done, Atlas!
We're not! Peanut is once again going to be ceased and desisted. He will be taken out here. That's Cuz locking down the Dragon. That will be a second one over to KT as well, as man, this game will not settle down. Not at all. I felt like HLE had found some stabilization, and then they're going to transfer that into a Mountain Drake, but wasn't quite going to be the case. Still, not the be-all and end-all in any way, shape, or form. Still a 2,000 gold lead for HLE, but let's see how this all started off.
One of the interesting things with Zin is that you can feel very tanky because of the healing that you get, plus the Sundered Sky,
and
plus
the damage
your ult.
mitigation from your ult, yeah.
And then the only unfortunate reality is that if it's melee, it doesn't really matter, and you just die. Doesn't get the auto, doesn't get to create any space whatsoever. So nicely done there by KT, and that's exactly what we need to see. The problem is that I think Humble Life wasn't quite ready for the turn there. Once Zeka and Viper are going to be on 2 items, if you do that and you kill Peanut, you probably still lose the fight. Infinity Edge now done.
Yep.
So these early engages I think are really good from KT, but it needs to lead to a soul point at the very least. I still really think that their composition in isolation skills great, right? Both Kaisa and Rumble I think are still late game damage powerhouses, but then you compare it to what Humble Life have with the Azir and the Zaya. And in front-to-back teamfight, it's going to be hard to match that damage. And still not done, Atlas!
Nope. Walking over reward is Doctom. Make that 2. As the Acathian Rain coming down. Doctom definitely is the target here as Zeker's going to get his flash. Good flash over the wall to make sure he stays safe. But he won't have that one again. Cuz wanting to get in here. Equalizer. Gorgeous! The Solar Flare comes down as well. It's a decent taunt. As the Featherstorm now on cooldown, but Viper's position is so good. They take down 2 in both solo lanes, and KT are just running for the hills. Wei goes down. Zeus, I think, should be able to land a Shock Blast here as Doctom, no options. Killer Instinct is indeed there, but he's just dead as a result. And that is just a clean 4 kills over to HLE.
KT just can't match him in the team fight, Atlas.
Nope.
Hanwha Life straight up outplay them there. That's going to be Herald, and that feels like the breaking point for this game. Up until this point, it felt fairly close, but that was where KT needed to turn it. And if KT was a little bit more coordinated there, I think they could have actually made that work, but instead, not going to be the case. And it's not just the Herald, it's not just the teamfight win. It's Otacon being set up as well. And unless Cuz can steal it and somehow save this game, I think Humble Life are looking at a 1-0. He's being led close towards that objective though, and they are getting shredded.
Yeah, Cuz is available, but he is just going to get pushed away. Decent amount of poke coming on through there as Wei dives forward. Cuz wanting to find an opportunity here, but now they've got an extra life. And you're fighting around this Otacon. Peanut should be going back to base. That is going to happen. Zeus also going to be sent out. The Solar Flare is very nice. And it's only Zeka and Viper left available, but it's a double kill for Zeka. And remember, they don't really die. And so, yeah, you get a bit of extra money. It's like 100 here or there, but Zeus is going to make his way back into this fight once more. And Doctom, I don't think you're going to be able to barrier enough there, buddy. Yes, this is Tank Jace. He still does enough damage to kill the Kaiser.
That whole breaker paying dividends there. And again, I want to pay attention to how KT played this out. So very early on, they get Doctom's flash, but that's a big ultimate invested. Not having the shuffle available is definitely something that KT want to try and use. And then here, it's just not quite perfectly timed. If they're able to use BDD's arrival and the CC provides with that equalizer, I think that could be enough, but instead, just like the fight is a little disjointed, everyone on Humble Life is able to do what we talked about, absorb the pressure, and then go for the counter engage.
Yeah, not to mention, like, Doctom altered at the very end of the fight when he was already definitely dead, things like this. As HLE continuing to dive forward, Delight actually finding a great angle here onto Cuz. The blast cone being a little bit frustrating, shout out to Valdez, but it's still not going to be enough to save Cuz's life. And HLE, as we come out of the replay, are just kind of bopping him.
Well, yeah, after the Otacon situation, I do think that, unfortunately for KT, this game is mostly just time spent thinking about next game and what we can do better.
And when you have to then, decide, are we going to move to red side now? Like a loss on the blue side is actually a real worry here for KT as far as their chances for the next game. But maybe an adjustment in the draft is going to be what they look towards. And yeah, this was just a bit of a cavalcade of errors and a little bit HLE having a massive tempo advantage, catching KT napping a little bit. Okay, Mountain Soul not available for either side, and it looks like KT are probably not going to be getting to Soul Point at any time soon.
They're unrelenting. I'll give them that. Still looking.
I mean, you may as well just keep going for the fight. They're going to start this one up. A teleport does come on through here as Zeus is very far away from this fight. Wei is going to be just going down, though, as we can see. Crescent Guard comes in. Equalizer decently positioned as Zeus will be going down first. You can see BDD trying to escape. The Featherstorm comes on through as Viper is kind of on a flank angle, but he's also being entirely ignored. It's a double kill in the fight for the HLE AD carry, and I think they just want to march down the mid lane and win this game.
Should be the end of it. Deathless are Zeka and Viper. I'm not even sure if Viper has had to flash this game.
It feels like he hasn't been forced to do too much of anything at all. And maybe I am actually okay with Xayah. Is it just the Viper Gumushi effect? I'm not entirely sure, but maybe Xayah is actually just the way. Especially when the Kai'Sa does come on through. We have seen it work, in both sides of the coin, but this is a 10,000 now.
We've talked about it a good amount. It's just the type of CC that's available. If it's into Aurora, into Wukong, I don't think it has nearly as much value, but here, definitely going to get a lot of value. They're 8k gold down.
Yeah.
They throw everything into Zeus, are able to take it down eventually, but look at the health bars on both Zeka and Viper. There's no cooldowns. There is no threat on the enemy backline whatsoever.
I didn't even know how Viper took damage at all in that particular fight. He looked completely not even looked at by KT. And he has done the most damage in the game. A very impressive performance here from the Xayah. And so KT now with a little bit of a moment to breathe, but I don't know whether that is going to last for very long. As you can see already, HLE are over towards this Baron Pit. 20 seconds until that one is up and available. As KT just wanted to find whatever they can. Remember, Zeus with his cool hammer is just going to be feeling all right in these side lanes.
So this is, I like this from Humble Life as well, because the ability to collapse on the sideline from KT is actually crazy, right? They have level 2 ultimate on the Killer Instinct.
Yep.
BDD has his ultimate available as well, but that's Hullbreaker, Fimble, Winter Chase.
Yeah.
So if you do commit multiple people, then he will die eventually, probably. Hopefully not taking someone with him, but it will also lead to the enemy team getting Baron. Then again, KT don't really have a lot of options here. So maybe that is the play. Kill Zeus and then try a crazy teleport towards the top side of the map and then hope that Viper missteps. I'm really grasping at straws here, Atlas.
Yeah, no, I don't think that there's much of a chance for KT to win. But like you were saying, there is going to be a game 2 where you start with even gold.
I don't think it's, it will require a lot of...
Yeah, they would need to, conga line one by one into the enemy nexus, something like that.
Yeah.
But it is looking a little bit like this 11,000 gold lead should be enough to push them towards a victory, especially with this purple buff.
One more fight.
Laid in on top. Exactly right. Wei is going to get the information as they do put down the control ward. Cuz has stolen these before, but Delight is going to force him out. And that is Peanut locking down the Baron. They're now going to turn, looking for Wei, looking for a bit of an angle here. Zenith Blade goes wide. Cease and Desist comes down. The heroic entrance is very nice, but Zeka is able to mitigate it. Gets out the ultimate there as well, as Zeka could be in trouble, but the Killer Instinct not doing enough at all. And Viper is now able to free hit, flashing for that Blade Caller. Featherstorm coming down, and the cleanse is used on the taunt beautifully. This should be the ace coming on through as the audacious charge should set it up. There it is. Top of the morning to you, KT, as HLE will be taking game 1.
And they get the summoners of both Zeka and Viper, but their lives will not be found this game. This is what we were expecting from Humble.
Yeah.
Coming in, they didn't show it against Gen G, but they did show it in this game number 1.
Yep, Way giving them a little bit of a teary-eyed B, but that is still an Nexus going down. KT not out of this series just yet, but this was exactly what we wanted to see from HLE. This is why so many of us have this team as the team to watch for 2025. Didn't look to be the case against Gen G earlier on. A good start in this series up against KT, but game 2, you never know what could happen. We'll see whether KT can turn it around as well.
After game 2, we'll know whether this was just a, part of a larger plan of lowering expectations, but credit to Humble Life. What was most worrying, as you already pointed out, in the series against Gen G wasn't obviously draft, could use some improvements. It's something that I think this team has struggled with every now and then. Not always as creative as some of their counterparts, but it was mostly the fact that they felt disjointed. The team fighting here, exactly everyone aware of their job, knew what they needed to do and when, and particularly for Viper and Zeka, using all the space that was created by their teammates beautifully. And as soon as we got to those 5v5s, I don't think KT contested at any point. Unfortunately, also, I think a really rough game for Perfect in particular on the Rumble, not quite being able to make the impact that he has in the past there, but
for me, it was a bit Docdom not really being able to do anything of anything at all.
Also that, yeah.
He tried to build the physical damage, Kaiser as well, and I know there's a lot of magic damage on that team, but it just felt underwhelming, especially with the exceptionally low range. It's very difficult to get auto attacks off against these Azir compositions with so much AoE CC, but they don't get to play this draft again. We'll see what they cook up for us in game number 2. Time for a short break, then the space, and we'll be back.
커버해줘. 썼어. IQ 썼어.
먹은 거 같아?
먹어.
아, 먹었다.
땀 보는 거 어때?
땀 좋아.
누구인데?
땀 천천히 좋아. 아지를 걸리는 것만 조심해. 바이
바이 맞아. 레오나 노플.
나쁘지 않아.
나 그냥 타워 넣게. 이거.
다야만 조심해.
카이사 노플. 갈리 노플.
난 바이오 볼게.
깔끔했다. 아지로 오면 끝날 듯. 나이스.
You say you're not afraid to die, but take off the armor around your chest. What's left inside? Lying, licking your blade. Do you really bleed if it washes away? Take a ride, rough as you can. marks cut through the skin.
Hello and welcome to the space. I am Valdez. Digon not here today. I am joined today by, of course, Ox and Wolf. And we just had KT up against Hamalife Esports in a first game bout. How did you guys feel about that game in general, starting off?
I mean, I feel like KT had moments where it felt like they definitely could pull ahead, but some fumbles towards the end, and HLE, we're kind of seeing that form that we'd hoped to see at the start of the season. Their first series wasn't as convincing, but yeah, definitely showing what this team can do.
We've definitely had some draft fumbles so far here in our first week of LCK Cup. I really want to talk about the end of this draft. The Silas pick we got really excited for, but they ended up locking Azir instead, which is totally fine. Zeka's good at Azir now. But when we got to the end of this draft, they left open all of these picks. The Leona in particular, I was a little bit surprised to see. Then they first picked the Rakan. I thought maybe they were going to be angling for the Leona themselves to play Leona Ezreal, because it's really good into the Vi dive. That setup there can buy a lot of space. And then the Leona got locked in, but instead of locking the Ezreal, knowing that Xayah would be on the other side, they locked Kai'Sa, which is known to be countered by Xayah in a 1v1 scenario. And I really feel like they could have just gone Ezreal Leona, one of the strongest Ezreal lanes, and take that away and have a lot of really great follow-up for this Vi composition. Instead, they went for the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, and also one of the big issues I have with this is we've seen Xayah really struggle when teams have like an Aurora, you can't do much, or when they have like multiple ways to engage. It can be really hard because you can ult one, you can't ult them all. But the problem is I look at this composition and like you have Cleanse for the Leona, and then Kai'Sa, Galio, and Rumble are all conditional on that initial engage. Like if Vi ults you, everything follows up. But if you just Xayah ult the Vi, you don't get hit by any of that.
Yeah, it really felt like one of the games where the Xayah felt good, especially when you're going a little bit too deep. Way, you know, he's really got some great spark. He's got a lot of mechanics down. He had a fantastic solar flare before this fight, but went a little bit too deep, went a little bit too challengers, forced fights, and it kind of went awry here.
I mean, when you see some of these fights, too, like you can see KT almost be able to turn them around. They wish they had the equalizer they used on that way engage earlier. Now they don't. But it's stuck down on a Kai'Sa, and he's just not going to be able to offer consistent damage. That's not what this AD carry does in these types of situations. So you have HLE just able to all walk away with low health bars because what's a Galio going to do? He can't kill them. Kai'Sa can't kill them. And this pick just really didn't work out at all.
I feel like the comp was really magic damage heavy as well. And especially like going into things like the Jace who's going to build quite bulky can be problematic. Also the Xin Zhao, you know, he's just going to be able to negate so much damage. It felt like in that fight there, they were on the cusp of being like, oh, we can find this, but they just ended up overcommitting, not really being able to follow through.
Yeah, I feel like there was a world as well where KT, if they were a bit cleaner and they found angles to pick champs that weren't the Xayah, they could have continued to find some angles, but they didn't quite do that. They got pretty far behind, and the Otacon was started here by HLE.
Yeah, so this we kind of want to talk about because we've seen a lot of Voracious Otacon buffs now, and it kind of feels like when teams get them, the use case isn't always like optimal. Like I feel like this fight from HLE, particularly like Zeka used a Q quite badly, missed everyone with it, wasn't getting that much value from the soldiers, so they end up losing the fight quite badly. And it kind of just shows the power of this buff, that even though they can lose this fight pretty decisively, like the fact that you have the reses, the fact you have the tempo advantage, you're still coming out ahead. But it does kind of beg the question, like, once the buff becomes active, I feel like some teams are like, we just have to fight now, immediately. I think you could have got more value than this out of it. Even though it's still favorable, I think they could have done more.
Yeah, I think they could have, like with Baron, the early Baron takes we've seen in the past, you can be happy to secure the buff, leave, and then get more value out of those reses later on the map. I think we're seeing a lot of teams just go straight down into mid as well when they're when they have the buff, and they just try to dive the inhibitor turret and end up dying, giving that gold over, tossing their buffs away. I think we can see more aggressive side laning, because if you collapse on a side laner, they die, not a big deal. They usually have teleport anyways. They end up giving over a little bit of gold. You don't have to just go in as 5 and go, we got a res, we're going and we're making it happen. I feel like LCK teams aren't really using this buff efficiently right now. I think we'll start to see that change in the coming weeks.
I think though also it does kind of raise an issue with it. It's just how strong it is. They are, I feel like, using it pretty badly and still coming out ahead in terms of the play. Like with Baron, we've seen teams secure Baron and then just it really amount to nothing because of bad usage, because you lose a fight. It feels like it's really hard to truly punish a team who get this buff. Unless you're like 5-0 them, they're still going to come out ahead. Mostly because of the tempo advantage, because, you know, even if you trade like 2 for 5, 2 people are off the map for those entire death timers.
Yeah, I'm brought back to the first day when we did the season opener. We asked some of the players, and they were like, it's worth it to all die diving a turret just for the 80 carries flash with this Voracious Otacon buff. And it feels like, yes, with how strong it is, it does feel worth it, but also you don't have to do that. But it does feel like that's kind of the mindset, and a lot of our players are like, we must go crazy now, and we're going to dive them. We're going to go totally solo queue, and, you know, for better or for worse, I think the buff is very strong.
Yeah, it may be worth to get the 80 carries flash, but you could get more than the 80 carries flash. You could think bigger.
I want to see a draft here where the second half is a little bit stronger from KT Rolster moving into the second game. I think they really fumbled there at the end, picking up the Kai'Sa. They could have won that first game.
They absolutely could have, but it did not go their way. Homolife Esports back on top here for now. We are done. Let's send it back to Atlas and Chronicler for the cast.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great breakdown, and I agree. I think this Voracious Otacon buff thing, I guess we just call it Otacon at this point, right? We don't really need to say which one it is.
We can also say you have Pro Otacon and Solo Queue Otacon.
No.
No?
No, it's just Otacon.
But the other one is also real, because that's every single game in Solo Queue. That's the one that people see out there.
Yeah, but we're not watching Solo Queue. This is the LCK Cup. It's just Otacon, man. It's just different in pro than it is like when you play at home.
That's what I'm saying. It's pro and solo queue.
Yeah, so it's still Arakan. It's just still, there's just one.
But there's two.
There's just one. There's the solo queue version of the one, and then there's the pro version. We're watching pro right now.
Yeah, that's two separate entities.
Yeah, but they're two separate games.
Ah, that's what you're getting at.
Yeah.
No.
All right. We're into draft. I was right. It's fine. We can just continue. Having a look now at the potential bans to come through here. I imagine one of them will be Ascana, and the rest of them could be other champions. We'll see whether Varus and Ashe will be left up this time around, whether there's going to be something else these teams are going to be taking away.
Red side, Skarner ban feels like a must. Corki might be picked this time around, now that we have gotten a good amount of champions taken off the board, as there is the Skarner ban. No shocker there.
Nope.
Varus, Ashe, most likely going to remain on the ban list, although KT can opt to leave the Ashe open now and then pick it later. Kalista is another. I think Varus, Ashe, Kalista really are kind of the trifecta of top tier 80 carries at the moment. So we see those banned very consistently.
Yeah. See what this next ban is going to be. Something like an Aurora could sneak through. Corki ban feels like a throwaway to me. But they are still going to get rid of it. It's flexible, I guess you could say. Kalista, let's just not talk about the Corki. It makes us sad, right?
I don't think it's ban-worthy necessarily with the level of success that it's had, but teams are clearly still respecting it.
Yeah. It might be that good old BDD has something in mind for a potential mid lane champion.
Yone
want to have to deal with a Corki.
It might be a Yone first pick, and maybe that's why they don't want to leave the Corki open. Yeah, the Poppy, this is signaling Yone to me. Also, because you can't let Honma play Yone. I feel like that is very obvious with Zeus and Zeka on the same team. So the question then becomes, do Honma Live ban it here? Because it does feel very telegraphed as that being what is going to be first picked here for KT. And then you can even follow up with something like the Sejuani or the Nidalee. Really, I think you're happy with either side of that. And Cuz can play both very well. It's going to be the Sejuani ban. Should be the Yone to come through here. And then we'll see what the answer from Honma Live is going to be.
Yep. It's Ashe and something, I would assume. We'll just have to see what the priority is going to be for Peanut. He can also take away one of these, like Cassante is another big
Ashe.
one. Yeah, Cassante Ashe. That's a lot of value that you're getting for the red side, right? And this is what we've been seeing is predominantly the first picks have come out on top, but when you get two really big picks, based on the bans that you've thrown out, it does work out very well.
I was actually thinking it was going to be Nidalee Renekton, because it's perfect Renekton, cuz Nidalee. But with the Yone secured, I like Ziggs. I think securing Ziggs here is definitely a solid call. Means that you can, both in a lane swap scenario and in a lane scenario, completely mitigate a lot of what makes the Ashe oppressive.
Yep, Ziggs and Bessa sounds pretty good to me, and that is what they're considering for now. It allows Cuz to play basically anything. It means that, you know, when these bans come through of like the Zyras, the Nidalees, things like this, you're not as worried because if your top side is physical, you've got a Ziggs. So you're actually still kind of sorted as far as magic damage is concerned. So that Ambessa will be locked in, and Zeka is just going to insta-lock an Akali. You love to see it.
So if he pulls out his own skin...
Oh, he 100% is.
Which I hope he does. Gonna play... We have seen the Akali more and more as a counter into the Yone. Counter is loosely used here, obviously, because it still very much is a skill matchup, but the amount of burst that she has can be threatening even for something that feels as deceptively tanky as the Yone. Jungle bans feel most likely here. You can ban away, well, the Maokai is one, although I really don't think Maokai is that good as a jungler anymore. I think he's strong as a champion because tanks are strong, but...
Yeah, I think they've identified the fact that there isn't a tank yet on KT's side, so I wanted to limit the options, I guess. That's the only reason that I can really get to. As Wukong, of course, one of Peanut's favorites from back in the day, and has come back to some popularity, is going to be removed. I feel like we get junglers locked in way earlier, most often.
Yeah, we're setting up for some weird junglers. It's going to be like Peanut Ivern or something.
Oh, that'd be very...
Zyra is another high prior one that is still up. That way you could see either one go to, but the Zyra hasn't actually been that successful, and it is going to get banned away. And I'm seeing Peanut's face think something silly is about to be played here in a little bit.
The Peanut Lee Sin.
Nidalee is
That
still
comes
open.
back.
And you don't ban Nidalee if you're KT, because if Peanut's playing Nidalee, I think you're feeling great.
Yeah, and there's like, I don't think like Cassante is enough setup for a Nidalee. Akali is 0 setup for a Nidalee, and I guess the Ashe can provide some value there, but I don't think you're worried about Nidalee at all. Especially with, you know, the mid jungle being double AP, just doesn't really feel that much of an issue. Delight, thinking about the Rel, that will give them a whole lot of engage opportunity.
It's also Delight, so we're always on board with this.
Oh, Peanut counterpick as well. That means that we are cooking. It's a Zac. It's a Zac angle, isn't it?
Oh,
wait, we got both of the Zac players.
We actually, the only 2 Zac players in the world,
In
outside
the
of
world!
Broken Blade are both here. Oh, don't blind Blitzcrank.
There is no way he does that.
That's a good one.
Tee-hee.
Yeah, big Tee-hee.
Oh, Morgana's kind of fun.
Way flexing the chip. This could also be...
Yeah, this could be Cuz.
We don't know just yet.
Cow jungle!
This is the most well-rounded. This is the accepted soft counter into the Rel. You're able to interrupt some of her combos. Alistar is a great disengager as well, but what they need is engage. I would love the Amumu. I actually
give me the Amumu.
Because the issue with the Ivern for me is that it feels like you really want hyper carries with Ivern. Double AD carry, there's a reason why that was the main comp that we saw it with. The Nidalee is... that's not the one I was hoping for.
Yeah, that's less
So-
I would have preferred the Zac. Give me the blobs.
No, I think that especially like when you're playing something like an Akali.
Oh, it's the Peanut Lee Sin. Let's go.
I think KT have a lot of angles. I don't love this one. The issue with me is that Viego has not been that strong, and he feels so reliant on always being able to get the first kill in a fight. Outside of Ashe, killing anyone on Hanwha is a nightmare, because they're either insanely mobile and slippery and hard to lock down, and actually killing them is going to be really tough, or they're Cassante or Rel.
Yeah.
And then obviously Viper is the one standout, but Viper, given his positioning, I don't think is going to be really Edward. Now, if KT are able to snowball, this composition is insanely impressive, but I really do not love the end of their rotation. We'll see if they're able to play it out, because has built up a reputation as one of our best Viegos, was insanely strong at that champion. I think it was in KT 2023 when they were running the LCK in summer. Remember him having a ton of games. It was Sejuani and Viego that he was really excelling at, but that's an explosive jungle matchup. Both of these 2 junglers can really run away with games if they get an early lead, but I think for Cuz, it's a little bit more important he gets it early, because the kick utility is always going to be there, but for Viego, if he doesn't get his resets, feels like half a champion.
Certainly does. Doctom was a decent Ziggs player when he was back in the LCK prior to this as well, and we'll see whether he has gotten better at it as well. I think that he had a very forgettable game on the Kai'Sa's going to need a bit of a bounce back here in this one as well, but a tough ask against an HLE that are looking far more like themselves here today. Let's jump into the rift. There it is. That is Zeka's skin. I do really like how Project Ashe also looks kind of like a DRX 2022 skin.
Yeah.
I feel like you get a bit of that synergy there. It's perfect and surrounded, guys.
Isn't there also, I'm not crazy, right? There is an Ashe 2022 DRX skin.
There is. That's
There's
the barrel
barrels,
one.
yeah.
But this is the, it's
No,
like
it's
you get an
Project.
AD carry version and the support version.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of.
If only we could play double Ashe.
Man, KT's ganking their own top laner. That's what it felt like to me for a second there. I'm okay, guys, I promise. As HLE will be able to successfully find themselves a lane swap. As you can see, KT actually pretty okay with how this one's going. Already, shout out to Orcs, of course, on the desk. He's at least happy about Doctom's skin choice, because he has gone for the Pool Party Ziggs. As Viper and Delight will get a flash out from Perfect. Oh, man. Already putting them on the back foot here just a little bit. As BDD doesn't find the first Q. Oh, goodness me. It's all going downhill.
Perfect struggles, unfortunately, continue, because that makes a possible level 3 dive way more threatening. Because Delight is the only CC that would be available, right? Peanut this time is not playing a jungler as CC, just damage. But the setup for Delight is so much easier if Perfect does not have his flash, because you can just go for the Q buffer into flash, stun him, and then get the CC chain from there. We'll have to see. The one upside for KT is that they have one of the best turret pushers in the game that is just going to obliterate waves and try to apply as much pressure as possible. And again, my expectation is that Peanut is just, based on his pathing, running straight to that top lane after that flash is forced.
Makes a lot of sense. Be able to take that one down.
Yep. This is as expected when that flash was... You see the wards there? I don't know if it's going to matter.
Yeah, I feel like Perfect is going to see it, and then it's a bit of a now what scenario. As Delight already moving forward. Peanut knew that that ward was there, as Perfect is committed to being underneath this turret. Let's see how much experience he can actually pick up. As the safeguard gets Peanut in there, he survives for a little bit longer, but that's beautifully tanked from Delight. And yeah, we saw that coming from about as far away as you can.
Exactly what we talked about as well. It doesn't even need to flash. Just sets up the CC chain, easy as that. Perfect gets caught.
Oh dear, BDD dashing forward and has to flash to get out of the way. The Unbound Soul going to come on through. BDD is looking for whatever he can in this minion wave. But so far, it is all HLE all the time in this game too.
Only one of the benefits is Cuz, who has just been happily farming away. He's going to try and look and steal away this Wolf camp, but definitely is going to be pretty substantially behind when it comes to the CS. But he's going to take that. He got flash in mid, which means that BDD needs to play way more respectful. Hasn't gone for the back, so he's just sitting in that lane. And yeah, he has Resolve Tree and Doran's Shield, but Zeka just needs to get to 6, right? Most of the Kali's lanes kind of revolve to getting to that point.
Ooh, okay, Peanut looking for an angle here as Zeka does backflip in once again.
If they both hit their skill shots, he would have been dead.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, neither of them did, but they don't really have to. Peanut's going to get the Krabby here. And we'll see if he backs now or first does another top side clear to keep the cooldown of those camps up. Cuz is quite strong right now, but like can't really do anything with it. I guess they're going to try and play for Dragon, but I think Perfect might be the recipient of more struggle. And Zeus is just...
Oh, we're just going to back away from that one. Didn't want to watch the...
Well, let's be honest. He's going to be fine. Yeah. Zeus did not get punished at all. And there you go. Perfect. Not able to... And realistically, again, I don't think there's a way where he positions himself where he shouldn't die.
No.
I don't think there was anything.
It was very well played by Delight, though, to make sure that the Shattering Strike came in, so the free follow-up on the crash down was going to be there for the CC. But without Flash, like you say, it is real tough.
The only way you can outplay that is, yeah, if you're able to flash out of some part of the combo and then they have aggro. But they didn't have Flash, so nothing you can really do. And now Cuz is also being kind of pulled into this, where he needs to both give up parts of his jungle and then also cover. Like, he's just waiting here to make sure, and Peanut has already resumed farming his jungle. And it's not a huge time loss, but it's these moments that mean that Cuz can't pay attention to, for example, dealing with Zeka, helping out BDD, who got punished by that earlier gank. And now Zeka is sitting on a 10 CS lead, is going to get a free base off here as well. Doesn't even need to TP back to the lane, and basically got a free ride to level 6.
Yep. It's looking pretty good for HLE right now. And Zeka Zakali having a free ride through a mid lane. We've seen him in lanes that are very difficult in theory for an Akali be absolutely fine. And this is even more than that. Hits level 6, and so we'll have access to the perfect execution for the potential grub fight that is coming up in 7 seconds time. BDD should be able to get it off this next wave. He's very, very close. And so they will at least have mid lane ultimates for this. But BDD's, like, he enters lane and immediately is at half health.
That's ready. So Zeka uses the E to dodge away from the W. Still gets his damage off and then retreats into Shroud. With Wei trying to look for maybe a punish. Not going to be the case. This is what I expected. You have to try and play towards your stronger side, and there are a lot of people for Humble Life on the top half of the map. Because if they block this as well, which I think they can, I don't think he can, and he doesn't revolt yet.
He doesn't. He's going to have to flash to get himself out of the way. The ulti from BDD is just avoided by Zeka. Good stun from Cuz to get him out of the way, but the perfect execution is still going to be there. The flash from Zeka will get another kill for HLE, and now Wei is in trouble also. Peanut just fighting him, getting the cow out of there. And KT just cannot find anything in this game.
If this is a scrim, this is where you go, okay, guys, hey, let's...
yeah, let's go for a reset.
It's fine. Let's redo it. It's okay. Sorry, I know we have to go for champs. Everything that has gone, possibly could have gone wrong, has gone wrong. So they lost the Grubs. They lost the first dragon. Akali just got a kill as well.
And it's Zeka's Akali as well. Let's make sure that everyone understands quite how doomed that is for KT. This guy has certainly carried more difficult games than this on his Akali. Let's have a look at this one more time from Zeka's perspective. Dives forward. Immediately, he's over the wall.
Still has the E. Waits it out.
못 잡겠다.
And then they think he's going to disengage. Still has the second activation.
Didn't even need his empowered auto attack either. Yeah, he thought that he couldn't finish it at the beginning, but his muscle memory knew that actually he could.
Also, silent MVP there might be Viper, who actually got an ultimate off on Wei. Because if Wei joins that skirmish, maybe they get the counter kill on Zeka. Or at the very least, get something back, get some pressure. Don't allow them to then take the dragon, but Wei's not allowed to join the fight. And last game, felt like there was still a lot of gameplay for a good amount of time. I'm getting increasingly worried, Atlas, that...
Yeah, we haven't seen too much from KT just yet as far as game playability.
Or is that what they want us to think?
Yeah.
Oh, God!
Even the bouncing...
He arced it over! Okay, this is just...
Yeah.
That's...
All right, let's do a sandals check, shall we? HLE, 2/3 of a sandal and an entire one. They are very, very close to being able to walk comfortably in the sand. And that is very, very good for them. Headbutt Pulverize going to connect here onto Zeka. He has the ability to put down some clouds as
just me.
the Ziggs is just interrupted.
Like now he doesn't get... This is just...
Yeah, he also, like, that stun was like 3 seconds long because it was about as far away as possible here by Viper.
I'm not even playing the game and I'm tilted.
Yeah,
just
me
looking
too.
At this.
Oh, BDD missed a cannon as well. It's all over.
So what kind of sandals are we talking here? Are we talking like sporty, like slider style? Are we talking like...
No, I feel like just like kind of very old vibe, like leather sandals.
Like hippie type?
Yeah, hippie type. Yeah.
Socks?
Yeah, and super comfortable. Somewhat orthotic, you know. Just really takes care of your feet. And you don't even necessarily see them, you know? They don't really play that much of a role.
Yeah, we're not talking fashion.
Yeah, it's not fashion. They just they get the job done. They're comfy. They're good for everyday use. And HLE are about to repair them.
Are you a sandals guy?
No, I'm not. I can't wear them at all. I'm like a shoes and socks guy through and through.
So what happens if you do wear sandals?
I just, like, they fall off my feet. I'm thinking about it constantly. I just hate it.
Okay, the hailing part I get, but how do they fall off your, like...
Well, like, I don't know. Like,
It just
maybe my feet are bad.
You?
I don't know.
What do you mean your feet are bad?
Like, I can't just sandal comfortably.
No, okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Especially not flip-flops, or as we in Australia call them, thongs. I can't wear them.
No, but those I get. But I'm talking like the really thick orthopedic sandals. I feel like...
I mean, if they've got like the back strap on them, I can do it.
I'm talking...
But I mean, that's just a shoe in the end, isn't it?
Okay, I don't have time to get into this whole
All right.
with you.
Delay doesn't either, because he might just be dead. That's the first kill going over to KT. The first thing happening for KT in this game. They're going to be able to deny a sandal as well. There is still more sandals to be got. You know, there are other sandals in the ocean, or something like that. There's an analogy there. It was based on fish prior to
But there really shouldn't be sandals in the ocean, Atlas. That's a bad thing.
That is, but unfortunately, it's also true. You know, there's all sorts of things in the ocean these days. Zeus going to be dodged here, but Perfect, sorry, not really going to be connecting much of anything.
Even there, it's just the denial, because Humble Life did actually get the initial first grub. So they get the kill on the light, which is nice. Also going to BDD, which is a small glimmer of hope in this dark, sandalless world that KT have found themselves in. But that is not going to be enough by itself. Would have been really nice if they picked up the actual objective. They do still have a shot to fight, because we've been kind of doom and glooming. Let's be fair, it's still a surmountable gold lead. 20 seconds for the Hextech Drake, and that could be a turning point, Atlas. As we see here, Delight, he knows that there's a lot of people there. Just oversteps. Could have maybe looked for a flash there. Didn't do it. Didn't really want to give it up. And again, knows that the rest of his team can easily get out as well. This could be the breaking point, or point where KT finds their form.
The completion of a pair of sandals as well. As we can see, the availability of this Drake will be able to get HLE there. It's not going to be a Hextech Soul this time around. Could be a Cloud Soul though. That's pretty fun.
Nice.
Certainly some options for some fun things. As Viper keeping them at bay.
Stay within the patient.
Yeah, look at him. He's like, hang on. I think they know things. Moves his control ward.
Viper has his ult.
Guarantee that one
Light's
is
ready.
Oh, yeah, Shattering Strike comes in. Decent Pulverize to try and interrupt. As both supports taking so much damage. Mega Inferno Bomb looked like it did basically nothing. And Zeka, he's doing it again. 5-point strike into the back of the head of the Viego. That is going to confirm that kill as BDD looking for an option. Unable to get Delight there, unfortunately, as Zeka not going to go down to the Unbound Soul rebinding. And in the meantime, Peanut is still on the Dragon. He's back on the Dragon, as I think its health bar was lower previous to this.
He still has flash and kick.
He is still probably going to have to get out of there, as the public execution not quite going to work out. There is a flash forward from Perfect. Will get the kill onto the enemy jungler. Docdom is inside the pit as Zeus brings BDD in there as well and says, man, I kind of want to kill all of these guys. It's a beautiful amount of options. Viper very, very low, but still going to be able to finish off the kill against BDD. You can see Perfect is at least surviving in this one, as Zeus is so extraordinarily tanky. No Aftershock left here for Wei as the Crashdown connects. Viper offers over a bit of a volley there. Docdom is going to go down as Zeka, makes his return to the team fight. Doesn't have an ultimate, but he moves pretty quickly, and another 5-point strike secures yet another kill. 4-0 here for Zeka Zakali, and I don't think we need to say anything more about that.
That was so close to greatness for KT, and instead it's a disaster, Atlas.
It was an absolute roller coaster, though, so at least they're staying true to the team.
Wei doesn't have level 6. That's really what kind of sets up this fight to be very, very rough. Defensive ult from Cuz as well. That's how you know the Viego is cooked. But what happens here is that BDD almost gets the light as well. If he clips him there, I actually think that he kills him.
Yeah.
But he does do a lot. And then additionally, I want you to pay attention. KT is not relenting. 2 members are going out. Peanut is by himself. Just wait out the teleport button.
It was definitely very greedy.
Have to do that. And then here, Perfect actually is able to escape Zeka's wrath. That dash through him, which means the 5-point strike doesn't hit, ends up buying so much time because Zeka continues to chase, which makes this feel like slightly okay, but then Viper flashes out. The light is back, and Zeus is Cassante, and he is never dying. Allows the time for Zeka to return. And unfortunately for KT, it looks like the Dragon, at the end of all that, is still going the way of Hanwha Life, and Zeka gets, what, like 3 additional kills in that whole sequence. And he already was so fed, Atlas.
Oh, nailed the turret. There we go, nicely done there. From Viper, sending a message there to BDD. We're going to kill that turret at some point. So that's what I think Viper was saying. Perfect and Zeus now landing against one another. I think Zeus in such a good position, feeling very, very happy. Does have his first item to match that of Perfect, but also has the level lead. And he is just exceptionally tanky here towards his top side, pushing another wave towards this turret. And Ambessa has looked pretty broken in a lot of our games, but if she doesn't get a foothold, it does feel like she can be a bit lacking in a lot of these scenarios. But we'll see. Maybe Perfect can find an angle. 2 items is still very, very strong for this champion, and they have a lot of split push opportunity, right? Like, there's not a lot of matching them outside of, Zeka, because he's 4-0. Does have his first item done in that Storm Surge.
BDD is forced to go Hex Drinker, Atlas.
Oh no.
Hex Drinker, which is a great item, and I do think he kind of needs it to not just die in the side lane, but delays the play to the Rune King Spike by so much.
Now Peanut is looking for Wei as well, who does now at least have the Unbreakable Will.
That's nice.
He will need all of that, because if the will is breakable at all, it's definitely broken after the early stages of this game. coupled with what happened in the very first one.
Yeah.
3,000 gold, 3,500 gold here at 17 minutes is also nothing to scoff at.
I'm trying to find angles, Atlas. But
Yeah.
it might be a Sandals angle, just
Yeah.
And I feel like we've really exhausted that topic.
Well,
but
Magnus Storm
hey,
comes through, and it does troll Peanut there just a little bit, as does his kick. And in fact, Perfect's just like, I don't know what happened, but thanks for letting me live.
I don't know what the last time is that we saw Peanut's Lee. But I think it will
looks
be
similar to
it
this,
will
I'm
be
pretty
it will be
sure.
a long time before we see it again, Atlas. I'm making that prediction now.
And I think like if you're part of the old guard, I think a lot of you like see Peanut
like
pick the Lee Sin, and you're like, oh yeah, Rocks Tiger's Peanut, he's back, baby. Those sick mechanics was probably one of the most mechanically gifted junglers that we had about 10 years ago. And it's not about. It's not
literally.
Yeah. It's not quite the same as it used to be.
He just missed a kill on a stationary target and
then kicked him to safety. Yeah. It wasn't a stationary target, to be fair. It was actually the Magnet Storm pulling Perfect out of where that cube would have landed. But then the kick, I just can't explain. So I don't know.
I think you can. It's just Peanut.
Yeah. Sometimes you just want to press the kick button. And honestly, he's allowed to do that. It will not change how this game goes whatsoever. And VDD underneath his turret will be able to at least pick up that cannon. Might be able to go back and finish his Blade of the Ruined King as well, but feels a little too late at this point in time.
That's what I love about League of Legends, man, because Peanut, there's a very strong case to be made that he was the best LCK jungler throughout the entirety of last year.
Yep.
Right, and he has really high level competition in both Owner and Canyon, depending on what you value, where in the year you're looking.
Yep.
And then you see games like this, and you're like,
and he was having games like this last year as well.
He was.
But often they
Doesn't
would just
change our
win
opinion.
because like nothing can stop Peanut from like just making the play.
Well,
right? If he messes up, it doesn't affect him at all. He just goes for another one again.
The only thing it messes up is another man's hair.
Exactly. Well, yeah. Thanks for the reminder. It's all right.
Really,
it's growing out now.
I don't
I'm
often
immune.
get to catch you off guard.
Yeah.
Great.
All right. Viper does have his Phantom Dancer done now as well. The Ash sitting on 2 items. Can upgrade those shoes if you would like to as well. Probably not going to in the next little while. Okay, KT, I think they want to group up and try and find some sort of angle of attack. I think leaving someone in a side lane would be definitely good. Shadow Flame,
Atlas.
Storm Surge. Oh, God.
No, it's Shadow Flame, Storm Surge. Unending Despair is done.
Yeah.
Phantom Dancer is done for Viper.
Oh, dear.
It's all or nothing, KT. You have to get a kill in the first second of the fight. That's what we need here. Someone needs to die. Cuz needs to go berserk. Because otherwise, I don't think you're winning the fight. It needs to be an immediate blowout, but the sums are up. Like Viper has Flash and Barrier. Zeka has Akali with Summoners up as well. That's what we talked about earlier.
And now the Dragon is up and available, and KT do not want to give away Soul Point. And Arakan is towards the bottom side of the map here as well. KT do manage to get onto this Dragon pretty quickly, but I don't think we've seen the last of Peanut here as the Magnet Storm gets booted into the back of the pit. Delight taking a fair bit of damage. The Mega Inferno Bomb isn't the best, but the first kill does go over to KT. And ulti out is attempted there from BDD, but doesn't quite work. And now it's Zeka getting amongst it. He's going down so exceptionally low, though. Does get a second kill towards the end, but now it's Viper that's free hitting in the backline, and Zeus is going ballistic. Manages to grab the kill onto the cow, and yes, they managed to get the very fed Zeka. But at what cost, Chronicler? At what cost?
At a cost to Heavy the Bear, Atlas, because that is Soul Point going over to Hanwha. And it's the 1-2 we talked about. Yes, you get Zeka after all that, but he still got basically his full burst combo off. And Viper was untouched. He didn't even need to use sums.
They didn't even get to that part of the quest line, right? Like Viper was just doing whatever the heck he wanted.
We take a look here. Delight's engage is good, but very preemptive. There isn't actually a lot of damage follow-up, which makes this fight initially look a little bit dicey.
Oh, Zeka just flashed in on top of 3 people.
He did. And again, it doesn't matter because he still got the damage off that he needed to. And then you have Peanut, who is Lee with Conqueror stack, so obviously he's not at a threat. And Viper is just completely untouched throughout this whole fight because everything
I think
that
he
KT
took
had.
almost all of his damage from Dragon.
Yeah, and it was like, what, like 20% of his health?
Yeah. But that was the thing that was trolling Viper the whole time, is that there was a big old dragon in the way.
Wow, at least it is an Otacon. That would have been worse.
True. And we might see a fight around that one as well. Of course, HLE used it pretty effectively in the last game, although we still haven't quite found the perfect way to leverage this Otacon situation. Being able to get onto the buff first seems to be extraordinarily strong, though, because if you can get that smite down and then the enemy team is already committed, that is a recipe for success. Because even if you lose the fight, you don't really lose the fight, do you? It's kind of good. Okay, Viper throwing out some vision. He will be able to lock down this outer turret by the looks of things towards the bottom side of the map to only add to the size of their coffers. Already 4,000 gold. The lead should move up to about 5 as Peanut attempts something but gets pulverized in the meantime. Great ulti there from Wei, but I don't know whether it's quite what they want to be doing, right? That is a big cooldown to be invested, especially with Otacon up and available. Perfect with teleport at the ready. Is here in this top lane, just trying to be a split pusher, trying to make something happen. Not able to take down this turret, though, as we can see. Zeus is going to push him out of the area. 2 items versus 2 items. A cheeky little chain vest there on Zeus at the same time. And Peanut has just started this up. Zeka also able to roam down. Look at the vision. It is absolutely absurd for HLE, and it is 0 for KT. Cuz gonna have to face check something if they want to stop this, but already it's down to 50%. Teleport to come in from Zeus as well.
Octom's gonna have to ult.
Yeah, they do get vision of Otacon, but look, here's the
Delight!
The Magnet Storm from Delight into the backline is gorgeous. BDD tries to get out of there, but Zeus just goes all out and looks to destroy him. Peanut is going to be the first one to go down, though, but now Zeka, oh god, he just targets Doctom every time. Perfect lying on the floor as well, and look at HLE. They are just mowing them down. Zeka on about 100 health is still going to survive. They get themselves an ace, and they only have to sacrifice Peanut for it.
And they're happily taking that trade, Atlas. No problem whatsoever. I can't believe that fight was even remotely competitive. Delight catching them off guard here, able to get on top of BDD immediately. He needs to ult defensively. The big thing here is that Perfect zones Viper out of this fight. So a lot of the damage isn't initially there. Unfortunately, Zach also finds Doctom, so there also isn't a lot of damage. Nice flash for Viper there to ensure that Perfect doesn't get to drag him back into his team. Unfortunately for KT, it's nice little moments, but
yeah,
Humble Life is so far ahead, and now they're gonna get the buff. And we already kind of knew that it was not looking too hot, and now I think this game is well and truly cooked.
Yep. Viper as well has upgraded his sandals to Ultimate Sandals level 3, which feels absolutely fantastic.
Is that the official name?
Yeah, Ultimate Sandals level 3, yeah. That's just sort of the collective name for the sandals in general, as that is a dead Doctom once again. Zeka is going to miss, throws out the emote immediately. Perfect Execution is, I guess, not necessarily named exactly right in this instance, but it makes up for the mistake.
Was that emote a penguin playing Mahjong?
It's an emote he's used many times in the past, but I'm not entirely sure what it's exactly doing. Yeah. Either way, he is going to find that Shuriken backflip onto Wei as he eats some honey fruit. Ready as ever. And remember, this is an HLE all with Otacon buffs, so they don't even care about dying or anything like that. Wei, he certainly does, though, as the ulti from BDD is just mitigated almost entirely, and then he's thrown into the blender. The cow trying to hoof it out of there, but he's not going to be allowed to, and it's a double kill for Viper, who is undying in this game, by the way, in this series, I'm pretty sure. Yep. 6-0 and 8 now, as Peanut dives on forward, because, I mean, they are just a walking blender.
Can't get a reset, man!
Yeah, HLE are just making a smoothie while KT are attempting to play League of Legends. And Perfect gonna have to flash, but Zeka is just going to backflip his way out of there, and it should be Zeka being sent home, but it doesn't really matter, as the arrow is going to connect once again. Volley for the kill, and Viper now looking for even more, because he can. A teleport is now coming down as Doctom, he just desperately wants to be able to play the game, as Mega Inferno Bomb is going to send Viper out of there, and Zeka says, I'll take another one. And it's also Baron.
Hey, it's Baron, and so
True.
Don't forget.
Yep. They will be able to move on down there, collect that one. Zeka should be able to start it off and possibly even finish it here as Wei is going to get the bad news as Baron shrieks. And it is a big old purple buff here for HLE.
There is only a single decision left. And that is, do we vote for Viper or for Zeka?
It's a tough one. I'm thinking back to what was happening in game number 1 though, and oh man.
Right?
My recency bias is making this really difficult.
Well, so I'm leaning Zeka because I think in game 1 he also had a really good Azir game.
Yeah.
Was also deathless, and a couple of great shuffles.
Yeah, I think it's probably Zeka. And he also needs the redemption after his first match this week.
The Corki incident.
Yeah.
That did happen.
Or just the Genji incident. It's a little bit of all of those things. As we're having a look at the replay in live, we do have that Soul going down.
This is great use of the outcome buff, by the way, where you hard force a fight that you might not win, but then win it anyway.
Yep, and the free ride home there as well for Viper, making sure that he's not wasting any time pressing his recall button. And he's now legendary in this game with 17 out of the 21 kills that he's contributed to. I don't know, there's a really good argument here for Viper that has now been mitigated slightly as the ulti does come down from BDD, but the Magnet Storm, oh, delight. He just makes it impossible for KT to play the game. That is 10 kills now for this Ashe, continuing to rain the arrows down. Make it a triple here for Viper, and they are not done just yet. Moving now towards this inhibitor turret in the bottom lane. Zeka wanting to get in amongst it, and he'll be able to pull that wave. But I don't know, man. When Delight is on, he looks so extraordinarily good. We were missing this in their series against Genji as Doctom. That's a good use of the satchel, but it is way too late and definitely too little. As Perfect, he's not going to be able to stop this one from going down. First Nexus turret to fall. Second is sure to follow as that is an unofficial quadra there for Viper. Doctom setting up the satchel just so that he can hopefully keep himself alive. But the Nexus, it's not going to be so lucky. And HLE with a swift 2-0 here up against KT.
Swift 2-0, nothing to see here.
Absolutely.
Hanwha Life show us that reacting to a single series with too much fervor is not something that we should do. Because I think KT was expected to be definitely the underdog here today.
Yep.
I wasn't quite expecting this level of shellacking.
It was definitely the smashing. The other thing as well is that I felt like KT showed us some interesting drafts in their previous series, and yes, that was a close one against B&K, not something that you're really going to hang on your mantelpiece and be super excited about. But still, I felt like there was some hope there. Today, I think that almost the entirety of KT was just a bit underwhelming. But HLE, definitely looking fantastic, and as the captain of Group Baron, it is good to see them finally on the board after what was a difficult match against Genji earlier on. We are going to see them as our final match of the day and of the week up against B&K. It's going to be coming up relatively soon, but it is good to see. So 3-6 now is our group standings. Baron finally making it to half of what Group Elder have put together so far in our first week.
Hanwha Life doing their best to try and lead their team to at least even, because right now they are getting clobbered. Oh, yes. A 2-0 again. That's a big deal, because we are also, in case you are the losing team, which for them is pretty likely, and I know it's not realistic that Hanwha Life was ever going to be the one that drops out this group, but if you are in the losing group and you are the 10th place or the 5th place team
B&K
there,
also managed to take a game, right?
Yeah.
So the fact that they do manage to get a 2-0 and especially get a win. Getting a win is the most important part.
Really, I don't want to go too much in detail because that will just go back to the fact that Bro is not looking so hot and the Caspa Cup hype after week 1
I mean,
no longer there.
If it's a 2-0 for Genji, which a lot of us do expect then it's going to be B&K and Bro battling it for the wooden spoon.
The only team to immediately be knocked out of Caspa Cup.
Yeah, that's the one. The LCK Cup.
Sorry,
Bro
the
were not
LCK
knocked
Cup.
out of Caspa Cup.
Well, they did by winning.
Exactly.
They knocked everyone else out. Thank you for the correction. As we take a look at the game here, this really did feel like an everything diff. I think he was the only one that kind of looked okay.
And even then, if that's what we're saying looked okay, then things didn't look okay.
That's why, no, you literally see him ulting out, right?
Yeah.
You're trying to find a silver lining here. The one thing that does genuinely worry me though is like that Viego pick and that second rotation from KT. After what I felt, they open up really strong.
Yeah, I felt
that
so
does
too.
worry me a little bit because that is something that I think this team, even at their worst times, often has a way to try and find their style. It's very early on. We're still in week 1.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
their second series. We're not gonna, again, not overreact, but it is something that they're gonna have to take a look at because that Viego pick for me really fell flat. And because to me, to get to a BDD is what makes this team click if they do win games.
100%. As Wolf likes to say, it's the paper man not quite working out here, as you don't really offer too much frontline or anything like that. And when HLE just kind of have frontline in spades with both Delight and Zeus here being pretty much a brick wall, we saw it so many times where the fight sort of started off and the initial KT salvo of damage makes it feel somewhat competitive. But then, you know, the ducks get in a row for HLE, and there's just nothing left in the tank. And having a listen here, it's a happy Peanut, big smile on his face. Happy Delight as well, who had such a great game too. And HLE, I think, back on the horse, looking a whole lot better here in their second match of this week. We'll see whether that continues moving forward. 25k damage is most in the game here for Zeka Zakali. And I think he's probably going to get player of the match for this one.
Is my guess, but if it ends up being Viper, I'm not going to be upset either.
Yep.
Played
I
a
feel like
perfect
Zeus had a good
series.
series as well. Delight was also really good.
Yeah,
I think
Zeus
the only
was-
one that you don't give it to is Peanut.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I think Zeus had like the kind of false start at the beginning, but outside of that, like he with the Jace, because he started 0-2, but then he ended up being like 2-2 and
Yeah, and he was
15.
He was looking good, and the tank
yeah.
Jace variation that he tried was also really nice. But yeah, that's like 17, 1, and 13.
Yeah, it's
here
still
for Zeka on the day.
Hey,
not bad.
Well, he died once, and Viper didn't. So I'm gonna say if I
robbed.
voted for him.
Yeah, robbed.
Zeka is one of the coolest stories that we've had within the LCK, right? With his meteoric rise in 2022, and then kind of his reinvention over particularly 2023 from what felt like a one-hit wonder to now just objectively one of the best mids that we have in the LCK.
And also, you know, coming back from, you know, starting in the LPL as far as like starting his career is concerned, and now being absolutely fantastic. And do you know what the best part is? We get to hear from him. So let's throw it over to the interview with Zeka.
오늘의 첫 번째 매치 하나
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the first POM interview translation of the day. Joined by Zeka on the side of Hana Life Esports, who contributed to another win for Group Baron. It's a super soldier. Zeka, congratulations.
하나생명의
Thank
LCK
you.
컵 첫 승입니다. 기분 좋으실 것 같은데
This is your
승리
Hana
소감 들려주시죠.
Life Esports first LCK Cup win. How do you feel?
좀 다행인 것 같고 이제 바로
I'm just really glad that we were able to secure one win at least in week 1, and it's such a relief also to contribute to one win for Group Baron. And it looks like you guys had a pretty clean draft today. So what was the key point of your draft?
이제 저희가 이제 저번 대회 때 좀 많이 치고
First of all,
나서
I think
적극적으로도 피드백이 잘
after our
나왔던 것
last
같아서 좀 저희가 조합에 잘
loss,
맞게 싸울 조합이면 좀 싸울
we really
조합이면
wanted
약간
to prepare
사거리가
our
긴
draft
조합이면
well,
그래서
and
위에서 좀 잘
something
맞추는 쪽으로 뱀픽을
more longer range, and I think we really focused on the top side draft more this time around. And in game 2, as expected from an Akali skin haver, you really crushed it. And your Akali is so much smoother than other Akalis. So do you have any secret
아칼리가
tips
사실
and
뭔가
tricks?
I가 좀 생명이라고 생각해서
아칼리?
E를 좀
The
맞추고
life
못
of
맞추고
Akali is
있어서
really
못해 보이고
her
잘 보이고
E
좀
ability.
차이가 있는데 아까
And I
미드에서
think it really all
직수한테
depends
가만히
on
있는 걸
whether
E
you
못
hit the E or
맞춰가지고
not
좀 당황했었는데 좀
when it
E가
comes to
생명인 것
looking like a really good Akali. So I think that's really the key
중요한 것 같습니다.
for
자, 그리고 또
Akali.
무력 행사를 하면서 그 무력 행사 달성을 하면 신발을
And
업그레이드 할 수 있게
after
됐잖아요.
winning
근데
feats of
이
strength,
후에
you can
바로
upgrade your
업그레이드를 하는 선수도 있고,
boots. And
상처를
some
먼저
players actually
뽑고
prefer
업그레이드를 하는 선수가
upgrading
있더라고요.
their
제카
shoes
선수는
after
어떤
completing
것을
2 core
선호하시는지
items, and
그
some do
이유를
after
물어볼 수
3. So what is your
이게
preference
좀
on this,
라이너마다
and
좀
why?
차이가 있고 좀
I think it really
선택하는 이제 좀
depends
취향이 좀
on the
다르다
laners, the
생각해서
solo
저는 코어를 좀
laners,
띄우는 게
and
더
they
좋다고
all have
생각해서
different
코어를 좀 달리게 하는 것
preferences.
같아요.
But I think
그러면 제카
I
선수는
really
3코어를 좀
do
먼저 선호하시는 것
focus
같습니다.
more
그
on
이유가
core
있을까요?
items over boots. And what's the reason behind
그냥
that?
코어가 더 세다고 생각해서 저는 코어 달리기 하는 것 같아요.
I just think that core items
자, 그렇다면
make you
바로 그룹이
stronger.
오늘 하나생명의 승리로 3승을 찍기는 했지만요.
And with
아직
Hana
2배
Life's
차이가 납니다.
victory,
3대
Group
6이
Baron has hit 3 wins, but they're still behind by twofold. the score being 3 and 6. And owner yesterday said, "Yo, Baron Bros, we are just slow starters, right?"
한마디 해주시죠.
So what do you have to say to your teams? For the rest of the Baron teams, I'm so sorry. I think let's set this as our start and really work on our momentum from now on. Let's just start winning.
이제 1주 차고
And any message to all the fans?
많이 남았다 생각해서 이제 나머지 경기들
And this is only
팀들
week 1. There's a long way to go. So I really hope that Group Baron can really wire up and we can do even better from now on. And that's the end of the interview with Zeka and back to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. Great to hear from the player of the match, Zeka, as he did pick it up today. Only had 1 death, I think, in the 2 games, and that really just kind of showcased the way the series went. Extremely one-sided to the side of Hamalife Esports. Very different to what we saw against their match against Gen G. See some Viper votes in there, including you, Wolf.
Yeah, me and Media aligned, so maybe Media is starting to figure it out. I just thought Viper had an amazing game 1. His Zaya, without it, they couldn't have won that game, whereas it felt like more of a well-rounded team effort in the second one. His name's Viper, Year of the Snake, Year of Viper, maybe. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Viper vote's a pretty good one. I went for Zeka because it felt like game 2, he kind of just put the game on his shoulders and just kind of dumpstered on, specifically on Cuz and BDD, who I had really high hopes for this pairing together, and they haven't really... I mean, their first series was fine, but it was against BNK FairX, who they should be dumpstering, and this series, they kind of did get dumpstered by Zeka Zakali.
So you guys both went for kind of like punny comments, not exactly, but like kind of like interesting because, you know, You're the Snake, that's funny because it is the You're the Snake, and then Perfect Execution is the name of Akali's ult. Do you know how I got this skin? Says Chronicler in a Joker voice. I liked his the best. Sorry, guys.
I think that's kind of weird. Chronicler's a bit of a strange guy. I don't really know what he means by that.
I like when he just writes brackets in a Joker voice.
In a Joker voice.
I'm pretty sure the quote is scars.
Yeah, he doesn't say skin in the movie.
Yeah,
well, he might,
really
but not in
weird.
this
That
quote.
would be
Yeah.
really weird. But I guess scars are on your skin.
That is true. That's the super soldier we all know, says Helios.
True. I mean, he played Akali. Oh, Prince took yours to the next level.
Oh.
You and Prince, Ox, you got something going on there, a little connection.
Same brain cells, you know?
Yeah. Professor Viper, please take me in as your apprentice.
Yeah, this wasn't his quote. This was just, he actually messaged him. This was a appeal. He's like, please.
Leaked DMs, actually, directly from Cloud Templar. You were telling me that Super Soldier is actually Captain America, so not Viper, so... Or not Zeka, so...
Zeka to the new American region that's not the LCS, confirmed?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's not America. I was like, it's America, but it's the Americas.
I'll be driving the tank today. You know, the Hamalife Esports tank.
Oh, okay. It took me a minute to figure that out. I was like, because the Herald's not really a tank and it usually doesn't drive it.
No, not the Super Soldier.
The orange
super
tank.
driver. Yeah. Well, it's very interesting. I feel like the series really was just so one-sided and not, honestly, not that interesting. Like, Hamalife just kind of bopped them over the head. And so everybody didn't, you know, a little bit not amazing at their comments. They're pretty good, like pretty decent, but like no like bangers today.
I think the expectation is that KT is going to be obviously on the upper end of our teams. I think everyone knows that like HLE is going to be, expectation is going to be higher ranked than them in terms of where people expect them to finish off. But I think after HLE kind of got unceremoniously bopped by Genji, I think people think this might have been closer, and it just really wasn't.
Yeah, no. I thought there were some draft issues for KT, but let's talk about the gameplay a little bit, because this week I've been mauling about draft quite a bit, and I'm kind of tired of it at this point. Zeka here just completely outplays what is a very messy fight from KT. KT just looked all over the place. I don't know if it was nerves. I don't know what's going on. Wei is positioned right here as if he's level 6, but he's level 5, so he gets engaged on. And it's just a really easy cleanup here for Zeka and the rest of Hamalife Esports. It just felt like they weren't even playing, in some of these fights, LCK level KT. And we know they're capable of so much more, but it just felt like Zeka was like, I don't know, in a game against 5 solo queue players. And he's just like, well, I'm with a pro team, and I'm just going to get some resources and pop off.
And I feel like they don't have the best tools for dealing with the Akali. I don't think they've had a comp that like gives them every single solution you need for a pick like this. But I also think they did kind of a rough job of it. And Zeka just kind of has free reign in all these fights to just charge around. And I feel like the limiting factor was like how quickly he could get around the fight to just kill people. Like there, he's chasing down a target towards the bottom of the fight. But he'll come back up, he'll find someone else to kill. And that is really the only reason he didn't get more kills in this game, because at no point did it really look like he was that threatened until later in the game. And then they got the Voracious buff and, you know, he's not threatened still.
Noctum, you know, he didn't look that comfortable on Ziggs, but he's playing Ziggs into Akali. They didn't have a great front line for him. They didn't have a lot of setup for him, you know, and BDD was super far behind early just from the laning phase alone and was put down early, was being denied farm, lost his flash early. Even though Peanut's mechanics didn't look amazing, he was at the right place at the right time in the early game, so really put them behind, and his composition just becomes so difficult to play out. I want to see Duckdown play, you know, an 80 carry that can front to back, that one that scales. I'm not saying he has to play Aphelios, but something like that, you know, something that suits his playstyle, what he's been successful in his career with. Maybe not the Kai'Sa, maybe not the Ziggs, you know, maybe something a little bit more cleanup oriented.
Yeah, I mean, also, if you are going to play the Ziggs, I think you need to set up the composition better for it. I feel like the Viego felt so out of pocket, you know, didn't really have the setup for that pick. And then it's like you have a Viego who wants setup so you can get the momentum. Then you also have a Ziggs who wants setup so you can land his ult and stuff. And you're into a comp where like Lee Sin and Akali are so mobile. You know, if you don't have something to pin them down reliably, you're not going to have a good time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a pretty interesting discussion, you know, about Fearless as well, where we saw so many jungle bans and it was like, oh, Cuz just kind of has to go to comfort on the Viego, doesn't really fit, and leaves them in a rough spot. We are taking a look at the standings. So Hamalife Esports do get a win here for themselves and for Group Baron. And KT also will fall to 1-1 down there. Actually tied for last place in Group Elder just because everybody's playing so well over there.
Yeah, we have Genji playing later on this evening, so, you know, with the expectation that they will likely win, so it'll probably move up to 7 wins, but anything could happen, obviously. I feel like, you know, right now for Baron, you're feeling like it's pretty doomed, so you really need to just win your games and get towards the top to where you're safe.
Yeah, you don't want to get knocked out. So I wanted to have a little discussion as well about, you know, Genji versus Hamalife Esports versus KT. Genji is going up next up against BNK. I think they should definitely take that win. Genji looked so strong against Hamalife Esports, but now Hamalife Esports, did they just have a bad day against Genji, or are they just not nearly as good as Genji because Genji are on a totally different level? And where does that leave KT now after they got just bopped by Hamalife Esports?
I think even though KT beat BNK FairX, they dropped the game and it wasn't like fully convincing. I think my expectations were higher for them, and particularly this mid-jungle combo I hope would be really strong. So I think they are underperforming. I think HLE did underperform against Genji. I think that's an absolute fact. But Genji were a team who are good enough to punish them in that manner. And obviously, if you're playing against a bad team and you're underperforming, you're still able to win. But if you're playing against Genji and you underperform, you'll just get wiped out. So I think it's kind of, you know, HLE underperformed there, KT are underperforming generally, but Genji are real deal.
I think KT looked best last year when they played all together, when they were super confident, and they haven't gotten their confidence back with this new roster. Duckdime hasn't really gelled with this team just yet, so I'm hoping that Kespa Cup can kind of be like a blemish on the start of their 2025, and then by the time LCK rolls around, they'll actually be ready, and that synergy will be there. Because right now, it's been a little bit disappointing, and I think they're just on a very, very much lower tier than Hanwha, who's on a lower tier than Genji.
Oh, you mean LCK Cup can be a blemish? Because you said Kespa.
Oh, yeah, LCK Cup, yeah.
Just to clarify.
Well, at the end of the day, we do know that Genji is very strong. Hamalife Esports up towards the top as well. We'll see where KT goes. You know, maybe some growing pains for them with their new roster. But either way, guys, we do have Genji versus BNK up next. And first, we'll take a break. We'll see you afterwards.
일단은 경기를 하는 선수 입장에서는 경기를 많이 할 수 있게 돼서 좀 좋은 것 같고요. 이번 곧 다가오는 LCK컵이 좀 되게 새롭게 피어리스도 밴픽이 들어가니까 그런 부분도 좀 기대되는 것 같습니다.
제가 LCK를 좀 오래 했다고 생각하는데 그때 동안 항상 똑같은 방식으로만 하다가 이제 새로운 방식으로 한다는 소식을 듣고서 뭔가 새롭고 재밌고 더 잘해보고 싶다는 마음이 드는 것 같습니다.
고인물은 썩기 마련이라고 변화는 좋은 거라 생각하고요. 새롭게 바뀌어서 또 새로운 시작을 하는 느낌이 들어서 신선하고 재밌을 것 같습니다.
항상 롤이란 게임이 게임 내에서도 변화가 자주 일어나는 게임이다 보니까 이렇게 리그 자체에서도 변화를 주는 것도 상당히 긍정적으로 다가올 것 같아요.
경기 많이 하는 거 진짜 좋다고 생각하고 하는 사람도 그렇고 보는 사람도 그렇고 많으면 많을수록 재밌으니까 그런 점은 되게 좋다 생각합니다.
챔프 폭이 진짜 많이 넓어야 되겠구나 이런 생각 좀 많이 했던 것 같고 이제 세 번째 경기 정도에 가면 정말 대부분의 메타 챔프를 못 쓰는 좀 그런 경우도 좀 많았던 것 같아서 좀 생소한 챔피언들 좀 많이 보실 수 있지 않을까 생각하고 있습니다.
일단 되게 좀 챔피언들이 여러 가지 나올 것 같아가지고 일단 그 부분은 되게 많이 크게 바뀔 것 같고요. 그 전 시즌이랑 좀 3세트까지 가면은 완전 좀 새로운 챔피언 이런 것들 나올 것 같아서 좀 재밌을 수도 있을 것 같아요.
이제 저희가 지금 스크림을 보통 피어리스로 진행을 하거든요. 뭔가 생각보다 엄청 색다른 픽은 나오진 않는데 그래도 3세트까지 가면은 무조건 이제 평소에 보지 못했던 것들이 나올 만해서 그런 게 좋은 것 같아요.
CL에서 이미 하드 피어리스로 그 경험을 이미 해봤기 때문에 제가 피어리스 쪽에서는 선배지 않나 하는 마음이 있습니다.
색다른 챔프들이 많이 나와가지고 재밌는 것 같고 워낙 정글이든 탑이든 어느 라인이든 나오는 챔프만 나오는 게 대회다 보니까 많이 보시는 분들도 식상할 수 있었을 것 같은데 피어리스로 되게 재밌게 보실 수 있을 것 같아요.
스킨 이름 때문에 탈론을 보겠습니다. 제가 아케인에도 봤는데 안배사가 떠오르는 것 같아요. 안배사가 잘 떠오르는 것 같아요. 왜냐면 아케인에도 최근에 나왔었고 안배사가 가장 먼저 떠오르는 것 같습니다.
카타리나 예전에 제가 모스트 1이었어가지고 아마추어 때부터 카타리나를 좋아합니다.
다리우스요.
딱 녹서스 하면 딱 다리우스가 생각나네요.
저는 녹서스 하면 다리우스가 제일 먼저 생각나는 것 같아요.
사실 솔랭에는 그 수많은 무리민들이 많아가지고 사실 다리우스 정도는 굉장히 상위권에 속하는 그런 픽이라고 생각합니다.
다리우스 골픽을 하더라도 잘한다면 아무 문제 없죠. 못하면 이제 거기서 살짝 되는 건데 잘하면 문제 없습니다.
저는 그냥 다리우스 장인인가? 이 생각이 제일 먼저 드는 것 같고
그건 좀 싫을 것 같아요. 아무래도 챔피언이 좀 단순하고 둔하다 보니까 지금 메타에는 좀 안 맞지 않나 그런 생각을 좀 하고 있어요.
그때는 사기였어가지고 그때는 정상 참작이 되는데 요즘은 절대 안 됩니다.
시스템적인 변경이 이번에 되게 많아가지고 뭐 예를 들면 타워 데미지도 좀 세지고 좀 빠르게 게임이 진행되는 그런 걸 좀 느끼실 수 있을 것 같습니다.
일단 타워가 바뀌었는데 옛날 타워랑 뭔가 좀 많이 바뀌어서 좀 처음에는 좀 적응하는데 좀 시간이 필요했던 것 같아요.
미니언 웨이브를 건드리면은 게임이 진짜 많은 게 뒤바뀔 수 있다고 생각해서 개념 같은 것들이 초반 미니언을 좀 손을 본 거 그게 제일 클 것 같아요.
아무래도 무력 행사가 결국 후반 가면은 이제 풀템 다 띄울 텐데 무력 행사를 얻는 쪽에서 신발 강화를 할 수가 있어가지고 당연히 이제 아타칸도 중요하긴 한데 뭐 무력 행사 먹은 쪽이 당연하게 또 아타칸에서 더 셀 거고 그래서 첫 번째로 무력 행사가 가장 중요하지 않나라는 생각이 있습니다.
사실 이번에 이제 꽃 같은 게 많이 나오더라고요. 꽃 같은 게 경험치를 정말 많이 주어가지고 이제 뭐 라인전을 강한 걸 바탕으로 때리다 보면 꽃을 좀 많이 먹게 되어서 꽃이 중요한 것 같고
아타칸을 중심으로 교전도 많이 일어날 것 같고 효과도 좀 사기라고 생각돼가지고 그걸 이용한 것들로 이제 좀 재밌는 상황이 많이 나오지 않을까 싶습니다.
그 부활하는 아타칸이 있거든요. 그게 좀 많이 중요하지 않을까.
탐식의 아타칸 효과가 수호천사의 효과 비슷한데 전 이게 너무 밸런스가 붕괴될 정도로 안 맞는다고 생각을 해서 이걸 그대로 가져온다면 되게 너무 중요할 것 같고
가엔 효과 붙어있는 아타칸이 있는데 그게 좀 되게 사기인 것 같아가지고 되게 중요한 변경점인 것 같아요.
저인 것 같습니다. 그래도 제가 베테랑 편에 속하고 또 다양한 픽들도 많이 해봤기 때문에 제일 뭔가 적응이 빠르지 않을까 뭐 이런 생각하고 있습니다.
피엔 선수가 좀 오래 많이 하다 본 선수니까 옛날 챔피언도 많이 엄청 잘하는 선수라고 생각해서 다양한 챔피언들을 잘 활용할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
랩터 선수라고 말하고 싶네요. 일단 아타칸이라고 새로운 그 오브젝트 생겼는데 그 부분에 대해서 되게 컨트롤을 잘 해주는 것 같아가지고 랩터 선수로 하겠습니다.
영준이 이제 스펀지 선수가 동선이나 그런 좀 머리 굴리는 거를 엄청 잘해요. 그래서 스펀지 선수가 적응을 진짜 빠르게 잘 할 것 같아요.
룰라 선수 하겠습니다. 저를 뽑겠습니다. 왜냐면 LPL에서 뛰어보았어가지고 이제 LPL 템포가 좀 빠르거든요. 그래서 제가 좀 잘 적응할 수 있지 않을까 싶습니다.
표식 선수? 아무래도 창현이 형 같은 경우에는 뭐 월주 우승 경력도 있고 뭔가 그 아타칸이라는 새로운 그 오브젝트가 나왔잖아요, 이번에. 약간 게임의 판도를 뒤집어 놓을 수 있는 그런 오브젝트라서 두뇌 회전 같은 게 되게 빨라야 된다 생각하거든요. 뭔가 그런 과정 속에서의 움직임 같은 게 표익 선수가 제가 봤을 때는 가장 좋은 것 같아서 표익 선수인 것 같아요.
클로저 선수가 이제 되게 PFX 때부터 뭔가 되게 교전도 잘하고 뭔가 라인전도 잘하고 되게 한타 때도 잘하는 모습 많이 보여주었어가지고 뭔가 그 박치기 공룡이 이제 이미지가 이제 또 저희 팀도 뭔가 그렇게 따라가지는 것 같아가지고 또 되게 교전 한타 기대해 볼 만한 것 같습니다.
BDD 선수가 가장 빠를 것 같은 게 KT가 좀 예전부터 교전을 좋아했어가지고 또 그 중심에는 BDD 선수가 있었다고 생각해서 좋게 생각하고 있습니다.
민석이 같은 친구가 이 친구는 템포를 굉장히 잘 올리는구나 라고 생각이 들었는데 또 이렇게 템포가 올려진다고 하니까 뭐 민석이가 잘 적응할 것 같기도 하고 기대가 되는 친구인 것 같습니다.
저희 그냥 5명 전체 다 제일 잘 적응할 수 있을 것 같고 또 교전하면은 저희 팀이 꿀리지 않는다고 생각해서 다 너무 잘할 것 같아요.
Taste the pain and dream. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK Cup. This is the final match for this week. B&K taking on Gen G. An uphill battle, one could say, for B&K FearX as they go up against the undefeated team here left in the LCK. Gen G also looking just kind of ridiculously good in their match against HLE.
Yeah, I'm worried, Atlas. I'm worried because the previous matchup, in case you didn't catch it, was KT. It was a quick 2-0, nothing to see here, but not in favor of them.
Yeah.
And on paper, that one I could see angles. For this one, I've looked into the crystal ball. I've tested the waters. I've done the. I don't see it. We need to see an unprecedented miracle to not have Gen G just take a swift lead here and further put Group Elder up in the LCK Cup.
Yeah, it will be 3-7 if they are able to pick up a victory here, but B&K with the ability to make it a 4-6, keep it a bit interesting here in the LCK
That's the
Cup.
dream.
That is indeed the dream, but we'll see whether that is going to come anywhere near reality.
Why would you
Yeah.
Why would you bring this up? We're trying to hype.
Well, I mean,
I'm joking.
Well, I mean, I
Talk
think
about
you do need to be a little bit honest about how this one's going. A 13-match losing streak and a 16-game losing streak against Gen G. This shows just how one-sided this is.
Not won a single game. In the modern era of Gen G, which has obviously been absolutely demolishing the LCK.
That is like 8 best-of-3s.
Yeah.
Like in a row.
Not a game.
That's pretty ridiculous. We have to remember back to the fact that Gen G didn't lose to anyone at all until like pretty late into last year. As we do have the matchup between Vikla and Chovy. Of course, Vikla making his way back in. If you saw our opening show match, Vikla actually had a pretty good day there. The good days sort of stopped after that point, but it was a whole lot of fun. And we'll just have to see how Vikla's going to go against the GOAT of the mid lane, or at least the very recent GOAT of the mid lane in Chovy.
And Diabo, for all of his flaws we've seen so far, he's got the brawn. He's flashing in, he's going in aggressively, he's had some questionable Kai'Sa ultimates, and Ruler has just come back from a stint in the LPL. And guess what? That's every day there. That's just a normal day at the LPL, and Ruler had a very, very cool match to come back with, where he got PLM, and where he just kind of ran over.
He got a LoL Esports video talking about how cool his mechanics are as well.
Because he is.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous.
Wild.
He's very, very strong. This entire team have looked really good. And I think that includes Duro as well. It was the biggest question mark for this Gen G squad. He's fit into the roster relatively well. And we'll just have to see whether B&K can fight all of the odds, every single bit of odds, to try and take down the behemoths that are Gen G. They were pipped at the post at the end of last year. I think there were a few doubts. They were definitely in my mind coming into this week, thinking that perhaps Hummerlife Esports could find an angle against them. That was proven very, very wrong very quickly. But you can see there are still some smiles on the faces here of B&K, and of course it's kind of cute that Kellen's going to be facing off against his former teammates. Was also, alongside Ruler back in the day as well. It wasn't just in more recent times. It was him and Ruler that were down there towards the bottom side of the map for Gen G. So a little bit of a reunion, but on opposite sides of the rift here for Ruler and Kellen.
B&K going to, I assume, play the same style that they have for what feels like, like 7 years now, which will be aggressive. They are the team that, outside of DK, I think have shown the most consistent willingness to just go in on every play. I don't care what the outcome is. We're going to go in and we're going to go crazy. Now, the issue is they're playing against Gen G. And against Gen G, it does feel like there aren't a lot of good scenarios because what I imagine is going to happen is B&K is going to play aggressive. They're going to get hand-checked, and then they're going to fall behind early. But there is one upside to all of this. I predicted one rune Asada-Khan. Maybe this is the match to do it. There's a chance, Atlas!
Do you know what the really fun thing is? If you guys remember the video that we had very early on in the day, or the content that you've seen for the LCK, there was Ruler talking about his attempted pentakills across the years. The quadra kill that was stolen away from him was actually stolen by the guy standing behind him with a clipboard. Not Coach Kim, but its helper that's just standing behind him. It's actually very, very cool.
What I Yeah, what I love even more is that he doesn't remember his first penta, but he does.
He remembers all the denied
his
pentas.
first quadra kill because he
Yeah.
was like, that was supposed to be my first penta, and I didn't get it. I'm still mad about it, and I respect that drive. That's what has made Ruler such an exceptional player. And
Yeah,
I was
his willingness to call for pentakills
Yes.
after not even having any kills in a fight yet.
It doesn't matter. He always sees the angle. And obviously, Pace, I think, still one of the best debuts we've had as an AD carry, was exceptional. But even in the first game that he's back, you just see Ruler is on a level of his own. And him being back on Gen G for sure. And I'm glad you talked about Duro. I think we still, and in the Humble Life series, Humble Life didn't really show up, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah.
Particularly given what we just saw. And Duro still have some moments. But I love the confidence on this kit. And I think that I'm sure Ruler is still going to be, you know, pick Lulu and do what I say. But I love that even the content we've seen, Duro's like, nuh-uh, and then still does it. But I like the urge to fight back.
Yep. Kim here as well, looking like he's in pretty high spirits. Understandably so. It's been a pretty cruisy start to the week thus far, and this should be a relatively comfortable game. But if they rest on their laurels, then perhaps B&K FearX can find an angle. I'm gonna stop with the hyperbole. I think that it's this one's extraordinarily one-sided, guys, and let's treat it as such. Let's dive into the draft here and see how much cooking B&K FearX can get done here, because I actually think that that's the way you do it. You cheese your way to a win.
You cheese your way to a win, and the gauntlet has been thrown by DK. Gen G can no longer just sit idly by themselves.
Yeah.
As DK is playing Zillion mid and Zeref that one time, even though it was kind of bad. And Lily, they gotta step up their game. Thus far, though, no crazy picks being banned. A lot of respect being paid to Raptor, which I do like. I think Raptor has been one of the standouts on this team, and it's going to be the Cassante pickup. Denying Keen Sante, that's a no-brainer, Atlas.
Yeah, that seems like a good idea, but it doesn't make me feel like we're in the kitchen. I feel like Cassante is everywhere. It's not really something. I want more.
He's in your living room.
Yeah.
You know, he's fixing your attic.
It doesn't look like a Neferi to me. That's all I'm saying. It doesn't look like a Briar to me.
No,
that's all I'm saying.
Okay, but the alternative is they don't look Cassante and then Keen plays it, and while complaining about how boring it is, he decimates your team.
Yeah, he would definitely do that.
As a Canyon is good. This is the problem. Like, this is just like last year. We were like, oh man, how can you give Nidalee to Canyon?
And do you have an issue with the other bands?
No!
No, not at all. This could be Nidalee Renekton if Gen G want to go home early. We'll see whether Canyon's going to lock that one away, or whether it's going to be a different priority, as of course things like Yazir up and available, Varus up and available, and you may as well just lean into the poke that they have available. And, ooh, okay, Zyra is kind of fun. This is not, okay, never mind.
The excitement was there for just a second.
It was, mainly because I remember Vikla accidentally locking in Zyra and then winning. That was fun back in the day. Oh, the glory times.
That was the 2022. That was the pebble that started the DRX Worlds.
That was it. Oh man, what a time to be alive. Well, Corky is looking for 0 and 9 as Yone is locked in here for Chovy. Over to you. Break it down for me, Chronicler.
Over to you. Break it down, Atlas.
Chovy's pretty good at Yone. Back to you, sir.
Yeah, we can keep ping-ponging all we want here. The only part of this draft that I do have a real issue with is the Corky again, because the Corky to me does not feel like it has really worked out in recent times. It feels like what it used to offer, which is a very solid AD threat, just comes online too late. So something I really want to hone in on is that even though game times I don't think have gotten that much shorter on average, I'm sure they were a little bit shorter in the LCK, but it's really... Playing 2-item carries feels like a trap, and Corky is really the epitome of that to me. Even picks like Varus' early game, I imagine this is just going to be lethality again, which is what we mostly see. It is Ruler, and I think On-Hit is in a pretty good spot at the moment, so maybe that's what he does. But even then, just with his passive and his pushing power, Varus is a big early threat. Yone, as soon as he gets his ultimate, can be very threatening, so it just... The Corky doesn't do it for me. It doesn't really provide you with either a great outscaling option, again, into what you knew was going to be a Yone.
Yeah.
Or it provides you with a guaranteed late game win condition. You know, something like the Smolder comes to mind, which obviously you can't blind it, But that's kind of the type of direction that I'd prefer for you to think in. But they are BNK, so I don't think that they know Smolder as a champion. They don't really want it as a concept, which is fair.
Yeah, I'd prefer it over Corki. As Leona is a consideration here, great setup for a Nidalee. Although this is Canyon, there are players that we talk about with like, you require setup for a Nidalee composition. Canyon isn't one of those. He doesn't actually spend all that much time ganking, to be perfectly honest. He utilizes Nidalee to make sure that the enemy jungle is a barren wasteland that they cannot get any money out of. And he does that exceptionally well. Diablo, thinking about an Ezreal here, this would mean that they do tie up these Mirror Mana Trinity Force power spikes to be activating at the same time. The problem is, like you say, it's likely going to be a little bit too late, as the cow going to be picked up for Kellen. This is a point of contention for this player in particular, but he has had some pretty good games on it. See how he is going to go here today, as no surprise, the Ezreal is still going to be locked in. Ezreal and Alistar, famously, over the years, has been noted as one of the weakest possible lanes that you can have. Ezreal has gotten a little bit stronger since then, but
yeah,
it is still not exactly giving us a lot
like
of joy.
Ash has just made it completely through this draft. And I can't believe we haven't talked about the Aurora yet, which as much fun as Duro is having, we knew Keen wasn't going to just slam Fiora.
Yeah,
so
I would have preferred that though.
Well, it would have been more fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Aurora in Italy doesn't exactly make me
I'm
too
looking.
psyched about stuff.
I'm looking at this Gen G draft atlas, and
yeah, stop.
Boy, oh boy.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a boy
So
scenario.
And this is something that we saw with Gen G and Summer in particular, and in theory, Fearless should make it better in longer series, but a lot of these players have extremely deep champion pools, I think particularly towards the top side of the map. The only one where I can foresee some issues is Duro, just because he hasn't been playing for that long.
Yep.
But you have a full team of experienced players on one of the best top laners at the moment, or just best champions in general, which is Aurora.
Yep.
Then you have Canyon on Nidalee, which is what he got this world skin on. Chovy on Yone, who is probably the most iconic Yone game we've ever seen. And then Varus for Ruler. and again, outside of that Corki pick, I'm looking at the drafts, I'm like, I think the bans for BNK were reasonable. This one is gonna have to be an overperformance of the century. Maybe Diablo gets a double kill level 2. They flip the all-in.
And
you know,
also,
they
like,
win it.
Aurora Nidalee doesn't exactly make us think, oh, what a broken combo. That actually just sounds kind of not good. So maybe the Zyra Sante can try to focus Keen down, get some money into clear that way, or something like that. Could be a bit of an avenue. If there are team fights, though, in this game, I imagine BNK are going to be lying on the floor very, very quickly, because there is so much damage on Gen G's side. See whether they can activate it to jump onto the Rift for game 1. Oh, Gen G fans in full voice here today as we look to see where everyone's going. Where are the lane swaps coming from?
Aww.
And all that sort of stuff.
Duro is matching skins with Canyon.
Oh, that's cute.
That's nice.
It is going to be the lethality ruler as well.
Yeah,
I kind of figured. And we just haven't really seen the on-hit. Which is a bit sad, because the reason we're talking about it is because it's Ruler, right? Like, he is probably the best on-hit Varus player in the world, as Raptor is going to be decorated with a bit of a Damwon Gaming logo.
Yeah, over...
Ow, what?
Yeah, over a long career, I think Ruler still takes it. One of my... The first play, though, that I think of when I think of Varus is the Gumayushi 1v2.
Ah, yes.
In recent times. But when you look at it, in terms of like his
I see Goomer is like the lethality Varus guy. Like, he is the one.
And then when it comes to, they're different champions, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
As we do have the grasp on Aurora as well. Nothing too crazy there. There's a mind to make the laning phase a bit easier. There's also lane swaps, which we haven't really talked about yet. But that is something where the Cassante should theoretically have an easier time. The one advantage that Keen has is that his wave clear is ranged, so maybe he can use that to his advantage. Zyra also will be making her way up towards the top side of the map, as we do have a 5-game win streak.
Ooh, one of them being Morgan as well. Look at that.
Yeah, and one for clear.
There we go.
So not going to be feeling too bad. Cassante has also been banned very, very consistently, so it shouldn't come as too much of a surprise as yet.
The dichotomy.
We talked about this. And a lot of these are players that were probably going to lose their match anyway. But if the other teams aren't playing Corki at all, that should also be a signal as Clear, can he live?
Well, it's going to have to dodge out of the way of a few things, as Canyon is just hitting the turret for now. Lands the spear, though. There's the pounce in. Should be able to get the execute as Duro. Going to have to get out of there. The ramping of the turret does come on through as Keen will be going down, and it is an equalized kill on the other side. But Gen.G, they grab themselves the first blood, and so theoretically, the Sandals effect is going to give them a little bit more value.
We had that whole meta where top laners were just like, I don't want to get dove on the first wave. I am going to roam with my jungler.
Yeah, maybe that should continue.
We have,
or maybe this just is fine.
This is, yeah, I think this is just what being being a top laner is like now. Kellen, though, should have a pretty decent ability to keep Keen away here. I thought I could afford to go a bit more aggressive on this, actually. Wouldn't have minded it with having Raptor still in the same area, but doesn't look like they want to risk it. And Duro is also on a roam towards top, so...
Was that a -1 or was it was like a -1 question mark? We didn't even get to watch. We're going to have a look at this dive one more time, the one that we didn't see.
And Keen tries to stay alive for as long as possible. Actually, nice flash, but then followed up well by Kellen.
Yep.
I do think to deny the combo. Kellen waiting out as well, I think is nicely done there. And then here, I know what to tell you. He doesn't have his W, so Duro walks up, cues him, and then he's dead.
Yep.
Very straightforward. Eclipse plus Aftershock means that Duro even stays relatively healthy, and he is making his presence on this map known, Atlas.
Yeah. Taxiing his way around with the Zenith Blade. You love to see it. Stroby just looking for a little bit of trade here onto Vikla. Right now, things very, very even as far as the mid lane farm is concerned. And obviously, you know, you feel like Vikla should have a decent time on the Corki, given the range advantage. Chovy very, very good at navigating these melee matchups just in general, and at least he's holding his own as Vikla in that mid lane, keeping up. We'll see whether the Corki can hold on to some relevance here in this game, as Diablo has managed to at least find some W angles there. As I say that he was holding his own, it's he's let go of it just a little.
We all let ourselves go a little bit sometimes, Atlas. It happens to the best of us.
It's true. He doesn't have teleport though, so he's going to take a little bit of time to get himself back.
Yeah, no, he's in a quite a rough spot. It's going to further solidify Chovy's lead that he was about to build up. Also want to highlight that Keen actually got about, I want to say, a full bar of experience up over Clear. So that's going to be a high prio remaining towards his top side of the map as Duro.
Yeah, level 4 for Kellen here, as Duro going to have to use that Eclipse, manages to taxi his way out, as Ruler finding a bit of damage here, but the Mystic shots are raining down. Yeah, manages to get Conqueror proc, and he's getting some work done. Does have to contend with that the Comet, but otherwise, I'd say that that was a pretty nice scuffle for B&K.
And Duro's roams actually end up costing him pretty significantly.
Oh! The flash forward Ruler! Calculate, that was like 10 HP. So he's going to have to flash to get himself out of the way here, as Raptor will be able to find the grasping roots. So that means that Canyon not going to be able to kill him on that little engage. As Raptor comes around, Chovy just going for a little bit of an unbinding of the soul. And Canyon just about his business, which is killing as many creeps as possible. He's losing that battle though. Raptor actually farming very effectively. The grubs are going to be the priority. Gen.G already taking one of those. We'll see whether it is going to be some sandals that are strong that he's able to pick up here by grabbing all three of them.
Yeah, should be able to. That's one of the big advantages that Zyra has, is that her clear speed is still insane. You're not quite able to match it nearly when it comes to impact to the early lanes. As we see, Canyon is been very proactive. Although Raptor got the gank, Canyon has been, I think, invading a lot more. Gen.G definitely moving around the map more. The trade, though, for Diablo to give up his flash to get Ruler, that's so worth.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's Azrael versus a Varus that, by the way, is running teleport. So no defensive summoner. Really, well, you can argue teleport's a defensive summoner, but not in a direct fashion.
Whoa,
There they go!
Pulverize, in goes Raptor as well. He hit level 6 as the Stranglethorns comes down. That is going to be the bottom lane dead immediately, as Chovy looking to try and get something back. But Kellen, he's still at 100 health. He's happy about that one. No one actually able to get over and finish off the cow. And B&K, are they doing it?
This is what we were talking about, Atlas!
Miracles happen! Oh god, well I mean it's not over yet or anything like that. The game is still extraordinarily even, but that was a beautiful play from Kellen.
If you'd ask me, I would predict Gen G, but we're not going to let that ruin the moment. That
Oh,
was.
absolutely
And the moment
not.
is Diablo and Kellen unfazed in the face of danger. The Hex Flash getting the two-man knock-up. Kellen coming up huge, and then the immediate follow-up with the ultimate.
Was
So
that
nicely
grasping
done.
roots onto 3 people as well?
Yeah, but like Kellen to me, the fact that he was able to get in that position, completely catch them off guard,
Oh, yeah.
get the knock-up, and they even, we didn't talk about this, get Keen's TP. Keen TP to the bot lane. Chovy used Flash. And they got nothing out of it. Now, objective is still going to go to Canyon, although Kellen, they're not letting him get away with this one. Oh, can they do it? Yeah, I think Canyon still gets it.
Canyon still gets it. Although
Unless...
it does get a little bit impatient. Still, no. He's pulled it out far enough. Not enough vision available, and that is going to be the first Dragon going over to Gen G. Next one going to be a Mountain. As Keen down to 50%. Diablo pretty healthy right now. As Keen throws down the ulti. Not able to get the TP back, which is a little bit unfortunate here, as Keen is doing a bunch of damage, but doesn't have a whole lot of mana, and is just not able to press any buttons. So that's Diablo grabbing his second kill. 4 of 4 as far as kill contribution as well. The young player recently called up from B&K's Challenger roster, a player that I personally did not have, you know, a lot of expectations for on this team, but he's doing well.
You guys all made fun of me when I was like, I think Diablo's pretty good in the POC state. I got roasted.
Yeah, I mean, that was because we haven't seen him play all that well.
What do you want from me, man?
But now he's playing really well, and it's great.
Well, it's also, in this case, to me, thus far, I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's not just Kellen. It's Kellen. Like, he is gaming really hard thus far, making his impact known. And Gen G is clearly getting caught off guard by the level of aggression that's being showed here by BNK. And that is exactly what we're going to see. Like, BNK can end up losing this match from here on out, but the fact that they're this proactive, that they're continuously looking for these dives, for these punish plays, both in side lane and in jungle, exactly what you want to see out of this team.
And what we want to see a little bit more of as well is more kills and fighting and stuff like that. Maybe we can get one ruinous Sardakan by the end of the day.
Well, we only have 4 more minutes, so
yeah, it's not.
I feel like if they push that back to like 16, these type of games or a DK game, like it could happen.
Maybe.
What about DK versus BNK? That's got to be the one.
We need to have a team agreement that we're just going to ARAM for the first 14, 15 minutes of the game.
No, like that's what I'm saying. Like, well, that is DK versus BNK.
Yeah. I guess that makes sense.
That's clear. Might be in some trouble here. No TP available. He is Cassante.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to focus down the turret, though. And that could make things difficult. Clear does do a good job getting through the wave. But I think one more of those, and Gen G are able to grab themselves not only the Sandals of Strength, but also...
yeah, they're going to get it.
I mean, they might just be able to get all of the objectives and the first turret. As Diablo is up there towards the top side, getting something done. As never mind, it was actually that was Raptor on the grubs. So
I don't think he has the wave clear.
Yeah, Chains of Corruption going to connect, but he eats the CC very nicely. Just not going to be able to stop this turret from falling down as King goes forward. Flash out from Clear is pretty nice. Damage has been done though. Some cool shoes able to be purchased once a few items do come in. And gold very, very even here between the two squads. That one extra Drake does feel very nice though, as the grubs are going to be evened out as the dust settles. Gen G not the cleanest of early games though, I have to say, looking a little bit more fellable than they perhaps may have seemed heading into this series.
And we've seen this before, where a team that is definitely not considered the favorite is able to get these laning leads. It's the team fights that I'm worried about. That's where Gen G have traditionally excelled, but also, even with Keen currently being 0-2 and not having had really a positive impact in this game yet, you know, the TP kind of falling by the wayside, getting Dover, although that one isn't really his fault, but then getting Dover the second time around, the map read not doing Gen G any favors there.
Chovy is like vintage Chovying, by the way.
Yeah, so there's that. There's also the fact that as long as Keen can still press his ultimate, he can set up for the rest of his team.
Yeah.
The really big X factor is what can Diablo actually do? Because Ruler has, by virtue of the kills that were found, plus the fact that Diablo got a very early lead, so has been able to play very aggressive from, what was it, like level 4?
Yep.
Level 5? And able to maintain that level of pressure, but it's going to be the objectives where they really have to do it. There's going to be some dragons, some heralds that need to be secured here. And that mid lane turret is still looking very healthy for Genji.
Chovy now in the side lane, feeling like his natural habitat a little bit. He's looking to make Clear's day feel a little bit worse. One fun thing that BNK do have available to them is to be the first to kill Chovy this season. He, in fact, didn't die in their series against HLE, so that one's still up for grabs. We'll see whether anyone's able to collect that today, as Keen is just bouncing through dimensions as good flash to get out of the headbutt. Not going to be caught by his old teammate here as Ruler, as Chains of Corruption going to be eaten by the ulti. Just pops some blight there, but Kellen with the Unbreakable Will is going to be absolutely fine. But that is a big cooldown for this potential fight coming up in 10 seconds time around this dragon. Genji move in, look to try and confirm position.
Ruler not having flash could be an opportunity as well. The problem, Clear won't be able to join the fight. Like, Chovy has TP and so does Clear, but Clear needs to back first, needs to catch the wave, so his objective is just going to go. The flash being down for Ruler, though, on the Herald fight could end up being huge. But the big problem for BNK is that they don't have the health bars, no ult on Kellen. So play from Ruler still ended up working out very nicely here.
Yep, and I just want to say, BNK have a gold lead. So that's it. That's all I'm going to say. That's a good thing. Doesn't really feel like they're necessarily winning right now, but...
Doesn't matter, we're celebrating it.
Exactly,
That's
we are
a big
celebrating
win.
it. And the fact that Diablo is playing this well into Ruler at the same time, that is very, very impressive for the young player. Not really something that's going to phase Ruler, I don't imagine.
Again, he did just spend a couple of years in the LPL. The Diablo has to do a bit more flashing forward before we're really, really impressed.
Canyon just clearing out his jungle now. You can see a lot of defensive vision here from Genji, actually. Not putting it too far forward, making sure that they own their jungle. And Raptor is coming on over and utilizing that extraordinarily fast wave, camp clear in order to take away things from the Nidalee. As Callan's setting up a Hex Splash here, as he does just get himself out of the way. Canyon not going to find that spear, but you can see this cow is ready to try and find an opportunity. 1 second until that ultimate's back up and available yet again. And Genji kind of getting forced around the map a little bit. Feels like BNK are executing on their tempo play as Ruler takes a lot of damage here from Diablo.
He sidesteps the arrow as well.
It's clean.
Doesn't even have his Moramana yet.
Well, Keenger's going to miss some buttons. Vikla going to face him with a Gatling gun, and that means that Keen not having a great time. I have to say, I like the Fiora option more. As Chovy, he's the one that's elected to head towards the side lane, makes a lot of sense. As Canyon gonna come on in, the ulti does come through as, oh, the all out, really nicely timed there from Clear. I think that spear was about to hit him in the forehead, and he managed to sneak his way out, and that is gonna be a trade for a turret. Nothing really gained here outside of Clear getting himself out of there.
Gonna be turret for turret here, so gold staying about even, but it's so much gold going in the pocket of Chovy, who, thanks to the kill, isn't really that far ahead. Vikla did take that one up very early in the skirmish that they had towards bot side. As a result, Chovy only about 500, which feels like it should be a lot, but then you look at the bot lane lead in particular, and it kind of falls by the wayside.
Yeah.
The fact that Keen has been able to farm his way back into this game, though, is something that Genji is going to be really happy about. He has now hit level 11. He's hit his one-item spike, so should still be quite big. Ruler is also about to have his flash back up. So BNK, I would really like to see him just pull the trigger on this now while that summoner isn't available, because I think it's one of the biggest advantages that you are going to be able to get. Right now, it doesn't look like the setup is there just yet. Diablo able to stay away from Keen.
We might have our first sort of honest 5v5 here. As Kellen Hex flashing out once again. Another Grasping Roots is fantastic. The Stranglethorns comes through as well. The flash out from Canyon will have the Primal Surge to try and keep himself alive. But here comes the flanking Corki. Canyon might be able to make his way out, but the pulve is so sick from Kellen. 2 on the floor once again. It's the bottom lane eviscerated. And BNK win another fight.
Chovy's TP in the mid.
All right, he's angry, but I don't know whether he's going to have enough to offer back here as Raptor Looking for that Rift Herald. Shelly should be going their way. Oh, man. B&K had their Wheaties this morning. That's all I'm saying.
What happened to Kellen?
He's angry. Man is angry. Diablo might be dead, but he's not. True Shot Barrage gonna have to be flashed. The turret follows Chovy, and I guess it's calculated. Both of them were on about 40 health at the end.
He's at 20 health and he didn't flash Atlas.
Cold-blooded killer, Chronicler. Cold-blooded killer.
Oh, he is named aptly, I'll give you that. This is starting to feel like one of those games where we're not really believing and then we're forced to believe.
I mean, I'm choosing to just go along for the ride at this stage.
As it is the initial setup from Kellen and Raptor that creates this opportunity, but again, look at Ruler's timing on the flash. It's going to be like, what, 10, 15 seconds as Kellen gets his 3-man knock-up, completely obliterates the backline. Kenyon barely able to stay alive. And I'm so glad we had to watch this again because that was a close fight. Again, Diablo's holding onto his flash here. Just tanks the combo. And if Chovy doesn't flash,
he's dead, 100%.
100% will just die. And Diablo gets to hold onto his.
And Kellen's here again. All right, Dura going to be able to stun him up here. Is now Keen. That's a lot of damage. Raptor also caught off to the side. Duro somehow surviving. Does manage to get the heal from Canyon there as well, I'm pretty sure. As Chovy being hunted down here by Bickler, and Genji cannot get a foothold.
B&K's just not letting them. We witnessed this Genji completely dismantle Humble Life not a couple of days ago. And B&K is getting the better of them. He's going to pick up, and again, yes, I know, it's only like a 500-600 gold lead, but this is the biggest whiplash between reality and expectation that I've had in a good while, Atlas. This is giving me FlyQuest flashbacks. I remember how I got into that series, and then by the end of it, I felt like I'd aged a good amount.
And I don't know, man. 25 seconds, and we'll have Otacon on the map as well, and Ruler
does have flash now, but yeah, really doesn't want to use it.
Oh, P.O.M. Kellen. That's all I'm saying. I'm writing it down. I don't even have a vote, but I'm going to vote. This guy has been so good so far in this game, and his Alistar was a huge point of contention. He has had some times on this champion that I guarantee right now he has forgotten, because you don't play this well if you remember how that went. As Genji, they do have a lot of traps set up here around this area. Otacon is what they have on their mind, of course, as the Dragon has just gone down. Denying Soul Point there as well, a big deal as all 5 members of Genji are grouped around here. The flanking Corki.
If they can get the Otacon, I think BFX actually have a shot here. They're playing cleanly. It's only Otacon though.
Yeah, and Trovy's now trying to catch the wave. There's another 2-man knock-up as Ruler gets himself out of the way. Duro very deep in there as Chovy trying to be the hero, but he just pops. Goodbye. It's Raptor that's able to lock that one down. And Duro, he makes his way out. But without Chovy, they're not going to be able to win a fight.
Yeah, it's not enough though. Otacon is such a dangerous objective. They might look for the mid lane turret here, and that's Ruler's flash. Gone. Again, Atlas.
Oh, man. This is pretty awesome from B&K. And this is the roster that out of every team in the LCK for this year, this is the one I had the least hope for. I just want to say that. And I am so happy to be wrong right now. This team is looking real good. Let's have a look at this one more time. Chovy tries to be the hero. But yeah, didn't really have much of an angle there. And I think some flaws in the composition are starting to leak through.
Gonna have to see Genji pull it together. The gold lead is accelerating. This is a make or break moment though here. B&K, Otacon is a dangerous objective. The poke from Genji is still very threatening. Kellen.
Oh, he's on a ward this time, yeah.
Should
get
know.
him down himself, yeah.
But even if you just set up poke with the Corki and the Ezreal, as long as you can dodge the spears, could still be looking good. I like that approach from Genji here though. Because again, Genji need to not lose their heads. When it comes to the 1-for-1, I still don't think anyone can match Chovy inside. And yeah, B&K, it's not like they can do anything about this.
But I mean, they can take it in a turret. Yeah, exactly. Chovy is going to teleport in to try and keep it alive. Solar Flare gonna slow them down at least, and Chovy has to ult his way out as the Stranglethorns was just going to kill him. Keen trying to be a hero, but he's still just going to die. Vikla grabs that kill. Clear will get taken out by the hail of arrows, and Gen G, if they can keep them interested, they might be able to find a window. These piercing arrows starting to rain through, though. Ruler may have hit some numbers that are going to be able to help them finish off some of these kills, but it's a 1-for-1 in the end. Both top laners dead, and Gen G think it's an Otacon angle.
It's the heal. The heal from Canyon in these longer fights makes a big difference, and now Gen G is starting up. This could be the breaking point that they've been looking for. We do have Raptor on the way, but there's no TP available for Vikla.
2 seconds until Keen is up, so he'll have the buff
It's
as
just
well.
gone.
Yep. So Otacon is going to go over to Gen G, and despite all of BNK's good work, the 2,000 gold lead, this great rotation into the mid lane, they miss out on the Otacon buff, which will give Gen G a whole lot more tempo back. As Chovy very close to just dying here to Raptor's damage. Keen, in fact, just going down to it. With the help of Vikla.
Just having a really rough Aurora game. They're flashing after the Odo's already wound up as well. But the fact that if Diablo times his ult a bit better and Chovy eats that initial True Shot barrage and he dies, they cannot do Otacon.
Yeah.
Like we were... And I think Gen G with the Otacon buff and how insanely busted it is, plus the fact that they're about to set up for Soul Point, I think this is where they retake control of the game. But I want to be very upfront about this. If that play goes a little bit worse for them, like I think BNK have it in the bag, which is insane, Atlas!
It's nuts. And Diablo is still 2.3k gold ahead, right? Headbutt Pulverize on to Chovy, who does have his soul unbound still. We'll be able to head back to it now. Need to call on Canyon to keep him a little bit more healthy. As Clear, the only one to die so far for his team. That's some good tanking right there.
That's the job.
Uh-huh. He's now setting up for a dragon that has just spawned here. Chovy, remember, does have that revival up and available, so it looks like Gen G might be able to get themselves Soul Point just utilizing this Otacon buff.
No TPs, though, available for Gen G right now. Ruler is the closest. Does mean he can play with Reckless Abandon. I would like BNK to try and contest this. We'll see. Kellen is on a flank angle, but I feel like Gen G have gotten a lot better at marking him. Not spotted just yet, though. There's no vision behind them.
Let's see whether the cow can make it happen. Canyon moves over, spots him out. Really nicely done. The rest of BNK, though, are in the area. They're looking to try and set up this. Solar Flare is going to connect. They've killed Clear before. They're going to do it again. But can they win the fight? That's the question, as Raptor will be taken out. Chovy finds the jungler and now gets that double knock up onto Kellen and Vikla. Diablo can take matters into his own hands, though. And that's going to be no dragon for Gen G because they're all set back as Ruler teleports in. And I think he's just going to die, ladies and gentlemen. Not able to grab the last hit onto Kellen. And that will be 2 Cloud Drakes for BNK.
That teleport sucked, Atlas!
It was not very good!
And yes, you have the buff, you can take these fights, but it's got to go your way at least a little bit. The only member that can see me back in is Ruler, and here so much damage is put into Clear. Which means that Diablo goes untouched, Vikla goes untouched, might die here. Yeah,
he's getting touched now.
Vikla, no!
Well, Clear is also going to teleport forward. Let's see whether he can find a bit of an angle. The all-out does come on through onto Duro, who is not able to flash his way out of it. So instead, he's just going to be thrown around like a ragdoll, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade in the end. I feel like supports are a lot more valuable, though, in this particular game than others. Just because Kellen and Duro have been required to start off a lot of these fights. As Chovy getting aggressive, you can understand why. I feel like there's some frustration here in these Gen G players. No gold lead, 900 in it, 2 Drakes apiece. Yes, they've got some cool sandals and stuff, but otherwise, that is it. As far as the positives for Gen G, they've just been losing fight after fight.
Oh, Vikla.
Yeah, sometimes you just want the shellfish.
I know it's the Void Krabby, and that one feels really good to get.
Yeah.
But the play ends up still being a trade down, but they're very fortunate that Clear is able to TP behind them. And also that Clear wasn't able to grab Canyon. If he gets Canyon back and they kill the jungler, could have been an opportunity to get a Baron, which could put BNK back in the driver's seat because I know, again, it's a 1k gold lead for them. And Diablo has now hit his Shojin. We have...
Owie!
Ooh, that hurts. Quicksilver done for Vikla as well.
Oh, and Canyon has got the very cool Sorcerer shoes that give you way more stats than they have any right to give.
Yeah, 8% magic penetration is kind of insane. It's Kellen on a quest. Kellen on a quest!
He's going to look for Keen, who's going to flash the pole. And that is going to put his flash on cooldown once again. Also gets that cheeky ward down as well.
Yeah, you start this up 100%. That's people.
Yeah, we're doing Baron. And so Ruler.
Oh, that's against Zyra though in the pits.
Exactly. Keen is teleported over. Let's see what they can do. They're looking for a bit of a turn angle as Clear gets himself the majority of the way out. And a pulverize this time onto 2. One of them being Keen is certainly a good thing as Duro trying to keep himself alive. And Keen is last hit by the Baron. Now Ruler is trying to get what he can down, but he doesn't have his shield anymore. Canyon's just dead. Vikla is on a mission, but he is going to fall. That pulverize from Callan. My God, this is his best day of his career.
They're doing it, Atlas! It's actually happening!
All he needed was this young gun 80 carry, and Kellen was going to be unlocked. What is this from this guy?
We are on the precipice of greatness. Kellen might die, but who cares? The Baron is going to be secured. As Gen.G, this truly does feel like a Hail Mary. Like that ultimate from Keen, that's a Cassante. It just ends up making it out. Baron is still doing damage while all of this is going on. That's actually what ends up killing Keen, and without that damage, there's nothing that they can do. Vikla with the flanking Corki, which
he has
apparently
flanked
is
every fight. Every fight he's flanked on this Corki.
Yeah, someone tell this guy the package is no longer in the game because he doesn't seem to know.
This is crazy.
I still can't quite believe that this is happening. Like I know the Nexus hasn't fallen yet, the inhibs are still up.
All I'm looking forward to, Chronicler, is the overreaction predictions episode of the Pog State after something like this.
You know what is even better? I think we're going to get 2.
Yeah?
Because we're going to get the LCK Cup and then when regular season LCK
Exactly.
starts.
We may not do one for the LCK Cup because it's a little bit short, but I'm not entirely sure.
I don't care.
I
want to do
it
now!
We might just do it anyway, as Keen also wants to do it, but I don't know whether he should, as into the backline goes Chovy. It's a decent attempt at engage, but they just don't have the damage. They don't have the options, and Chovy is going to go down. Duro is also going to fall. Ruler just doesn't have the money. He doesn't have the damage. And Gen.G, they're running out of turrets. All right, that one was a nice little snipe, but it just doesn't do very much, right? Like Ruler, yeah, he's got full health and all this sort of stuff, but what's he going to be able to do to this? The grasping roots will find him, and Raptor's able to lock down the kill as well. The spear is going to connect, and Keen does manage to finish off Vikla.
20 seconds on Chovy.
Yep,
Duro's almost
still
up.
here. They're just looking to end it. They do not want to give Gen.G any opportunities, but the pounce forward is going to be able to take down the cow. Duro diving in. Oh God, okay, Keen actually doing a little bit of work here, but he does fall for it. And it's only Canyon as far as damage is concerned. Diablo going to be able to find him with that Mystic Shot. Only one more necessary, as he's not going to be able to finish him off. So Gen.G, they live to fight maybe another day. 7,000 gold behind.
Yeah, if Diablo had flashed, he would have flashed the
he should have.
He was ready. Can they get the dragon? That would still be soul point. Nexus turret did not end up falling. I don't know if they have the time with just Canyon. I don't think that they really have the damage. They're going to try nonetheless. Vikla's going to be back up though. We'll see. The problem is that Raptor is Zyra, so can't really just in good conscious approach. I think Gen.G should be able to get this.
Yep.
Raptor does have the Blast Cone.
He's going to Blast Cone his way over. There's an ulti. It's going to collect Diablo. That is going to be the dragon taken as Diablo's still burning. He gets the shield. Is it going to be enough to be able to take him down, though? That's the question. Blast Cone gets Chovy out of there, but Duro not going to be so lucky. And Diablo even able to Arcane Shift forward to try and offer a bit more damage. Oh, no. The Baron is now going to wear off. It's a decent power play as B&K now looking to push ever further forward. And remember, that was just soul point. It honestly doesn't do a whole lot here for Gen.G as far as anything real. If they can survive for another 5 minutes, maybe, then there's going to be an option.
Keen ulting there to kill the wave. He's able to do so.
Oh, man. All right, Gen.G. It's going to... We were saying that it was going to require a miracle for B&K to win this game. Well, it's going to require a miracle to prevent the miracle here for Gen.G. That's the reality that we're in.
Take another look. The only player that I think no notes for on Gen.G has been Canyon. Gets the smite secure here. Crucially denies the soul point. But here again, the fact that Diablo just barely makes it out within just an inch of his life is the big thing, because it allows the team to just push forward. Furthermore, Canyon, again, it's like the only guy I'm like, no notes. Glad you got your Nidalee. It's a pleasure as Ruler. That is the cleanse burn for the... It feels like what might be like the second time. Yeah.
My God, 4,000 gold, 4,500 gold. This Ezreal is so scary.
And we've seen Keen's Aurora beat team fights. Chovy, again, has had probably the best Yone game I've ever seen, but in this game, they are invisible, Atlas.
They've
not been able to make any impact.
And it's a difficult composition to run, right? I think that when we looked at this at the very beginning for Gen.G, we're like, well, there's a lot of Gen.G factor that you do have to put in. But this composition in a team fight is weird, right, to say the least. When you do have these Auroras from the top side, you do give up a lot of frontline. It's only Duro that's really able to offer too much as far as that is concerned. And Keen, he's accepted it, because he's just going to be splitting here towards the bottom side of the map. The inner turret should be going down here in trade.
I don't know if Gen.G has the consistent damage. That's the problem. They have a lot of burst, but they're behind, so the burst doesn't feel as high value.
Oh, the ulti going to get Arcane shifted away from as Kellen once again getting to work, but Diablo is the one to fall down. Ruler was the focus, but he's able to pull himself out of there. As Keen dashing forward, able to actually free hit here, finds another ulti, as Raptor could be in trouble as well. Keen dashes to the other side of the fight, and my God, Ruler's untouched, snipes down Vikla, and B&K, if you lose this game, it's going to be one of the saddest things ever!
Diablo, no! You would have chosen one!
Oh,
you were supposed to destroy Gen.G!
The high ground, Diablo! Oh, do we get to go home if they lose? It's too sad. I don't think I can do a game two. It's
they
too sad.
earned the win.
Oh no. Oh, Diablo, and he arcane shifts the ulti so beautifully.
It's Ruler with a flash ult.
Yeah.
The play that won him a world star. This is too much, Atlas. This is just
Ruler's
just the free.
Talk about Ruler's old flash ultimates and breaking people's hearts, Chronicler. It happens too many times, or at least twice.
Oh, and then here, the AoE damage is enough, and they need Diablo. They need his damage.
And they're able to grab themselves
Wait,
the
TP.
Baron.
TP, can they get out?
All right.
Canyon might be dead.
He might just be able to sacrifice himself. We'll
Duro's
see.
going to die as well.
Is going to stop Kellen on the approach.
They got to try. I know that they're pushing into Baron. I don't know if they can, but the problem
there are no supers
player.
either. That's the problem. They're going to need to try and push this wave in, try and keep it alive if they can.
Be too long.
Yeah, they will be able to get this inhibitor, though. That is definitely good.
Cannon's still up. They have to push. It's now or never.
Yep, one Nexus turret has been taken out. They'd still have one remaining. The wave clear is certainly going to be a thing here from Keen.
The wave is gone.
Yeah, so that turret is going to be very, very tanky, and you can see Clear not able to actually fight that one out. Gets himself a decent shield, but Raptor is also now in trouble. Oh God, the pulverize from Kellen! Keen gets onto the fountain, and maybe they're still going to be able to do it. Oh, never mind. Duro comes back. Keen gets pulverized once again, but Kellen cannot fight this turret. Oh God, B&K, they could smell it. They knew it. You felt the desperation.
They had to. They had to, Atlas.
Oh,
they had to try. But it looks like in the end, Keen still comes through. Diablo.
And now Chovy is in the base. He will be able to break an inhibitor here towards the bottom side.
Not like this.
Not like this. Oh, I really do. I feel like Switch on the phone with Cypher, you know. And now we just have to watch APOC die. And oh, P&K. There's nothing we can do to help.
If only, Atlas. As Canyon gets caught. I love the tempo play here. Yes, the Baron gets pulled through, but it's the ranged wave that ends up being the difference maker, because as you can see, things are actually looking pretty good. Positioning from Ruler and Keen though here is so safe. The rest of the team can't quite make it over because Chovy is threatening with his ult still up. And then there's no way. This looks like the turning point. But unfortunately, Keen makes it out. Crucially, Chovy makes it out.
Chovy making it out is actually huge here.
And then there's no wave again. I think maybe as soon as that wave dies, if they back off, but that's hindsight. And the death timers were running rapidly. The Nexus turret is going to respawn as well. Yes, there's technically some teleport wards, but no teleports available for Clear or Vikla anytime soon. And by the time that it is, I don't think Gen.G is going to fall for it. But and BNK did get one more
Nexus
fight.
turret in 18 seconds as well. We finally get to see it. Week 1 of the LCK Cup, we actually get to see a respawning Nexus turret. That's very, very cool. It's going to be up again. And their inhibitor also, 3 minutes on that one. But the bottom side of the map is also now a open door for Gen.G to move through.
We need him to win, Atlas.
Who? Need who to win?
We need BNK to win.
We do.
Like, this is not just, even Gen.G fans at this point, we got to commit together. Gotta believe.
Oh, God. This is like the most hard mode Gen.G game that I've seen.
You know what this was? This was Chiu and his Smolder. That's what this feels like. As in, you know it can be done, but I don't know if they can do it.
Well, they're fishing.
Oh my God, those spears.
The spears are really starting to hurt. Remember, they have Cloud Soul as well. And so Gen.G,
he doesn't even have Death Cap yet.
They move relatively fast.
Yeah.
He's even got another slot after that. As Keen.
Banshees.
Oh, this is a very scary wraparound. Unless Kellen just manages to find him, able to bounce into the other side of the wall. Is now Chovy looking for an opportunity. Yeah, you've got an unbreakable will, but I think you are still going to be dead as Raptor goes golden very, very nicely, but the cow is dead. So's the plant lady. Clear's in trouble. Ruler grabs the double kill. I wanted to avoid the rhyme there on purpose, and Gen.G are going to continue the push. They lose no one. They've come alive here. I mean, 39 minutes. Like, you know, better late than never. And this is the open door through the bottom lane. Diablo and Vikla, they're the damage, but they're not the front line. It's going to be so hard for them to do anything but desperately try to clear waves.
It's just a devil with a dream. I don't know if they can do it, Atlas. The wave, maybe they can clear it. Ruler,
he lets another flash. Oh, this time Vikla does manage to cleanse it with his QSS, but Diablo is left to the wolves. And both Nexus turrets are now going to go down. They dogpile onto Vikla, and they were this close. And Gen.G, clean 1-0 in a very one-sided game. Nothing to see here. Obviously, they were going to beat BNK, right, Chronicler?
The zoom in on Keen feels thematically consistent because that man was on KT. And this was the most 1-0 nothing to seer that I have ever seen Atlas.
Absolutely.
As Gen.G get the win. But the way in which this game transpired was a roller coaster. And it's as you were saying, hats off to BNK for how they played her. And Diablo can see him be distraught, but after a performance like that, can hope that they can appreciate, because that game number 2 I think is going to look very different. Gen.G are going to respect them about 1,000,000 times more.
I'm so sad. Just so sad, man. Vikla did 52,000 damage in that game, and he wasn't even the one I was most impressed with. It was that cow at the very bottom there.
It was the bottom lane.
Kellen was so good. So incredibly good. Diablo as well. This young gun, right? Amazing performance. Oh, I need a break. All right, it's time for us to take a short break. The Space are going to do what they can with what that game just delivered us. Good luck, guys. We're going to need to, just collect ourselves. We'll see you after for game 2.
이거까지 깨줘. 이거 근데 끝낼 거 나오지 않나? 끝낼 수 있어. 11초. 이거 그러면 바텀으로 아니, 미드부터 가. 이미 늦었어. 이거 내가 회오리로 이제 비전 뺄게. 오케이. 계속 너 비전 빠졌을 때 바로 잎을 갈게. 회오리 써야 돼 이거. 미니언 남겨. 하나 남기긴 했다. 야 코르키. 이제 10터네. 야 이제. 오케이. 야 타워 봐야 돼. 이거 깨야 돼. 미니언 깨야 돼. 코르키. 나이스.
Proving yourself in Noxus is no easy feat, and Mel will use every tool she can to do it, including her enemies' powers. In-game, Mel aims to catch out enemies, poke them down, and deal huge bursts of damage at exactly the right time. Mage players and Arcane fans, it's your time to shine. Welcome to the Mel Champion Spotlight.
Any worthwhile venture involves risk.
Before anything else, let's cover Mel's signature ability, her W, Rebuttal. Rebuttal gives her a small burst of move speed. It also grants a barrier that negates damage from anything except towers, and reflects enemy projectiles back at their casters. Auto attacks, waves, missiles, anything that would be blocked by Yasuo's Wind Wall gets reflected by Rebuttal. Reflected projectiles are converted into magic damage, but function as they normally would otherwise. Like this, and that, and this one, and that one. You get it. Now for Mel's passive, Searing Brilliance. Damaging an enemy with an attack or ability applies a stack of Overwhelm. You can stack Overwhelm infinitely, charging up potential damage. When this damage amount exceeds a target's current health and shields, Overwhelm detonates to execute them.
Nothing I couldn't handle.
Searing Brilliance also empowers Mel's next basic attack to fire 3 additional missiles after casting an ability. She can cast up to 3 abilities in a row to gain a max of 9 extra missiles on her next attack. Mel's Q is Radiant Volley. She unleashes a barrage of explosions in a target area. Each one deals a small amount of damage and stacks her passive. Her E is Solar Snare. Mel sends out an orb of unstable energy that files wildly as it travels. Enemies hit by the energy take damage over time and are slowed for the duration. Those who touch the orb itself are rooted. Lastly, Mel's ult is Golden Eclipse. Passively, it increases her damage from Overwhelm stacks. On cast, she unleashes her power on every target marked with Overwhelm, dealing tons of damage based on how many stacks they have. Golden Eclipse does not consume these stacks, so targets are still vulnerable to her passive if she brings them low enough for an execute.
Feel my light.
While this ability can hit monsters, it's only castable if an enemy champion is affected by Overwhelm. So plan your Baron steals accordingly. Mel's damage potential makes her a serious threat in extended fights. But if an opponent can burst her quickly or disengage to wait out the stacks from Searing Brilliance, they'll extinguish a lot of her power. And even though her passive is an execute, it respects magic resist. So bulk up if you don't want to get overwhelmed. The reflect on her W is pretty powerful, but only if an ability is worth reflecting. For example, champions with sticky engage tools like Amumu and Nautilus won't mind Rebuttal one bit. As a backline mage, Mel will really shine for players who like to poke from safety, so give her a try if you play Xerath, Lux, Hui, or any other artillery champions. Let's skip the rest of the pleasantries, shall we? Get ready to rise with Mel, the soul's reflection.
The arcane is at my fingertips.
These fists ain't just for show. Come on! Who's next? This is the coil before the strike. Let's settle the score. You'll want to get a close-up of this. Like the Ivory Serpent, I don't back down when it comes to family. You pick a fight with them, you pick a fight with me. Hometown hero coming through. Mom's fought for me since I was born. It's my turn now.
Hello and welcome back to the space. If you missed that game, maybe it was for the best for your heart rate. That one was kind of crazy. It was very back and forth. I think that BNK absolutely should have just won it, but instead it did not go their way. By the end of it, they couldn't figure out how to end the game. Guys, what do you think about that first one?
Look, it was really exciting for BNK to, after struggling against KT with one of our expected weaker rosters coming into 2025, to be able to go toe-to-toe with Gen G, right? Kellen had a great start to the game. There were some really nice follow-ups by Raptor. They clearly were on the same page. However, despite getting a massive lead, there were a lot of issues, and we're going to go into it because in general, a newer team like this, yes, has some players who are quite experienced, oftentimes doesn't know how to make the most concisive calls. You go into a series like this where you don't expect to win, right? You come in as massive underdogs, you get a huge lead, and then you play with your food a little bit, and suddenly a team full of veterans, full of champions, comes back and gets you.
And honestly, like, Gen G, I mean, moments like this, they managed to win a fight, get the Voracious Huracan buff, fought this dragon, lost, and then Rula TP'd back in to die again without the buff, by the way, and just was dead for 40 seconds. So, I mean, it feels like BNK Fearax definitely stepped up their game, but Gen G, this was not a positive performance for them, even though they got the point on the board, they got the win. Like, that fight, they had, you know, yes, they were down going into, like, that portion of the game, but the Voracious Huracan buff, we've said that teams sometimes misuse it, but it's so hard to not get value from the buff, and they managed to not get value from the buff there.
I mean, we see it all the time, you know, unfortunately. So there were some issues, right? This time when Diablo gets caught here, it slows down their ability to end the game, right? This is at 34 minutes. There was another fight they won at 28. A lot of pings were there to end. They decided to do Baron. Then they set up here to look for the end, and unfortunately, Diablo being dead means there's just not enough damage here. They continue to try to push their gold advantage here, but they're down so much of their damage that it just isn't going to work against a team that has so many different engage angles. Obviously, you have the poke from Canyon's Nidalee, but more problematic than that is the Yone and the Aurora that can kind of lock you in place, so you can't go that far forward. You're going to get punished.
The thing is, he didn't have cleanse at this point. He was 4,000 gold up on Ruler and 2 levels up. Like, the gold lead at this time was about like 6,000. Most of the lead was on Diablo. So when he died, that lead kind of vanished, as you saw in that fight. So it's just one of these things where, like, you don't get many chances to make mistakes against Gen G, and that was a big one.
Yeah, the LCK is a totally new level. I think Diablo is finding out very quickly. As we see here in the third highlight, you know, they say, okay, well, we're going to regroup and we're going to end. We're still ahead. Yeah. And this is just not clean either.
I mean, they gave Baron to Gen G, right? So Gen G have defensive Barons. They decided to try to dive the remaining Nexus turret in hopes that with a little bit of tanking from, you know, champions like Cassante and Alistar, maybe they have enough damage to actually kill the Gen G members and then end the game. They could have been happy with taking the inhibitor a second time and then trying to slow play this and clear the next Baron wave, or going for another team fight. Instead, they just kind of tried to end themselves in the process. Like, it was really not it.
And I think one of the problems here is when you're in the moment, you're like, you know, we've nearly beaten Gen G. Come on, we have to take this chance. We're not going to get another chance. We'll be making mistakes. We have to end now. But if you, like, slow it down and break down that moment, it was not a good opportunity. They didn't have much of a minion wave. They didn't have super minions. They didn't have Baron. The minion wave got cleared there by the Aurora, by the Varus, and so they had no chance of killing the tower, and they ended up diving and biting back. And this is when Gen G have had enough and just strike back.
One of the toughest mages to lock down in the game is Aurora. They try to engage on her, and King just ults and flips back, and then one of the most long-range melee champions in the game is Yone. So, you know, he's able to come over there and wrap around and punish. So the idea there is, oh, we catch Keen, maybe we have a chance. They fail, and man, pretty embarrassing loss, unfortunately, here for BNK. Hopefully they can bounce back in game 2.
Yeah, it was pretty rough. Gen G, I think, playing with their food a little bit. They barely got across the line. We'll see if they can continue onto a 2-0, or does BNK have more in store for us to make this series interesting? Let's throw it back to the casters for game 2.
Oh, thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown. Yeah, it is... That's a tough one to bounce back from, let's just say that. I imagine probably also quite difficult for Gen G to bounce back from. But yeah, there's certainly some emotion here on the side of BNK.
Atlas, it's tough for me to bounce back from.
I know.
And for you, and we just sat here watching the thing.
Indeed.
We're not playing. Yeah, it's another showcase that in those moments, Particularly, I think the catch on Diablo is a really good example.
Yeah.
That is a type of mistake that happens when you're under immense pressure, right?
And also when you're an incredibly young player that has just been brought up from Challenger.
That is playing a second match ever against one of, if not the best AD carry of all time, which was Ruler flashing in there was the whole reason why that play worked. And I don't think there's a lot of other AD carries that would flash in there as Varus. But game number 1, unfortunately, now by the wayside. Let's see what changes in game number 2. Besides the draft, because we are fearless.
Indeed. The Ashe going to be banned away this time around in very first place. Last time was actually completely ignored, so these bans are going to be different. Skarner, Vi, Callista were, the very standard bans that came through from Gen G on the red side. I think that we could expect that they will happen once again. Or at least the Skarner Vi is a guarantee. But I also think that Diablo on Callista, that feels like a great Diablo champion.
It feels right.
And it also gives Kellen more opportunities to be amazing like he was in that last game. I know, I think the space rightly criticized a lot of what B&K did at the end of the game, but that was the end of the game. They still played an incredible first, 30 minutes of that. And so I think we need to give them as much credit as we can, and a lot of that was just based on Kellen finding every single angle. As it is once again the same bans. The Rumble is going to be the only one similar though from the bans last time around, and the Jace is going to be snapped up first here by Clear. Could be going into the hands of Vikla in theory, but it is likely that top lane bruiser tank, more like tank Jace that we have been seeing a lot of.
That double AP junglers last time around. This time I don't think that's going to be the case. Xin Zhao has been extremely high priority. I think the champion has felt fine. The biggest benefit that I think the champion has is that, one, you're playing with Ruler in your team, so getting access to a Lulu is always going to feel good. And then secondly, it's really hard to counter. Xin Zhao is just generally really good. There are things like Kazakh's brand that we've seen, but does force you to tailor your composition a lot more. Works in any comp, as I'm pretty sure that was Keen going, I can play Ryze into that. But
I think Keen really likes the Ryze into Jace matchup. We've actually seen him do that before. He's like our top laner that plays Ryze. As they're going to pick away the Galio. Okay, circles. Chronicler circles.
I'm still loving what B&K is doing. Like this draft, I think it's great. You get a strong pick in the Jace. Wukong and Galio is a great combination. Chovy basically has two ways. He can pick the Sylas and be happy and content diving with the rest of his buddies and snatching the Galio when he goes for the ultimate. That is going to be the case here. The way is a basically complete opposite approach where you just get through the lane and then become a menace later on and just position in a way where it's really hard for B&K to get on top of you. Against Wukong comps, I like this a lot more. Wukong to me is one of those champions where sometimes he is just gonna ult you. And it can be really hard to really do anything about it. Rakan taken away, might be a pinching of the AD carry pool here. And then follow that up by picking up an early support. We'll see what Duro has in mind here.
Yeah, I think Rel stocks are up pretty high at this point in time. We'll see whether that does get a look in as far as bans are concerned. Kellen's eye for Engage was actually amazing in the last game. I do like the Poppy ban for that reason. Poppy support, I think, would have been so incredibly strong, especially paired alongside the Galio. Can really catch people out and then put them in a whole world of hurt with the Bouncy Castle alongside the Wukong. So that's an opportunity. The Lulu going to be taken away here by Duro, and Ruler does love having a good old Enchanter support next to him, but that Rel that we were talking about going to be left up and available.
And Alistar is no longer here as an option for Kellen. And the Lulu, yeah, it's a no-brainer. Lulu, Xin used to be a combo that we saw, I forgot when it was, like 2023 maybe. We saw that come out a lot because it gives him a lot of extra staying power, allows him to engage with impunity.
Give me the Zeri Yuumi. Or something dumb like that. That's what I'm into.
I'm looking towards Janna, which I don't think will ever get played.
That would be fun, though.
But Janna into like a full melee team in a Rel, that's the dream.
That would create some space for Diablo.
It's probably going to be like Braum, which I will hate, because I don't like playing Braum in the Rel.
Yeah, that sounds bad. Let's see what Kellen does decide to do. It's the Tahm Kench instead. That can work as an engage, you know?
I mean, just ulting Jinx, I think, gives you enough value, and you're playing into a team of melees. Yeah, I was about to say, I think Zeri feels like it gives you the self-build that you are going to need, because this comp, this is going to be two teams bashing their heads into each other, Atlas. There's going to be not a lot of subtlety. This is going to be whoever gets ahead early. That I like a lot less. It's really good with the 2v2, right? Because Rel MF is basically a match made in heaven, but trying to play MF into Galio, into Wukong.
Yeah, that sounds like not a lot of fun.
Good luck, Ruler.
Well, I don't know whether Ruler is going to be the main character in this particular game. I think that Chovy and Keen are going to have to run the show. I think it's all about side lanes, it's all about setting up a 1-3-1, and it's all about crushing lanes in the early stages. We know, Galio doesn't mind a melee matchup, but Silas is also very happy to be alleviated in the early stages of the game. So Chovy with a free lane is a scary prospect here, but last time around, B&K got very, very close. So I do not want to make any assumptions with how this one is going to go. The early game seems to be the B&K Kingdom, and now they have a team composition that, as it gets into the later stages of the game, is going to look better and better. It's just whether they can get over that hump of these early laning phases that may be a little bit more difficult this time around than what we saw in game number 1. Not to mention the fact that Gen G's composition now actually kind of looks like it has an identity, looks like it kind of works.
It's also the mental edge. We've seen this, I feel like, a million times. You almost get the win, but not quite, and then your mental, your spirit gets broken in game number 2. The other team tightens their gameplay up. All of a sudden, you're bashing your head against the brick wall, but I'm hoping for a repeat of that miracle of game number 1, but this time with the good outcome, Atlas.
Just have to see how it does go. Gen G, we're on the ropes in game number 1. Can B&K put them back there here in game 2? Let's find out. All right, Gen G fans, very loud, as you could understand. And I think wanting to give them as much energy as possible, as that's a crash down that gets a lot of value. We do have some chains landing onto Callan, as already he's having to get himself out of there. Big taunt from Vikla as Raptor's able to flash over the wall, but that is going to be a trade of an Ignite for 2 flashes here out of B&K.
Bad news for Atlas. That's not how we wanted that game to start.
Bad news for me?
Well, are you
oh yeah, we wanted B&K to have a good start.
I don't want to assume. I just thought that you'd be on the same wavelength as me.
Yeah.
In which case,
I was trying to catch
not
up,
ideal.
but I got there. Yeah, no, it is. I would say that was a negative start for B&K. However, maybe they can thrive in something like that.
Thrive in adversity.
Indeed.
Well, they get no sandals were given out at least.
Exactly. There we go. No first blood. Strovey once again just going to get taunted up here a little bit. Ruler doesn't find the double up. We'll see how this goes. We've got honest lanes. We've seen so many lane swaps. It's actually kind of nice to just see a regular laning phase. As Callan and Duro just looking at each other menacingly is what it kind of feels like.
Once upon a time, Tom Kench had his current ultimate ability on his W, and back then he was definitely a support that we saw. Feels like basically every single game.
Indeed.
Because as it turns out, that was very, very busted.
And we thought as well that when it was nerfed and put on his ultimate, we were like, oh, well, we'll never see him again ever. And then that wasn't the case whatsoever.
It was not.
As it turns out, it was still very strong.
And here, should be able to shrug off a lot of the damage that comes through from Ruler and from Duro. And Kench, it's a lot of melees is always going to feel pretty good. I think a lot of the burst from Gen G was pretty telegraphed, so having a way to get Diablo to safety is definitely valuable, because this composition does really stand or fall with the Jinx. This isn't like last game where there are a lot of legitimate carry threats. I think we saw Raptor and Vikla do a lot.
Yep.
This really does feel like the rest of the team is there to provide CC, provide front line, and then it's up to Diablo to make the magic happen. So seeing what is going to happen to this bot lane matchup is definitely going to be big. But for Diablo, all he wants to do is get to 2 items and just kind of sit there, not interact too much, because the MF is definitely going to be very scary early on.
Yep, and also just needs to wait until the 5v5s where the rest of his team can really allow him to deliver a lot of damage. This is a Protect the President composition as the crash down from Duro is a little bit of a worrisome one, as Shattering Strike's so good here, but still he's in trouble. The flash out from Duro does get him to safety. Diablo with that Ghost actually putting it to work here in this bottom side. We have to remember that that was with a flash advantage, right? Kellen didn't have that opportunity to use it, and so that's why Gen G were going aggressive, not actually able to find a clear victory in the trade.
Diablo also, as you point out, going for Ghost, which is going to be great in the team fights, but does not give you the all-in potential. If he had Barrier there, they might go for that. Even on Kellen as well. Could have been an opportunity, but instead looks like it is just going to be some summoners blown on either side. Nothing more coming of that. But for BNK, just farming the 6, very happy to. You have Wukong, who just wants to sit and farm, doesn't really need to interact with anyone before that. Same for Vikla, just wants to get that ultimate available. And thus far, looks like Ruler will be up about a wave, thanks to the fact that he was the one that did have his full health bar, whereas Diablo was the one that took a bad trade. As we do have a gank here, I think, towards the top side of the map. Canyon, or sorry, Duro rather, actually on a big roam in position here. Clear does have flash.
Let's see whether they can lock something down here, as Clear in a lot of trouble. Crash down's perfect, and yeah, Clear nowhere to go. He's going to use the flash to make sure that he gets Keens out, but that is still just going to be first blood going over to Gen G. As, wow, Trivia went super far into the sky there. That was very cute. But otherwise, not too much going to occur there.
Oh, Clear. You got to flash the crash down or not flash? Because I was okay with the call.
I was, flash. Me too. And then he flashed anyway. And
yeah, it really is one of the two. Either flash the crash down and deny a lot of the damage and follow up. Because I think he did have a window there. But I'll see in the replay. Not going to
still managed to trade, right? So it's guaranteeing that it's flash for flash. So I guess it's horses for courses in the end. Still good to get first blood here for Gen G. So we're going to check it out one more time.
As we take another look here. So Axe Flash is used. Yeah, definitely could have flashed that with the timing. I think he had the right instinct initially. Does get the flash out of Keen, but it's still going to feel kind of bad, especially because also the Sandal's given over. So that's 1-0 now here. As Canyon, oh god. Clear, I think, knows.
Yeah, Duro,
did he know?
If at first you succeed, still try again, because it was fun the first time. And Clear now doesn't have flash. But he is going to be able to get himself out. But doesn't have teleport, doesn't have a way of really doing too much here. Is Kellen going to move on over? Canyon coming down to look for these grubs. Super Mega Death Rocket, oh my goodness. Hang on a second. Oh, was that Chovy's? That was Chovy's Super Mega Death Rocket. That's why I was excited, guys. It wasn't his own teammate trying to kill him. As Silas does tend to make it a little bit confusing.
Kind of a power move if Diablo would have had his ultimate. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. All right, Chovy's only level 5.
I'm pretty sure Canyon could have flashed for the final auto there. Might not want to risk. They did not have a lot of vision, I think, in the river. So if you flash and they hard commit, you might be in some serious trouble. As Vikla is
gonna have to flash.
Now gonna have to flash. Keen might be in some trouble here. Does have his ult available, and Rapture is only level 5. So we'll see if Keen can outplay this.
Oh, it's going to be pretty... He's got a fair few dashes, does he not? Yeah, he in fact does.
Mbessa, yeah, I kind of figured. If you have ult as Raptor, you probably have the damage, but now...
Yeah, level 7 to level 5. That's not going to be it. So, sadly, the Ambessa situation is continuing to be a situation here for BNK to deal with.
Oh, you'd much rather it not be a situation.
Yeah.
Just have the champion existing.
Yeah.
But that's not the world that we live in.
It's a bit unfortunate. Still, Diablo going to be able to come back down here and continue farming things out. Very even at the moment between him and Ruler, which is a great sign for the Jinx, who does scale a whole lot better. And so it's not really, like, there's nothing to write home about yet, about how this game is going. As, all right, it's a little bit of an abyssal voyage there, or an abyssal dive, as it's known now.
Raptor actually showing his position. I'm pretty sure that he started ordering the ward.
Oh, and he's definitely showing his position now.
Yeah, but because the ward was trinketed, as both Chovy and Vikla have the ability to join any fight at a moment's notice.
Yep, Kingslayer helping keep Chovy's health bar as high as he can get it on the eve of this potential team fight around this Hextech Drake. Gen G looking for kills more than actually looking to start off the objective, but Oh, Raptor.
He might have a suspicion. We'll see. Does have his flash and ult available.
He definitely did have a suspicion, but I just don't know whether it's really going to equalize onto anything here as the double drop from the sky here from these Gallios is pretty powerful as Diablo might start to get excited. They do manage to take down Trophy, but it's a double for Canyon as well. Now Diablo looking for the triple as Ruler's coming over. There's the bullet time as Kellen eats the Grey Health, but it's not enough, and it's a triple actually in the end for this Xin Zhao. 2 kills going onto the Jinx. Certainly good news here for B&K. Could have been better for them though in the end.
It's the value of the silence there, because otherwise that could have been a blowout fight. Kellen is so much earlier on the rotation, which makes that look not that bad, but then crucially, when Ruler arrives, things definitely take a turn for the worse. So Raptor, very responsive, just ults immediately. And then with Kellen arriving here pretty early on, and a really good taunt from Vikla, if Chovy doesn't flash that and gets the rechains, I think this fight could have gone even worse. Instead, Canyon still has, with the red buff, the fact that he's a level 6 in, a lot of tankiness in, and here, man, what an ult from Ruler. Because if Diablo can get a couple more autos in, he's fine, but he can't in good conscience walk through that. The play might have honestly been to flash on top of the Xin, but that also feels wrong.
Yeah.
And if Canyon does get his sums back and Ruler flashes over as well, might end up backfiring. So game of inches won by Gen.G, but the fact that Diablo gets that gold is, I think, what keeps them in this game.
Well, Chovy now in a side lane, which is, I believe, where the Gen.G solo laners are going to spend a lot of their time in this game. 1-3-1 composition, very, very strong. As Ruler hopefully just going to be able to set up and clear out waves in mid. Just trying his very best to survive against Chovy here, utilizing that taunt effectively, as you can see. But the war of attrition is being won here by the Silas, who's ahead by a little bit of gold.
Want to try and get one grubby if you're Raptor, because we haven't it's only been first blood so far.
Oh,
we are TPing over.
We're committing to this.
He can he can dip. Yeah,
should be 4-2, and I think that B&K are going to be okay with it. Yeah, okay. So you'll take that as
Get away
as B&K.
turret. That's fine. Chovy, same, I think, ulted Diablo there. Diablo's full health, so he's not too bothered. And now Devour is available, and that is going to be a game changer here. There's also the possibility for Chovy to do some extremely funny stuff. We'll see whether or not he's going to do that, as in devouring his own teammates.
Yep. Oh, that's true, actually. Chovy's got a Devour now.
He does.
That is pretty fun.
But the way B&K's team comp works, I think, is a little different, because there's so much AoE damage that if this was a Vi composition, I actually think it's a great self-counter, you know, if it's like the Vi Elise style of play where you're like, going to dive deep, the Pantheon that we saw, then Chovy can get a lot of value, but now, not to see.
Yeah, it's not feeling like an MF is the type of champion that's really going to require too much of a Devour. I think if they're diving super deep onto him, then Keen and Chovy are sort of having a field day at that stage. Speaking of Keen having a field day, trading quite well, as you can see here, but still behind by a wave and a bit.
Yeah, he already has Eclipse, so he definitely is going to be feeling great about those trades. Eclipse is an insane 1-item power spike. So we might have a fight on our hands for the second Drake. If it does come to that, Canyon, oh boy, this looks like a good timing, and I don't think anyone can help Vic. Like, does a flash?
He is going to taunt both of them, and he's just able to walk it off.
Unfazed. Good for him.
As it turns out, you just build some healthy items, and you're feeling pretty good. And you mentioned second Drake. This is the first one. We just haven't had any Drakes yet, and it's 12.5 minutes.
Yeah, we had to fight towards bot, so I just kind of assumed that someone would have taken Drake off that. That's good for B&K. If this game goes late, I think B&K are very happy. I think Gen.G has some parts of a comp that skill very nicely, right? I think Abessa is just kind of
ridiculous.
Whenever.
Yep.
And then Chovy, once he hits level 16, is going to be an absolute menace. Duro as well, so that kind of goes without saying. But you have Jinx and Wukong. So you're going to be feeling great into any 5v5 that you were able to make your way into in the later stages of the game. If they can get a dragon, that'd be even more crazy. Does look like they're setting up for it, but this is also opting into a fight, and Duro is making his way over. BNK, I don't know about this one.
Yeah, I think BNK know that this is not a fight they really want to be taking at this stage of the game. Genji all grouped up. Ruler pretty close to the front line here as they are going to engage onto Canyon. Tries to get out. He's able to utilize the ultimate, and I think he might even survive, but he's out of this fight for now. Raptor's out of there as well. The bullet time kind of decent as in goes Chovy. Kellen burning down, has some gray health and has a heroic entrance of his own as Clear is going to get engaged on by Canyon from the grave. And the flash forward from Ruler, looking up for some double ups, and they'll just take out all of them. Oh god, the health bars were so incredibly low, and Genji able to, in the end, finish them all off, except for Kellen. Little Catfish will survive.
Again on the verge of greatness, Atlas, because if Canyon dies there and Jinx gets excited, that fight is a wash.
Oh yeah,
that is the end of it.
And it's so much money as well because of that triple kill that Canyon got before. Let's check it out again.
Let's take another look here. If they time that a little bit better, if Diablo's a split second earlier on that ultimate, they win this fight. 100%. There's plenty of cooldowns available. And then here, unfortunately, they just don't quite have the damage. Chovy is zoning multiple people off. Meanwhile, Claire gets killed by a re-engaging Canyon with Keen hitting a great ultimate. And then here, this is peak Ruler, right? Goes for the flash double up. Has faith that the rest of his team will back him up, or that he will do enough damage. And Genji, that was a commanding fight win. No resets for Diablo. Shutdown gone over. And now the gold lead almost 4K here. Atlas first Dragon going for the Genji as well. And things are not looking good for the free game dream.
Yeah, I'm thinking that perhaps the stock has dropped a little bit on the side of the BNK victory here in this particular game. That was a real rough one. This is the Genji that we're expecting to see throughout the entirety of this series. And I do want to say that if you expected BNK to just get back into these chairs and play the same level of League of Legends that they did after that heartbreaking game one, that's ridiculous to have that level of expectation. And we saw it here. It was obviously a real tough one. Wind becomes lightning, Vikla becomes dead. Chovy's going to be able to grab that kill. This combination as well is something that we've seen many times before. The Xin Zhao Silas, as far as a brawling combination for catching people out, it's so scary.
It's disgusting. The amount of CC that you have available, double conqueror as well, is clear.
Yeah, this is a public execution if ever I've seen one. The Make It Rain comes on down. Ruler says, I'm not going to waste my time.
There's no pen opportunity. Why would he care?
Yeah, exactly. It's only one person. So Keen is going to be able to pick up that kill. Maybe he told Ruler, he's like, no, man, I put in all the work here. Let me get my killing spree.
Neither of those players have the personality to do the thing you just described. I think they just didn't care. I'm like, I cannot see where Ruler's like, no, it's okay, Keen. Yeah. You can take it.
Absolutely.
And Keen's like...
And there's no way Keen actually cared that much about it, really, to be honest.
No.
All right. Well... It was a fun narrative in my head. As the chains are going to connect here from Chovy, who does have Devour.
Can't devour himself!
But may not have a life. So he is going to be able to Kingslayer and try to escape. The Winds of War will chase him down. Close to 500 gold there for Vikla, as now Canyon could be in trouble as the Cyclone comes down.
It's just so big, man. Canyon, it's hard to get on top of him. Need to be careful about the Keen TP as well. That's how the fight looks. Like, in an ideal world, Diablo gets an early reset. This time it took a while for Chovy to actually go down.
That's all right. Diablo is going to get crashed into.
The Ghost!
Does have the heroic entrance there as well. Diablo going to get thrown out, though. You mentioned the Ghost. He's going to be able to use that and gets excited to take down the Xin Zhao. They're going to grab the horse pants lady as well. And Ruler, I don't think he's going to be able to kill all four of them, although he's given it a good old crack. There it goes. 508 gold over to Raptor. And Keen and Clear were just being top laners in the meantime. And Chovy's like, sorry, guys. I probably shouldn't have just died there to allow you guys to all die yourselves.
I don't know how to deal with this. Is it happening again?
Do we go into it now?
Okay, I think we don't. We really flew off the handle the last game as well. I think we play it slow.
Yeah, let's play it.
Let's see if we get another one of these. So this is Chovy just going way too aggressive. Most likely just not ready for the amount of people that BNK was going to have there. That kill is not that big a deal. I assume that was just roasting his mid laner.
Yeah, I assume
this though. This is crazy. Diablo actually with the Ghost. He's outrunning a Magnet Storm, Atlas. I've never seen that before. And then watch this. He just goes in the melee range of the Xin Zhao to ensure that he gets the kill. And it's again BNK's willingness to just send it collectively that makes this play work. Because everyone has almost no health. They could also very well, like if King TP's to mid or to a ward instead, they probably all die. And they don't let it phase them. We still only have one item of Diablo, and you definitely need like 3 before we actually win fights like that, but there's a line.
He's got a bunch of bits of items as well. It feels a little bit awkward at this point in time. Needs an Infinity Edge, probably wants a Rapid Fire Cannon, but he's got his Kraken Slayer, so at least he should be able to get some of these healthy targets.
The Drake pace has been glacial this game,
Indeed.
So don't have to be worried about that.
And it's going to be a Mountain going over to Gen G. Should be able to collect that without too much of a hindrance here. They still have a 2.5k gold lead, and it's going to be an Infernal Soul. So that's some dangerous dragons, as we can see here.
And sustain the fight, starting with the next one, for sure, as you point out. And I think Gen G are still in a good spot. This is also a composition which has a pretty insane team fight between the Silas, the MF, although it is obviously hard to find the right position to ult, and then the Rel. But as long as Diablo has Flash Atlas,
oh yeah,
BNK fan can dream.
And what about having a Catfish as well? This Devour needs to be respected from Kellen, as Ruler is just denying as much CS as possible by blocking zaps. Very, very cute.
He has BT as well, so he's really not bothered.
Building towards his Infinity Edge is going to be coming up pretty soon, has cashed in his Cull as well, which is why the gold is pretty close, despite the fact that Diablo did pick up all of those kills prior. So there is item number 2. Infinity Edge going to be coming through afterwards, and then Diablo is going to be hitting like a truck, baby.
Yeah, when we got the full Yontal plus Infinity Edge, we're going to really see. They're going to get there, though, because that Infinity Edge is not going to be done by the next dragon. As it's Vikla. Well, it makes sense, because Vikla is the only one that can actually stand in front of anyone on Gen G and not immediately die. I know that clear is tank chase, but
it always feels awkward when an AD carry doesn't build second item IE for me. I just feel like you want to get that as soon as possible, but the Kraken Slayer doesn't synergize with it all that well, and you just kind of feel a bit awkward.
We don't see it that often. When we see it, it usually is also first, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's the stack in.
But
to be fair, I think you're always playing for third item here. If they get that opportunity...
Ruler just kind of walks at them, presses the R button. Not entirely sure about it, but Diablo is in a little bit of trouble. Kellen holding onto his position as the Super Mega Death Rocket just flies wide. A lot of health bars invested into this moment. Is now clear. Coming on through. Public Execution just going to go wide as Chovy is going to land the chains, and Raptor will go down. There is also clear falling to the floor, and it's a double for Chovy. And before the fight even really had an opportunity to take off for BNK, they just lose the entire top side of the map.
Too many misses there for BNK. Diablo not able to do damage because he gets chunked very early on. Doesn't find the ult, doesn't find the reset.
Duro looking for a wraparound angle. This next minion wave is piling on in. We're going to get the zoom in. There it is. Oh, he just messes it up completely, but they take down Kellen. So I guess it's totally fine. They don't get the target that they're looking for, as Canyon is just soloing. What? Okay, Arakan is just, will be down eventually, I guess.
He's his heal on red buff, so he's fine. It just takes a long time.
Oh, now there's a heroic entrance there as well.
Bus. That's nice.
Yeah. He's also got some healing for himself as well. So now, as you can see at the bottom of your screen, these numbers are all red, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a look at this fight again.
I guess it's the express helicopter, because it's through the air. I'm not sure. As here, unfortunately, they try to turn around a bad situation when Ruler finds a nice ult, but because Diablo was already this low.
Was it a nice ult?
I think
it was an engaged bullet time.
Yeah, and it clearly worked. Because the rest of his team was ready to follow up. And the main thing is it put Diablo in a position, and I like it when AD carries are, happy to hold their flash, and he ends up using it here later on. But it's one of those scenarios where maybe if he does uses flash differently, there could be something there. And then here, still ever walking up, which I appreciate, but obviously at this point the fight is looking quite dire. I don't think we're going to get to the third item in this Jinx Atlas. I think we're going to get a fight for Gen G because they have Otacon buff, so they're just going to fully send it. And then after that, the gold lead is going to be insurmountable. As Canyon is
He's got
big.
2 items already.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not actually that different to what Raptor has available, but just watching him audaciously charge forward and just take most of a health bar is kind of ridiculous. Level ahead at the moment. At the same time, the Xin Zhao is very, very strong. I reckon, yeah, Canyon and Ono, our certified Xin Zhao players at this point in time, looking very, very strong. I think Peanut also having a pretty good game earlier on today. As Gen G, remember they have Otacon, so they can't die. They can certainly still kill structures though. So if in this next fight, anyone on B&K does go down, there's nothing but a trade up here for Gen G.
It already is, just with and they're going to get Soul Point as well.
Goodness me. And they're pretty powerful dragons, as we have seen. Good old electricity mountain fire. Feeling very, very nice.
That's the most dangerous type of fire.
Exactly. The electricity mountain fire? My goodness. How does that even work?
Oh, we're not in for a specific list. That's up to someone else to figure out.
I'm not a scientist. I am a commentator. It's all right. We've got Clear going for a bit of a split push. He has had a rough day. His public execution is a little bit private. Gen G will be taking down this dragon. Keen loses interest in chasing down Clear.
But still public. It's just not an execution.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
He's fine.
I mean, if it's not there, is it public, though? If it's nothing?
That's a very interesting question, but we're not
nothing
scientists,
happens
so
publicly,
like
does something happen?
Yes, well, it can still happen privately.
Yeah, but if nothing happens, is it private?
Well, nothing is happening, so it is not private or public.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, but then you said it
so
was
I guess
private.
But it wasn't public.
Yeah,
I don't
but
know.
also it's private. You said private. Yeah. So this game is going to come down to one more fight, where B&K are gonna hopefully have an Infinity Edge on Diablo. Gen G don't have the buff anymore, so that's something which is nice.
Yep. They do have the extra dragon and an 8,000 gold lead.
The level leads, though, are looking really rough here. B&K are pretty far behind across the board. Yeah, as you point out, I think unfortunately for Claire, both games, it feels like he's had... I think the Cassante game was a bit more serviceable, but still not great. And this is one of the biggest strengths of Gen G. We haven't really talked about the game that much because, let's be honest, this one is a bit of a blowout. But their ability to maximize the amount of waves that they get is such a consistent way to generate leads. And I think that Keen is, together with Chovy, one of the best players we have in the LCK for this. This is the Hail Mary Atlas. No Infinity Edge done. Can Diablo and his crew make it happen?
We'll see whether we can get this heroic entrance into a good position from Vikler, as Duro just trying to keep him busy as best he can. Crashes out of there. The rest of Gen G ebbing around.
It's a good amount of damage.
Yeah, Ruler staying back onto this Baron here as well. As, all right, there's the Cyclone engage. Ruler flash dead, but he's dead to start this one off. But Diablo is also in trouble. Another heroic entrance comes down, this one courtesy of Gen G.
He's alive!
Oh, okay, that's Canyon going through as Toby will be able to find the Jinx in the backline. He's still at full health. Oh, God! Can they stop this guy from just destroying all of them?
No, they cannot, Atlas!
Kellen can't move away. He's just not able to, as he does actually use the Abyssal Dive to get himself out of there.
How did that not get cancelled?
I don't know. It was a bit weird. I think Kobe just sort of ran out of buttons that did the old cancelling thing. Needs to have that chain up and available, the abduct, abscond, whichever one it is out of those two. Let's have a look at this fight one more time, because this was chaos.
Oh, Raptor. It's the combination of him getting on top of the MF, and then also the rocket hitting, and the Baron autoing to ensure that Ruler dies. And then here, a Chovy hard 1v9s this fight, man, because it's also him that forces out the immediate oh my god. Yeah, forces out the immediate response. The fact that he has so much sustain and so many guns have been used means that as he just...
It was really smart by Kellen. He just waited for the chains to come through and then said, all right, well, that's all the CC going. I can get out.
Yeah, we have gotten to the point in the game where it feels like the amount of cooldown reduction or ability haste that Chovy has is going to be so much that he basically always has his change, but nice window found there. Game's not over.
Nope.
They're gonna get another shot, and if Diablo has Infinity Edge, maybe the next fight is winnable.
Oh, just needs the recipe completion.
I know.
Well.
Yeah, no, it's not a lot of gold. So Gen
Teleport?
G most likely gonna pull the trigger on Nash here. Again.
Minute and a half as well on the Infernal Soul for
No
Gen
flash
G.
on Ruler, but no flash on Raptor as well.
Chovy has Devour picked up here as well as he dashes forward, doesn't find the chains. As, okay, that is a decent escape as we can see. But BNK,
Diablo must have the...
they're very healthy.
Chronicle,
There's an opportunity here. As, never mind. Raptor is going to get turned on. Warrior Trickster not going to quite buy him the time that he was looking for. As Magnus Storm onto 3. That's the engage that Gen G were looking for. Diablo thrown around like a rag doll. And without that damage, they are all on the floor. Keen should be the one calling for a Penta, though. As you can see, chasing after Vikla. Clear going to be kept busy as Ruler not going to be able to get a Penta out of this one. It is, at best, a full house. Keen's full of Rulers. And they're not even going to get that because I don't know whether Vikla is going to allow it. But still, Gen G are not going to allow this game to go on for any longer. A 2-0 in the end for this Gen G squad. But we will all remember, those of us who watched will remember that game one from BNK, one of the greatest that we're going to see out of this squad, I swear. One of the greatest games that we've seen up until the very end.
It was a tumultuous ride, Atlas. It was one
I am emotionally drained.
After that game number 1, who can fault you? As a little tap there from Duro, who of course played with Cleo last year. And Duro also having a pretty solid day. That last engage was actually clean because it was him that kept the Tom Kench away from the Jinx, and then even Keen actually got the ultimate as well, but otherwise maybe they could have kept Diablo alive for a little bit longer. As I think you can see here from Gen G as well that they got the 2-0, and game number 2 felt a lot more like what we expected, but it wasn't clean, and there was definitely a lot to see here. So some slight smiles, but I think mostly just
is it a Canyon POM?
I ended up going for Canyon, yeah, just because I feel like his Italy game was basically as good as you could want, and then his Xin Zhao game was solid.
Yeah, game 1 wasn't his fault, and then his Xin Zhao was ridiculous.
Keen makes a lot of sense to me as well, because even though his early laning or his early play on the Aurora was horrible, his ults and his wave clear and his late game fights were really good, and then obviously he had a really good game here.
That was a little bit shy there from Duro. I liked it.
Ruler. Maybe for the catch. I don't know. Game 1 was so weird, Atlas. It's really hard to judge this one.
I think you just look at game 2. Let's look at that one and say that that's maybe the option is. Perhaps then you'd give it over to Chovy. I think he was probably the man of the match for this particular game. But as far as the entire series, especially with the early game that Canyon had, right here, as we can see as an example, he's just very good. When Canyon's on form, it's a very, very scary Gen G. Or back in the day, Dom one. But I just want to say, like, I take it all back. What I was saying in the POG state about BNK maybe not being the team for this year, I reckon they beat Bro.
Yeah. If they can tidy up their mid to late game decision making, and let's be fair, if they weren't playing against Gen G and maybe like a team like Hanwha or T1, I think they would have won that. I think that was a bit of a nameplate diff there. I think they got in their own head, weren't able to think clearly, and made some key mistakes that ended up costing them the game. But yeah, if Clear has a slightly better day and they clean it up just a little, we could be looking at a whole different series. But Gen G showing that Diamonds are formed under pressure, and I'm just so happy to see Ruler just flashing into people. Like, and I'm, again, Pace is an incredible AD carry, but there's not a lot of AD carries that play. Well, actually, Diablo does, I guess, play this way as well. It's good to see. Gen G tidied it up as well. That's always what we want. I think Hot Life was another great example today of first series was rough, and then they come in, tidy up the gameplay, and show what we know that these teams are capable.
Yep, and Gen G's first series was clean, so they needed to show us some rough moving into this next one. Still, you can imagine that a lot of their preparation was done for HLE, and not as much was put into this particular series. It was a 2-0, but BNK made them work a lot harder for it than I think they were expecting, as this was the Chovy hard carry scenario.
I mean,
Did he have his Riftmaker online here? Because
even,
like he just wasn't losing.
Even looking back, like Keen actually did so much heavy lifting in that fight. Got the ultimate, friend Diablo, forced to devour. Really, really well done there.
Got over the wall as well to get out, and this engage from Duro just gorgeous.
Yeah, because if Kenyon gets on top of the Jinx, it doesn't mean that much if he can just devour. So nicely done there by the Gen G team fighting duo, and we see Gen G get the 2-0. Nothing changes in terms of score, but
I think Duro was trying to get Keen to Penta, and then they took it away. It was very cute though.
I don't understand. Rulers on this team. No one else gets a penta.
No, exactly. I think that's why like the Korean fans were laughing at it, because it was like Duro was trying to help Keen after he stole it away from Ruler earlier on. Very funny. But some big smiles on the Gen G faces, so despite things being a little bit rough in game number 1, they didn't let it get to them. Ruler still doing the most damage in the game is somewhat surprising to me, and Vikla doing as much as he did. Actually kind of incredible. Having back-to-back really big games. Remember, he did 55K
there's
in their last game.
A lot to look at for BNK that gives you hope and that inspires faith in their future matches.
I'm looking forward to it. But now it is time to get into player of the match. Who is it going to be? Will it be the guy in the jungle? Will it be the guy in the mid lane? Will it be Duro? Because he did some cool engages and things like that. It's
Will it be
a difficult question to ask.
We don't know. We don't have the answers to these questions. We're just posing them. We're not scientists.
It's going to be Chovy. If in doubt, vote for Chovy is, I guess, the way to do it. And I think that they saw some of those team fights on his Sylas. Canyon a little bit robbed, but that's totally fine. I think that in a series like this, voting is just hard.
I'm telling you now, it's going to be a split vote. Like, this is going to be pretty widely spread. Chovy did have, I think, similar to Keen, a really good second half. I do think he kind of locked in midway through game number 1, and then from that on played well. And then the Sylas game, self-explanatory. Don't really need to go into that one. Was just a very, very clean game. What a roller coaster, Atlas. I'm still reeling.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a couple of days off, I think, just to collect myself. And
except if you're watching Challenger.
Hey.
Oh, I'm sure we are.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna need some time, and then I promise I'm willing to come back to work on Wednesday. Okay?
That's really gracious of you.
I'll have to talk to G-Sun about it, but I think we might be able to sort something out for that, because that was just B&K. And I know you can point fingers, you can say it was thrown by this, by that, by whatever, but it doesn't matter. The result is still that they got this close. It didn't quite work out. But now it's time for us to throw it over to the space to celebrate the Gen G victory. Sorry, the interview with Chovy. Need to head it over to Deer. Man, I need to leave. Oh, I'm just, brain is gone. Take it away, Deer.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Chovy on the side of Gen G. How do you feel with the 2 wins so far, Chovy? Feels good. I think it's early on, but securing early wins is actually just really important, and I'm happy about it.
1세트 게임이 진짜 불리했습니다.
And in game 1, it was extremely unfavorable for you guys. So
좀 게임이 힘들긴 했어요. 상대
did
워낙
everyone
팔이
have
길기도
faith
하고
in
들어왔을
making
때
a comeback? How did it go? I think it's because the enemy had such long-range champions, and every time we lost in the team fights, honestly, it was more and more difficult, but everyone did have faith, and we believed that we still could win. Coming back was honestly really hard, but whenever we were able to catch the Ezreal and Zyra without a flash, it was actually that step-by-step process that made us successfully pull a huge turnaround. And we heard Keen say, that was so hard, and that's just how difficult that game was. So what gave you so much trouble? I think it was just the early game that didn't go as well, that just kind of ended up snowballing pretty hard, and I think the draft was basically what actually ended up making the game even harder in the end. And game 1, or game 2, the enemy Jinx had some intimidating scaling along with her Tahm Kench acting like a bodyguard. So what kind of team fight angle were you looking for? So based on the enemy comp, they were just trying to kill for Jinx. And so that's why we tried to sort to
스포츠를
separate
줘야
them
되는데 그때
without
탐켄치 공구 뺏고
trying
옆에서
to always
지키면
fight
좋을
as a
것 같다고
5v5.
좀 한타 전에 이야기를 잘 해놔서
네.
좀
So I think
충분히
before every team fight, we were
이기는데
just
문제
communicating
없었어요.
really well
그랬군요.
about
또
all
사일러스가
these
나올
key
것
points
같다라는
that
이야기는
would
많았는데
allow
이번
us to win the team fight.
처음으로도 등장을 하게 됐습니다.
And
이번
we expected it,
메타에서
but this is the
사일러스
first
어떤 점을
Silas
높게
appearance
평가하고
in the
계실까요?
LCK
일단
Cup.
이번
So
메타에서
what's so
좀
good about him in the current
교전이
meta?
확실히 중요한 것 같고
I think
또
current
게임이
meta,
불리해졌을 때도 계속
the most crucial
역전각이 좀
part
많이
is
있는
the
메타인 것 같아서
team
사일러스가 좀
fights
그 부분에 있어서 좀
and trading. So
장점이
I
좀
think
많지 않나라고
Silas is
생각이 들긴
something
합니다.
that allows us to
맞습니다.
pull
멋진
like a
역전을
turnaround
만들 수
a
있는
lot.
사일러스였습니다. 또 돌아온 룰러 선수와의 합도 아주 화제입니다. 굉장히
And
좋더라고요.
your
오랜만에 함께하니까
chemistry
어떠신가요?
with Ruler
일단
has been
확실히
amazing.
좀
So how's
룰러
playing with
선수가
him?
공격적인 각을 잘 보는 게 저희가 용한타 때 이제
You know, Ruler is really
룰러
good
선수가
at
앞전멸을 쓰면서
looking
다
into those
따라가는데
aggressive
따라가면 다
angles.
이긴다 했는데 진짜 앞전멸 받고 따라서 다
And
잡으니까 좀
honestly,
시원했습니다.
Ruler told us
그렇다면
that
룰러 선수에게 오늘 고생했다고 한마디 해주시죠.
as long as he goes in and we
저도
follow
고생을
up
많이
and
해가지고
follow
뭐,
through with
예.
him, that we
다들
could
다 같이
actually win. And
고생하는 거죠.
we noticed, you know, he
네,
flashed
좋습니다.
in
자,
and we
이렇게
followed him and we
장로그룹이
won.
벌써 7승 고지를 달성을 했습니다. 앞으로
So
이제
Group
6승만
Elder has
넣으면
secured
승자조가
7 wins
되는
so
건데요.
far, and that
남은
means only
장로그룹
6
팀에게
wins
또
left
한마디
to secure winners
부탁드리겠습니다.
group. So please encourage your fellow
네, 뭐
Group
남은
Elder
장로 그룹
teams.
팀들이 뭐 워낙 이제 많이 이겨놔서
For the
할 말이
rest of
있겠냐만
the
그냥
Group
하던 대로
Elder teams, they
많이
already
이겨주시기 바랍니다.
have secured so many wins.
네,
But
오늘
you know, let's keep it up.
M을
Let's
받으신
keep
초비
winning.
선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다. 승리 다시 한번 축하드립니다.
And that's the end of the
감사합니다.
interview with Chovy. And back to the
네,
space.
이어서 분석
Thank
데스크
you.
만나보겠습니다.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. Great to hear from Chovy, as Atlas and actually Wolf said here on the space. If you have any doubt, just vote for Chovy. It's that easy. It was a very messy series. I think Genji and Chovy and the guys were like, we made some mistakes. They had range issues. We lost lanes, you know, but we got ahead. We got the 2-0. Any thoughts about Genji after today?
I'm not gonna have any huge takeaways from this one. Definitely the worst performance I've seen from them for a while, but we're early in the season, and at the end of the day, they still got the 2-0. So
Yeah.
is anyone gonna really remember this moment and think back? They got a 2-0.
Let's see
We'll
what
never
happens
forget.
in their next series, because they were like really up here, like almost out of frame after the Hanwha series. But then, you know, today it definitely was not an upgrade from the play we saw from last time. So maybe they just didn't prepare for this series as much as was alluded to by Atlas earlier. We're focusing more on the Hanwha one.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And shout out to BNK, who were able to make it happen and make it pretty interesting. And a
Team
series
Top
could have been a very one-sided affair. Team Top coming together.
Us and Korean cast.
Yeah, you and the Korean cast, but you also lost. So congratulations on that as well, as Base, Jonah Strong, and the Korean analysts and the VM cast were the ones that decided that Chovy deserved it this time. Had a bunch of jungle votes as well. Any thoughts on the jungle votes? You know, Cronny Media.
I think honestly, I think, not to put too much shade on them, but any vote outside of the bot lane was a pretty valid vote. I think the bot lane underperformed a decent amount today, but the top side all had their moments.
Yeah, I mean, I thought jungle was fine, especially Canyon's game 2 was really solid. Game 1, he did decently well. It did a lot of healing on Italy, was impactful in team fights. His early game was fine. But yeah, I thought Keen was the most consistent player in a very chaotic series, so that's ultimately why I went for him. It was kind of like everyone else made some mistakes here and there. Keen, he kind of kept it solid the whole time.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, mine honestly was kind of the fact that like it felt like the first game, Keen really came in with some clutch ults to kind of save that one. Everyone played better in the second game in general, and I think like Chovy had a great team fight in that one. Canyon was really solid, but I think like Keen really stood out to me in game 1, and then still was good in game 2 in his Ambessa.
He was the most determined out of all of the players. I think that was kind of what you were going for, Ox. We do have one from Chronicler. The coolest polar bear, perhaps keeping his cool in a lot of moments where it wasn't easy to, right? And Church of Chovy from the side of Helios, that's very easy. Join the Church of Chovy. Yeah, it just seemed like one that was very difficult to give, you know, banger one-liners again, I would say.
It was definitely the, both of those were the, when in doubt, vote Chovy.
I feel like Church of Chovy, like the message with a vote for Chovy, I feel like we've seen 2 now. I feel like we're going to get a tally. Later in the season, there will be a lot more of those filtering in.
Yeah, the Church of Chovy goes nowhere and only gets more people to join. So we're going to take a look at some of the highlights from this. Very early on in this game, Genji were like, well, we're just going to go fight you And again, it wasn't the cleanest, but Gen G at least were able to get a lead this time around.
Yeah, Vikla got like a massive taunt here, which had a lot of value, and it looks like this is actually going to be BNK Furex getting a lead. You look at the angle for the Jinx cleanup, but unfortunately the zap doesn't connect. And then this ult here, I think they could have played this, they could have flashed, we could have flashed forward to take out this Inzao. I think it was just a little bit, didn't expect the ult for the MF and kind of fumbled.
Yeah, I think that they were playing a little bit too cautious around that MF ult, and if Diablo looks for the flash or if the zap hits, like you alluded to, it probably would have been a more successful play. Still a pretty good team fight, and it showcased what this composition was capable of.
Yeah, definitely did. We can also take a look at the Dragon fight, is the way that Ox described it, because it was a little bit of a Dragon fight rather than a Dragon one, as it was very all over the place. And very much just kind of looked like the rest of the series, but this one, Duro's engaged, going wide. The MF ults just kind of hitting the frontliners. And Kellen, it was just a bit all over the place, but they got the job done.
Yeah, really hectic, and so many flashes used from BFX to escape, but it felt like Gen G did a much better job of keeping tight, keeping close than BNK Furex really did. And then this final moment, the cleanup, I really think they could have just disengaged once they saw the fight wasn't going their way. They overstayed a bit, and then that went from being like, okay, we lost the fight, it's not that big of a deal, to okay, we lost the game.
Yeah, I really liked what Chovy said in his post-game interview about kind of splitting the team up and actually trying to divide them rather than just try to front to back them. And like Owner did yesterday, canyon on the Xinjiao and absorbing a ton of pressure. Then after he just barely survives, they turn the fight onto clear, focus him down, don't give any opportunities for resets. Really clean team fighting there from Gen G.
And that was only 13.5 minutes into the game. That was our second highlight, and from there it was kind of just over, and they got the 2-0. But guys, we are at the end of the week here of this first week of LCK Cup. Let's take a look at some of the best ceremonies that we've had over the course of this week, and we get to vote on these ones, and you guys can in chat as well.
This one is my personal favorite of the week. So this is basically a meme on the basic 101 textbook when you're studying anything in Korea, especially university. And it's just like all of the roles basically with the textbook. They made a custom one for each individual one. Top laner, mid laner, carry 101 is what Lazy Feel has and stuff like that. So I even brought Teddy along for the ride. You love to see it.
Always a fan of props in the celebration. I feel like you get bonus points for doing the preparation, bringing those props in. So yeah, I agree. Pretty great one there.
Yeah, well, how about Berserker? Let's take a look at him. Just, yeah. I'm pretty good. That was pretty good.
Yeah. And, hold on. Let me see if I can figure this out. Get in my backpack?
He's his ear.
Yeah.
No, man, he's trying to get him in. He's like, get in my backpack. He's like Banjo-Kazooie in this.
I mean, it's classic, definitely a solid one. I think first and last were my faves, but the props, they did the preparation.
Is that because of the Sand Soldiers for Azir? That's what he was trying to do? Okay, I'm just trying to
on the broadcast. It was you and I, right? We were like, yeah, he's the Sand Soldier. He's like, okay. We do have some more. We took a little break. Very chill is Guma.
Chill guy.
Apparently this is a thing. I don't know about the thing. It's a thing
now,
that is what G-Sun said.
Maybe he made it a thing. It's a thing now.
No, it was a thing before. It's been a thing. I think Brendan's a dad now, so he's out of touch.
I don't know.
He's out of touch now.
In the world. I just, yeah, it's been a fun time so far this week one. Let us know in chat who you think wins. You can shout out the team that the player is from by spamming your flags if you are a sub in the chat, of course, if you are very cool like all of us.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at the standings here. Group Elder in first place still. Gen G also on top. You could look at that. You could see 2-0 plus 4. They haven't dropped a game yet, but we know what happened. We know what happened today, and I'm not going to forget this series.
Yeah, I will say it's now turned from, hey, let's be the winning group, to I do not want to be at the bottom of my group, the group Baron.
Yeah, and with this 2-0 for Gen G, which almost didn't end up being, Bro is equal with BFX right now, or BNK Furex, I should say, down at the bottom. So they're both kind of trying to get out of that hole. Here's next week's matches. We have some pretty big bangers in here. The Telecom War on Friday. Hanwha Life Esports versus D+, who look to be the most consistent team in the LCK Cup right now.
I love how you're saying how BNK Furex and Bro both at the bottom, and then you look at their first two games of the week, D+ and Gen G.
They might stay there.
Yeah, they're in for a rough one starting off. So, you know, even getting a game could make a big difference in terms of avoiding that bottom spot in their group.
Yeah, so I want to mention that the asterisks here are for the teams that get side selection and what side they're on. You could see there, that's the side they did select. We also have the Telecom War on Friday. Not sure if you guys did mention that.
I mentioned it, yeah.
You did mention that. Okay.
Telecom War, come on.
Double
how could I
mention.
not?
Yeah, you and I, we always mention those. Make sure to tune in on Mondays and Tuesdays to catch Challenger League as well.
Yeah, the funny thing with challenges, they have the groups as well, and one group is just undefeated.
It's like 10-0, right?
It's so one-sided. It makes our groups in the LCK look close.
Yeah, it really does. 7-3 over here at the LCK, but 10-0 over there. It's a different ride. But guys, we're done here for the first week of the 2025 LCK Cup. Hope you did enjoy, and we'll see you next week for more action. Have a good night.